The zodiacal sign of Leo. The subsequent 30 heads of the zone girdling the earth are under the zodiacal sign of Leo. All their seals have to be drawn in a golden, bronze, or golden yellow color. Figure 145, Cosm, 1 degree Leo, instructs the magician in the fire principle of the zone girdling the earth, and in its influence on our physical world. At the same time, the magician learns from this head how to use, magically, the principles of light, fire and, above all, the electric fluid for spirit, soul and body. Figure 146, Mathera, 2 degrees Leo, shows the magician how he can, in the physical world, make use of the powers of the sun and of the electrical fluid through various practices, sometimes even by the help of magical aids, for instance fluid condensers, sun ether radiation apparatus, and the like. This head leads the magician's attention to the correlative effects of the electric and magnetic fluids, to their harmony, and shows him how this harmony can be applied for diverse magic operations. Figure 147, Javar, 3 degrees Leo, informs the magician on the origin of passions and how they are embodied in the astral body. In this connection, the magician also learns to understand the deep secret sense of all passions, which serve as means for a certain purpose and are to strengthen willpower and other magic faculties. Javar tells the magician how to control passions by certain magical aids and other means and how they can be transmuted into opposite, positive qualities. The practices recommended by this head may be applied by the magician as an aid for those scholars who are on the way to magic development, and who have certain passions they are not able to control. Figure 148, Mara, 4 degrees Leo, instructs the magician in the magic of elements, which enables him to make practical use of the electromagnetic fluid in nature. Mara is a master of the magic of elements, especially of the magic of nature. Figure 149, Parak, 5 degrees Leo, informs the magician of the tetrapolar magnet in the physical world, which in its relation to nature, is analogous to the physical body of man. He also teaches the magician how to make practical use of these powers in relation to the universal laws. Figure 150, Aslatama, 6 degrees Leo, is well informed of the power of propagation of all seed, in nature as well as in man, knows about all its mysteries and introduces the magician into its practical application. Apart from this, the magician learns from this intelligence how the electric fluid, in its correlation to the magnetic fluid, creates life and causes growth. Figure 151, Kagaros, 7 degrees Leo, points out to the magician the connections of the principle of the air, which in nature plays the role of a mediator. At the same time, he tells the magician about the correlation between nature and the body of man, between the astral body and the spirit. Figure 152, Romasar, 8 degrees Leo, reveals to the magician the secrets of the air principle from the magical point of view. He is an excellent initiator into the art of breathing, the pranayama, and teaches the magician how to apply this art correctly. By Romasar, the magician may also be initiated by Abhisheka, by initiation the genuine knowledge of magic breathing, of pranayama, which in the pure sense of the word does not mean the accumulation of air, but the accumulation of power. Figure 153, Anemalon, 9 degrees Leo, is a good initiator into all mystical ways, especially in the way of love and holiness. He explains to the magician the difference between the way to holiness and the one to perfection. Figure 154, Tabata, 10 degrees Leo, this intelligence teaches the magician how to make his body resistant against fire in the magic way, by transmutation of elements, that is, how to make it almost invulnerable. He instructs him how to change water into ice in the alchemistic quabbalistic manner. Figure 155, Ahaban, 11 degrees Leo, being an initiator, too, knows many methods of producing states of ecstasy, trance, and consciousness. Ahaban teaches the magician to magically train his consciousness so that the impressions he gets in any sphere are truly transmuted into the physical world. Figure 156, Akanejanaho, 12 degrees Leo, is a master of divine theurgy and quabbalistic mysticism. He teaches the magician how to apply correctly the divine virtues in analogy to the laws of creation with the aim of spiritualization. Figure 157, Horog, 13 degrees Leo, can inform the magician precisely about the way to perfection in accordance with the laws of creation and helps him to solve the darkest and most difficult problems in this connection. Figure 158, Texai, 14 degrees Leo. By this head the magician is taught to understand and absorb fully the synthesis of all religious systems and philosophies. Apart from this, he is initiated into the transmutation of the symbolic presentation of philosophical systems into intellectual language. Figure 159, Herrick, 15 degrees Leo, instructs the magician in the connections between the mental, astral and physical worlds, that is, in the correlative action of the mental, astral and physical fluids in body and nature, and furthermore, in the disharmonies caused by these fluids, and in the restoration of harmonies. All relevant disharmonies can be fully explained to the magician by this intelligence. Apart from this, the magician is given diverse methods on how influences on the mental and astral matrices become possible. Figure 160, Igniag, 16 degrees Leo, entrusts the magician with the methods which make accessible to him omniscience and the highest divine intuition, and he shows him how his intellect can be enlightened by these divine virtues. Figure 161, Odak, 17 degrees Leo, is an initiator into the magic of cosmic love and acquaints the magician with theurgic magic love methods and teaches him how to apply them in the mental, astral and physical worlds. Figure 162, Machebra, 18 degrees Leo, instructs the magician in the occult anatomy of man, in its context, and informs him of magic theurgical methods for medical treatment. Figure 163, Parchan, 19 degrees Leo, is an initiator into talismanic magic. He teaches the magician the art of making talismans, of charging them magically for the healing of various diseases, or for binding certain beings to it. Figure 164, Coricona, 20 degrees Leo, makes the magician acquainted with the preparation of alchemistal substances made of metals. The magician is taught by this intelligence how to produce the true alchemic gold tincture, and how to use it for diverse diseases. He is also instructed by Coricona in measuring out dosages of alchemical medicines. Figure 165, Rimog, 21 degrees Leo, gives the magician the necessary instructions for arousing inside him his talents for prophecy. If the magician wishes it, Rimog by himself or by one of his subordinates, awakens in him the faculty for prophesying. Rimog is justly called the prophet of the zone girdling the earth, though his prophecies are not at all restricted to the aforesaid zone, they also refer to our physical world. Figure 166, Abatira, 22 degrees Leo, shows the magician the way to acquire high esteem, power and wealth in the physical world. Apart from this, he can help him in getting into the favor of very important people. Figure 167, Iralakarasan, 23 degrees Leo, instructs the magician by Abhisheka, the true initiation, into all religious systems, especially into all kinds of yoga. He helps the magician in decoding the most difficult tantric texts. Figure 168, Galopa, 24 degrees Leo, instructs the magician on how to read mental, astral and physical events in the occult. Furthermore, that makes the magician realize how mental, astral, and physical causes by the occult principle are turned into effects. For instance, Galopa can give the magician precise information on how causes that he has created by thoughts will become effects, and if they will become effective in his present life or in another incarnation. The same applies to astral and physical causes. Figure 169, Jargakis, 25 degrees Leo, places methods at the magician's disposal by which he can refine his consciousness for spheric impressions without the separation of the mental body. Figure 170, Pagalusta, 26 degrees Leo, instructs the magician how he can, either by himself or by the help of mediums, produce mediumistic phenomena. He also gives him precise instructions on how, by dematerialization and rematerialization, he can move objects over the greatest distances. Figure 171, Igdison, 27 degrees Leo, initiates the magician into the methods of how any wish is realized in the physical plane by magic powers. Figure 172, Takarosa, 28 degrees Leo, teaches the magician magic formulae by the application of which effects are brought about in the mental, astral, and physical world by the elements, or by beings of the elements. The magician may also be taught Kabbalistic formulae by which, above all, the beings of the air and water principles are easily made obedient. Figure 173, Andrakor, 29 degrees Leo, is regarded as master of the magic of water and entrusts the magician with many secret practices by which he would otherwise have no notion, as for instance, the curing of severe diseases, and the like, by the water element. Figure 174, Kaona, 30 degrees Leo, informs the magician of means which protect him against thunderstorms, gales, etc. Apart from this, the magician's attention is drawn, by this intelligence, to Kabbalistic practices by the application of which he can calm the rough sea, stop or cause heavy rains, evoke or sea storms, etc. The zodiacal sign of Virgo. The seals of the 30 heads who belong to the zodiacal sign of Virgo are all to be drawn in brown color. Figure 175, Paresh, 1 degree Virgo, controls all political events in our physical world. Depending on the degree of development and maturity of mankind, he causes this or that idea to come to importance and social attitudes to become valuable. Furthermore, he decides on the duration of a political power, either by appropriate diplomatic developments or by wars, and he lets political views have failure or success, as divine providence orders it, considering the spiritual development of mankind. If the magician wants it, then this head helps him with a high political career, equips him with the faculties of an excellent orator, who knows how to bind people by word. Apart from this, he equips the magician with toughness and endurance which remain without comparison so that he can realize all his wishes in this respect. Figure 176, Bruahi, 2 degrees Virgo, is the protector of all inventions in the occult principle, so that they are not realized before their time. As occasion demands, he inspires certain individuals to make certain inventions and causes these to be realized in the physical world. However, this head also hinders people with high intuitive faculties from realizing inventions which are not to be made known to the public before a longer time, maybe a century or 5 centuries, has passed. The magician in the favor of this head is shown by him under the seal of secrecy, in the occult principle, which kind of inventions will startle our world in 100 or even 1,000 years. Figure 177, Moskal, 3 degrees Virgo, controls every art on our physical world. His subordinates administrate the various branches of art. Special methods revealed to the magician by this head, either by his relevant subordinated beings or direct transference, enable the magician to equip himself with any artistic faculty. Moskal also helps the magician to make an artistic career. Figure 178, Razchia, 4 degrees Virgo. One could justly regard this head as the king of flowers, for all the flowers on our earth are under his protection. From this head the magician learns to understand the language of flowers, that is, the symbolic meaning of the various kinds of flowers in their relationship to man as well as to the universal laws. The color, shape and number of the petals reveal to the magician the analogies to the universal laws, and he sees from this what, in the world of flowers, is real beauty. Penetrating deeper into this knowledge, the magician learns to look at and understand each flower from the esoteric point of view, and he learns to grasp the qualities of each flower in any respect and to use them for magic purposes. Figure 179, Germil, 5 degrees Virgo. This head is a representative of love, harmony and beauty, and at the same time their protector. He teaches the magician to see love in everything. Love and harmony on the one hand, and hate and disharmony on the other will teach the magician to understand, too, the exact laws of sympathy and antipathy. Not before having gained this knowledge will the magician realize what is true beauty and that, in fact, beauty is but another expression for harmony. This head helps the magician to come to a genuine perception of beauty. Figure 180, Zagreona, 6 degrees Virgo. All teaching in its widest sense comes under this head's sphere of influence. All teachers, writers, journalists and editors are protected by this intelligence. If the magician needs any advice in this or in a similar respect, if he needs protection, or if he desires to be successful, Zagreona will either assist him personally or send one of his beings to give help. Figure 181, Igelin, 7 degrees Virgo, is regarded as the original initiator into speech and writing. Having received orders from divine providence, he has caused man, since his creation, to express thoughts, terms, ideas etc. first by signs, then by articulated sounds and words, later by compound sentences and finally as a language. Then the head instructed his subordinates to see that this language was expressed externally in form of symbols in diverse ways, thereby laying the initial brick for literature as a means of communication and written tradition. But it took a long time until the language in writing reached the present state of literature. This head will make it easy for the magician dealing with the decoding of ancient, so far unrevealed, letters, and interpreting them. There are no records in writing on earth that could not be decoded by the magician with the help of this intelligence or his subordinates. Igelin can also instruct the magician in the so-called magic of runes. Figure 182, El Paso, 8 degrees Virgo. Since the beginning of human records, this head has been the protector of all poor and suppressed. In the occult he controls the fates of all slaves, beggars, gypsies, homeless persons, etc. He also helps persons who, by having become addicts to narcotics, are thrown out of the normal way of life, especially in cases where these people should, according to their fate, not be met by any accidents. Such people then pass every inconvenience without difficulties. Here the saying may be applied that drunkards have a charmed life. Figure 183, Kirek, 9 degrees Virgo, is known as an excellent initiator into alchemical magic. He shows the magician many methods by which he can strengthen the bond between the astral body and the spirit, and also such methods by which he can make his astral body immune from destruction by astral elements and so reach astral immortality. If the magician asks for it, this head will instruct him in such methods by which he can cause the same effects in respect of the astral matrix, thus for his physical body, so that he is able to prolong his life as long as he wants. If the magician applies the methods given by this intelligence, age will show no effect on his body, he will never suffer from any external influence. Wounds caused by stabs or cuts, even the strongest heat, cannot do any harm to the body sheltered in such a way. Figure 184, Buria, 10 degrees Virgo, is an excellent initiator into alchemical secrets and entrusts the magician with methods by which he can achieve diverse faculties and powers by the application of appropriate alchemical means. This intelligence reveals to the magician how to produce diverse alchemical love medicines, incense, magic ointments, oils for exteriorization and other mediumistic purposes. Apart from this, Buria helps with the charging and impregnation of alchemical means, either personally or by his subordinates. Figure 185, Iraganan, 11 degrees Virgo. If the magician wants to have esteem, success, honor, and riches in business, this head can help him a great deal in this respect by putting at his disposal his subordinates. Apart from this, he can make the magician achieve great skill in his trade or profession. All trade men having to deal with metals, especially iron, are under the special protection of this head, thus, for instance, technicians, constructors, engineers, smiths, mechanics, etc. If the magician carries out any such jobs, he can achieve great things with the help of this head of the zone girdling the earth. Figure 186, Argaro, 12 degrees Virgo, is the custodian of all relics, holy places, temples, churches, statues of saints, pictures of saints, etc., and, furthermore, of all religions of the world from the beginning of mankind up to modern ages. A magician in contact with this head will be informed by him how divine ideas, deities, etc. are symbolized by pictures of saints, statues, temples and other symbols. He also tells the magician how in turn pictures, statues, monuments are, as personified deities, true analogies of the divine ideas, concepts, etc. Argaro also explains to the magician the rites with personified deities and reveals to him their secret meaning. Figure 187, Algebal, 13 degrees Virgo, is the expert and leader of all traditional religious rites, rituals, and ceremonies of all religious systems. He may justly be regarded as a master of ceremonies. He acquaints the magician with all ceremonies, rituals, and customs of any religion or sect, historical or modern, and explains to him their significance, thus enabling the magician to realize the full magical value, the power or dynamics of a ritual or ceremony. Figure 188, Karasa, 14 degrees Virgo, is the protector of all medical doctors in the world. Even the medicine men of the days of yore looked up to this head of the zone girdling the earth with devotion and made him sacrifices. But even nowadays doctors, especially surgeons, are inspired by this intelligence. Karasa arranges that certain sick people are cured by certain physicians. The whole chemical pharmaceutical production comes under the range of his powers. The sick magician who seeks the help of this head will get from him the exact diagnosis and will be told ways and remedies by which he can recover his physical health. Figure 189, Akurji, 15 degrees Virgo, the magician may summon this head in all business matters, for he will always secure him the biggest success. Akurji has a special affection for everything that has to do with paper or textiles. His influence, however, also covers the working up of furs, skins, leather, and the like, so that the magician will be supported by this intelligence not only in business affairs, but will also be able to get from him special recipes for the working up of furs, leather, etc. The magician may also be taught about many methods for the working up of paper and about impregnation materials which so far have not yet been made known to the public. Figure 190, Basanola, 16 degrees Virgo, since this head controls all vegetation, he may be regarded as the protector of agriculture and forestry. He is an expert in this respect, and the magician who gets into touch with him may learn a great deal from him. Apart from giving methods and instructions for effecting a good growth of plants, this head also instructs the magician in special magick-ballistic methods by which growth of plants can be accelerated or delayed, depending on what the magician wishes. Figure 191, Rota, 17 degrees Virgo, is a master of fantastic vision. Under his competence come all sagas, fairy tales, and stories. This head inspires all those poets and writers who are occupied with the production of sagas, fairy tales, and stories. Rota provides them with an excellent power of imagination and lets them express this in suitable words. He likes to hide true events and magic secrets by fairy tales, so that the magician, having called him, is given the appropriate explanations as to what each fairy tale contains from the hermetic point of view. Figure 192, Tigrapho, 18 degrees Virgo, is a master of architecture and the art of structural engineering. From the beginning of mankind he has instructed man how he should dwell. Tigrapho is regarded the protector of all builders and architects on earth and assists them by inspirations in their design work, no matter whether they are designing highways, river basins, water works or anything of that sort. If the magician is in this profession, Tigrapho may help him a great deal by intuition. Figure 193, Kobal, 19 degrees Virgo, is able to initiate the magician into the art of magic sense. From this head the magician learns to compose harmonious and inharmonious sense, for instance, sense that cause love and sympathy or optional dreams, or sense which can increase one's power of concentration, sense for meditations, incense materials for diverse magic experiments, etc. The magician may also be told by Kobal details concerning osmotherapy, that is, the treatment of diseases by sense. Figure 194, Hippago, 20 degrees Virgo, everything that has to do with water and its relation to man falls under the competence of this head, thus, for instance, swimming, diving, moving along the surface of waters in all kinds of vessels, beginning from the simplest raft up to the most up-to-date steamship. Hippago is the inspirer of shipbuilding, including the construction of submarines and everything that moves on or in the water and is built by men. If the magician is interested, this head will allow him to look into the most distant future to see all technical inventions to come in respect of mankind moving along the water. Figure 195, Israg, 21 degrees Virgo, is regarded as the conveyor of fortune to mankind. He brings luck in games, competitions, at the stock exchange, in speculations and ventures of any kind. The magician who has this head as his friend will have every wish fulfilled in the physical world. He will be fortunate and successful in everything he undertakes. This head will also entrust him with methods which will give him happiness and contentment in any respect. Figure 196, Brefio, 22 degrees Virgo, can be regarded as custodian of material laws and of justice. In every case where the magician is in the right, this head will see that the matter is decided in the magician's favor. Brefio punishes, either personally or by one of his subordinates, any person that will do the magician injustice or who intends to do so, without the magician necessarily knowing about it. People who persecute the magician will be maliciously punished by Brefio's subordinate spirits, especially if the magician has had, or still has, good connections to this head. Figure 197, Elementriloquist, 23 degrees Virgo. By this head the magician is instructed and trained in all magic arts according to the laws of analogy, no matter whether fortune-telling with cards, the tarot game, I Ching, chiromancy, horoscopy, or anything of that sort is involved. Elementriloquist makes it possible for the magician to become a prophet by the training of the magic arts, and he helps him in becoming a genuine expert in this respect. Magic experts all over the world are under the control of this head of the zone girdling the earth. Figure 198, Naniroa, 24 degrees Virgo, guards the property of every person. The magician who has this head as his special friend has his property protected by his subordinates against all kinds of catastrophe, not only fire, thunderstorms, floods, but also against burglary, theft, etc. Naniroa will make him acquainted with methods by which a thief can be forced to return the stolen articles, or influenced in such a manner that he will betray himself. Also, other magic practices for the recovery of lost goods can be learned from this head. Figure 199, Olaski, 25 degrees Virgo, is the original initiator of all vehicles and means for transportation on the dry ground, starting from the simple cart up to the most modern automobile. If the magician wants to get certain information on this field, or if he wants to make technical improvements and new inventions, he will find his best master and assistant in this head. If he has a good contact with this intelligence, he can be sure to be especially well protected in his vehicle on dry land. During former connections with this head, I was able to look into the far future in the occult principle to see vehicles no longer driven by combustion engines or atomic power. Quite a different kind of fuel will be used for the vehicles of transportation in the far future and will move them along at an incredible speed without any noise or odor. However, I was forbidden to reveal any details about this. The future alone will prove it true, and that every new invention has long before been laid down in the occult principle. Figure 200, Hermetiloquist, 26 degrees Virgo, is a mighty protector of human consciousness on our earth. The average man would hardly be able to comprehend the range of power of this head. He prevents, for instance, the consciousness of the average man from traveling beyond the limits of the physical world. However, he allows the magician to enlarge the capacity of his consciousness, depending on his magical maturity. In other words, this head controls the development and maturity of each human being. He decides whether a person suffering from disturbances of his consciousness, an insane man or woman, should become healthy again and regain his normal state of mind. If this intelligence approves of his recovery, the psychiatrist will succeed in making the person completely sane again. Hermetiloquist also controls all those people committing suicide, whose deed is not carried out under the conditions of karma, so that they do not regain their consciousness in the astral world before the period has elapsed which they should have lived on earth. Not before the expiration of this certain period will suicides awake from their twilight sleep to get their full astral consciousness. Much more could be said about this head, but, however, these hints will be enough for the magician. If he gets into contact with this intelligence, he will never go astray mentally and will be given, by this intelligence, the power to read the consciousness of every man and to influence it. For instance, he could make him memorize pictures of the past or else delete such pictures completely from his memory. The magician learns from this head how to carry out a transference of consciousness in the magical manner, which, in the Orient, is known under the name of Abhisheka, or anchor. Figure 201, Sumiram, 27 degrees Virgo, is the master of all animals of the air. From the smallest fly up to the noble eagle all come under his protection. To the magician in contact with this head will be revealed all the secrets of flying animals. If the magician wishes it, Sumiram will show him methods and give him instructions by which he can gain the power of controlling every animal of the air. By using appropriate words, the magician, for instance, succeeds in forcing the greediest eagle or vulture to come down from great heights and to sit down without anxiety on the shoulders of the magician. He can tame any bird of prey in a manner that it will play with children and not harm the tiniest animal. Many other magic arts in respect of the animal kingdom, which to the average man must sound incredible, can be carried out by the magician. Figure 202, Astolatu, 28 degrees Virgo, is a special custodian of many magic keys and secrets. In our present state of development, he leads and controls the aeronautics of the whole world with all its inventions. He can give the magician many inspirations in this respect. To the magician of the highest rank he reveals the secrets of gravitation and instructs him in the practical application of the power of gravity. Long before our civilization, many thousand years ago, our Earth was inhabited by people with a high civilization who were far advanced in comparison to us in the techniques of aviation. To them gravity was no problem. They moved without motors or using gas to the highest altitudes, reaching speeds equivalent to the rotational speed of our Earth, transported without any effort and without mechanical help the heaviest loads from one place to another. After their ruin, which they had themselves brought about, Astolatu, the head of the zone girdling the earth, took the keys back to himself again and now keeps them safely up to that day when mankind will have reached the necessary maturity and degree of development. In the occult principle, there has never been anything lost, for everything remains registered there. Only the highest magicians can read everything in the occult principle, which necessarily must remain a secret to the normal world. Figure 203, Notizer, 29 degrees Virgo, intellect and knowledge of every human being in the physical world are under the protection of this head of the zone girdling the earth. Depending on the state of maturity of a person, he controls his capacity of perception and makes him know things that are appropriate to his momentary degree of development. This head can therefore be justly regarded as master of knowledge, for it is by his influence that a man's intellect on this earth is sharpened, his memory is enlarged, no matter with which field of science the person is dealing. The magician is given instructions by this head which, if he follows them, enable him to increase the capacity of his intellect and to strengthen his memory. Notizer informs the magician about any field of science, and he provides all fields of science with that amount of knowledge that can be comprehended by man in their present state of development. Figure 204, Ruggiero, 30 degrees Virgo, the last head of the zone girdling the earth under the zodiacal sign of Virgo. Ruggiero is the custodian of many mysteries of wisdom and sees that true wisdom is only made accessible to virtually mature people. If, however, it should happen that magic secrets become known to the immature and unauthorized, this custodian of the mysteries of wisdom blocks the way to wisdom for these unauthorized persons by shrouding them in darkness with unbelief, suspicion, self-conceit and one-sided views, leaving the true mysteries covered and occult to him even though they may be stored in 1,000 drawers of the immature. The magician who succeeds in getting into contact with Ruggiero is taught by him to realize the difference between knowledge and wisdom by intuition. The zodiacal sign of Libra. The following 30 heads of the zone girdling the earth come under the zodiacal sign of Libra. Their seals, for the first evocation, have to be drawn in green. Figure 205, Thyrana, 1 degree Libra. This head controls the sexual sphere of man. The propagation of mankind falls therefore under his competence. Thyrana can give many instructions and methods how the magician is to impregnate magically his own seed with various qualities before having sexual intercourse, so that these qualities pass over into the generated child. The magician is provided with full knowledge, by this head, in respect of the prenatal education of a child, that is, the embodying of certain faculties, hereditary factors, etc., in a magical manner, during the baby's sojourn in the womb. Figure 206, Apollyon, 2 degrees Libra. This head has inspired mankind since its creation in respect of the working up of metals, depending on their state of development. Apollyon is regarded as the original initiator of all those people who have been occupied with the working up of metals, no matter whether founder, smith, engineer, mechanic, or the like. Apollyon not only is the original initiator into all the ideas in this field, but he also is their loyal custodian. Figure 207, Pica, 3 degrees Libra. This head already taught the primitive peoples of the days of yore by inspiration that animal meat eaten in a raw state is not so delicious as roasted or cooked. He inspired a few individuals how to tell the difference between the various kinds of meat by tasting them and taught them by intuition to prepare many meat dishes. For the preparation of such meat dishes man started rearing domestic animals, so that during the course of time stock farming was developed, whereby Pica has always been, and still is, a good inspirer of mankind also in this respect. Smoked and tinned meat also come under the competence of this head. If requested by the magician, this intelligence will initiate him into the art of cooking and will acquaint him with many recipes for the preparation of meat dishes which so far have never been known. Figure 208, Noga, 4 degrees Libra. The fertility and the power of propagation of men and women come under the power of this head. He controls by his vibrations the sexual sphere of both man and woman and decides on the ability for life in the seed. The magician may be informed by Noga how to maintain his sexual faculties up to great age and, furthermore, how sterility and impotence in respect of woman and man can be treated successfully. The magician can get a wealth of additional information on this field from this head. Figure 209, Tollet, 5 degrees Libra. This head controls the feeding habits of man and shows him which kind of food is necessary for the maintenance of his health and what is harmful. Tollet is also the initiator into all recipes for diets. By this intelligence the magician is taught the difference between the electric, the magnetic and the electromagnetic fluids in their relation to the various dishes and how to take them into consideration in the case of illness. This head also draws the magician's attention to the diverse kinds of food which serve as stimulants for the production of special states of mind. Figure 210, Parmasa, 6 degrees Libra, is a master of gaiety and lets man laugh and enjoy himself from his very core. Under his competence fall amusing ideas, jokes, jests, anecdotes, comedies, and other sorts of entertainment. He or his subordinates inspire man to tell funny jokes and such like stories, or to write and perform them. The magician may get the most amusing ideas from this head or his subordinates to enable him to entertain whole parties, and the like. If the magician is in contact with this head, he will himself become convinced that Parmasa always shows himself full of gaiety. Figure 211, Jessigos, 7 degrees Libra. Wood and everything connected with it falls under the competence of this head. He is the guardian angel of all those people who are occupied with wood and its working, for instance, lumberjacks, carpenters, joiners, cabinet makers, turners, carvers, pattern makers, etc. If the magician is interested in any of these fields, he can learn much from this head that has not been known up to this date. For instance, the impregnation of wood against all influences from elements, means which give wood, even the softest kind of wood, great resistance and duration, so that it can only be compared with steel. This head can make known to the magician many other interesting new ideas. Figure 212, Sotiri, 8 degrees Libra, is the original initiator into all musical instruments that man has ever used, the most modern ones of the present age included. Sotiri inspires all composers. He teaches the magician who has musical talent or is interested in music to adapt each musical piece to the relevant element and, vice versa, to express harmonically, that is, according to the universal laws, what he wants to express by music. This head may justly be called the musician of the zone girdling the earth. Figure 213, Batamabub, 9 degrees Libra. The clothes and headgear of man have been under the power of this head right from the prime origin up to the present day. He controls the clothes and headgear of man and influences them according to climate, weather, maturity, personal attitude, and so on. Batamabub is the inspirer of each momentary fashion, so that rank, social position, religions, etc., are also taken into consideration. Furthermore, he suggests to man out of which material his clothes and headgear are to be made. Therefore all fashion designers and fashion creators, tailors, dressmakers, milliners, etc. are protected by him. If the magician is interested, he can have all fashions of all peoples, beginning from the prime origin to the present day, presented to him by this head in the occult principle. He can even view the fashions of the days to come. Figure 214, Omana, 10 degrees Libra. The hairy covering of the human body forms a part of the competence of this head. He is the inspirer of all coiffures and kinds of beards. Hairdressers and barbers of both sexes are constantly under his influence. All inventions referring to the growing of beards and hair, starting from the simple comb up to the most modern apparatus, from razor blade to the electric razor, are controlled by this head. The magician who gets into touch with this intelligence may learn which substances will make hair grow and which will remove unwanted hairs, etc. Omana can also make the magician acquainted with diverse substances for hair dyeing. Having personally evoked this head, I was shown, in the occult principle, the hair color of the future. Chemical substances will no longer be necessary, for these usually do harm to the roots of the hairs. The hair of man will be dyed by radiation apparatus without any evil effects on the hair and the hairbed. However, I have been forbidden to say more about this. Nevertheless, the future will bring the proof of the prediction. Figure 215, Legairos, 11 degrees Libra. Directly by himself or indirectly by the influence of his subordinates, this head helps the magician to gain the favor of very important people, to have petitions handed in to them approved, etc. This head can cause a very important person to take a benevolent attitude towards the magician. He can create favorable situations, and the like. Figure 216, Afre, 12 degrees Libra. This head is an initiator and master of the high magic of love. He teaches the magician how to produce many wonders in the mental, astral, and physical world by the dynamization of divine qualities, especially of divine love and mercy. Figure 217, Rigalan, 13 degrees Libra, is the initiator into all kinds of wooing, starting from the origin of mankind. He himself or his subordinates inspire man with all possible kinds of wooing. If the magician wants to learn the art of wooing, if he wants to be regarded as an amiable person everywhere, and if, furthermore, he intends to get into good company, this head can help him. He advises the magician on how to gain the affection of a certain person, how to get into his favor, etc. Figure 218, Rikita, 14 degrees Libra, is a master of singing. If the magician wishes it, he will equip him with a lovely voice which will fascinate people. Therefore this head may justly be called the protector of all male and female singers, so matter whether singing is their profession or their special hobby when in company. Rikita shows the ways and means how to cultivate one's voice. Figure 219, Tapum, 15 degrees Libra. This head is an excellent artist and is appointed to awake in the magician a sense for arts. He is the original initiator into everything that has to do with embellishment and ornamentation, the decorations used for festivities, shop windows, etc. He is, at the same time, the original initiator of all kinds of advertising. If the magician is in need of his assistance, this head will be prepared to help him at any time. Figure 220, Nachero, 16 degrees Libra, controls the health and duration of life of all animals on Earth. He is also the controlling spirit for all instincts. Therefore he inspires man with all the curing methods and remedies against the various diseases of animals. Under his control are all zoologists, veterinary surgeons, and tamers of wild animals. Nachero inspires the magician with a great variety of healing methods and medicines for diseased animals. He can also communicate many magic practices to be applied on animals, for instance, such by which milking animals are caused to give much milk, or such practices by which they can be protected against unfavorable influences, etc. Figure 221, Arata, 17 degrees Libra. This head is the initiator of all intoxicating drinks. From the prime origin he has been teaching man by intuition how to make the most diverse kinds of intoxicating drinks, for instance, wine, mead, beer, liquor, etc., which are to put man into a happy mood and make him bear his lot more easily. However, this head must not be mistaken for the contragenius of this sphere who controls the notorious drunkards. All those people are protected by Arata who have to do with the production and selling of alcoholic drinks. The magician may get from this head excellent recipes for the production of wine, beer, and liquor, and, on top of this, certain advice on how these beverages can be ameliorated by various methods. He also reveals to the magician magic recipes and instructions on how, for instance, he can, under the influence of the amalgamation of elements, change water into wine. Furthermore, how he can protect himself successfully against the influence of the alcohol contained in these beverages, so that even great quantities of alcohol will leave him sober. Figure 222, Malata, 18 degrees Libra, explains to the magician the secrets of human and animal blood. He not only tells him about its classification in groups and Rh factors, which is already known to the medical science of today, but many more things in the fields of science like medicine, chemistry, physiology, psychology, laws of heredity, etc. Apart from this, Malata initiates the magician into the secrets of the blood from the magic and alchemical points of view, which, if put down on paper, would fill many volumes. Figure 223, Ariath, 19 degrees Libra, is the guardian angel of all women on earth delivering babies. Having always taken into consideration the states of development and maturity, this head has inspired man with the various methods of midwifery, starting from the most primitive deliveries up to the most modern methods of gynecology. He therefore is the protector of all gynecologists, midwives, etc. Ariath draws the magician's attention to the diverse magic and sympathetic methods for a painless delivery. Figure 224, Agicus, 20 degrees Libra. Man still faces many great problems and mysteries in electrochemistry, and they will not be revealed to him until the far future. However, this head can unveil to the magician many secrets in this respect and entrust him with the relevant knowledge. Agicus is the original initiator into galvanic electricity. Following his intuitive inspirations, men have invented batteries, accumulators, the dissolving of metals by electricity, catalysts, etc. Electrohomeopathy, too, comes under the competence of this head. He allowed me to look into the future, and I saw tiny quantities of chemical compounds changing into great electrical discharges with an immense voltage and amperage, the knowledge of which will be of great value to men in the technical and domestic domain. To give details about this here would sound incredible and too much like a fairy story, and, in order not to sound ridiculous, I desist from giving any details. When mankind is more mature and more developed, a few eminent individuals will be inspired by this head with new inventions and discoveries. Figure 225, Tchaikassev, 21 degrees Libra, is regarded as the original initiator into mathematics on the earth. The range of competence of this head varies from the easiest adding operations to the most difficult mathematical problems expressed by astronomical figures, including the basic ideas of the mathematical figure, of measurements and weights in relation to matter. From this head the magician may learn, for instance, how to express an idea in mathematical figures, and he may, on the other side, be informed how to accumulate intellectually the knowledge of quantities and qualities. The magician is also initiated by Tchaikassev into the so-called Kabbalistic quadruple key, which brings the four fundamental mathematical operations, that is, adding, subtracting, multiplying and dividing, into relation to Kabbalistic science, to the elements of the micro and macrocosm. Tchaikassev is a very powerful head, and the magician may learn from him more than enough. Figure 226, Ornian, 22 degrees Libra, is the initiator into physiology. He does not only teach the magician the usual facts about physiology, but also lets him look at this field of science from the Hermetic point of view. Ornian makes the magician acquainted with all the necessary scientific facts by which the latter can tell the character and personal peculiarities of an individual already by his appearance. For the reader's information, I mention here a number of faculties which this head can awake in the magician: the art of reading from a person's face, physiognomy; the art of reading from a person's forehead; the art of chiromancy, of diagnosing from fingers and fingernails, from the eyes, etc. Figure 227, Garin Uranus, 23 degrees Libra, is the initiator into physics. Everything that has been explored in this field up to the present day has happened on account of the intuitive inspiration by this head. The magician may not only learn from this intelligence about the achievements of physics in the far future, but he may also be initiated into all phases of metaphysics and receive instructions on how to make practical use of this. This head can also initiate the magician into astrophysics. Figure 228, Ishtaroth, 24 degrees Libra, is a protector of loyalty. He keeps together man and woman in fidelity. If the magician wishes it, he can, with the assistance of this head or his subordinates, influence any person, man or woman, so that they will never be disloyal. He can also, by the help of this head, discover any cause of infidelity or hinder it before it starts. Ishtaroth can change the magician's worst enemy into his best friend and secure him the love, friendship, and sympathy of any person. Figure 229, Hyamorn, 25 degrees Libra, instructs the magician in the transmutation of the sexual power of man and entrusts him with various relevant practices that so far have remained quite unknown. Hyamorn knows about the most secret mysteries in this line. The magician may learn very much from this head, such as, for instance, how to increase or decrease sexual power, how this can be transmuted for various magical practices into the original elemental substance, etc. He can also give information on new, so far unknown compounds of hormones, and of many other things. Figure 230, Kan Ali, 26 degrees Libra, has been, from the days of yore, the initiator into jewelry of any kind. He controls, by his subordinates, all novelties in the fashion of jewelry, for instance, rings, bracelets, precious stones, in short, any kind of jewelry that is for wearing. All the people are protected by this head who are involved in the manufacture of jewels, that is, gold miners, goldsmiths, jewelers, etc. The magician may also learn many interesting things from Kan Ali in this respect. Figure 231, Aglacis, 27 degrees Libra, everything connected with milk in respect of man and animal comes under the competence of this head, who is justly regarded as the guardian of babies and mammals. Aglacis has, during the course of time, taught mankind to milk animals and not only to use the milk as a beverage, but also for the making of other products. Thus man has learned to produce from milk butter, cottage cheese, and so on. The working up of milk is still very far from having reached its climax, and the magician may be introduced into many novelties in this respect. Figure 232, Murky, 28 degrees Libra, all animals living in the water and their propagation are under the competence of this head. Murky is the protector of all fishermen on earth. He is responsible for good and bad luck in fishing. He has taught mankind to tin fish. This industry, too, is far from having reached its summit, and there are still many discoveries to be made which will astonish man. The magician is taught by this head how to control the water animals by the magic of elements and by Quabala, how they, for instance, can be caused to congregate at certain places, etc. He may, furthermore, hear about many other practices concerning the controlling of water animals. Figure 233, Philicon, 29 degrees Libra, this head has inspired mankind with the sense of orderliness and clearness. During the evolution of man, everything connected with the hygiene of the health and the sick has come under the control of this head. Under his special care are all those people who have to deal with hygiene in medicine. Philicon is also the originator of the fact that many diseases are caused by infection. He renders the means to man to recognize these and protect himself against them. Philikon is the protector and initiator of all bacteriologists, toxicologists, and other people who deal with the research of diseases caused by bacteria, bacilli, virus, etc. This head draws the magician's attention to diseases which at the moment are regarded as the scourge of mankind, and which are being caused by infection. He does not only make the magician acquainted with the true cause of a disease, but he also tells him confidently how any disease can be coped with successfully. If the magician wishes it, he will tell him about diseases which up to this date have remained unknown and about the way in which they can be cured. Figure 234, Megalagi, 30 degrees Libra, is somehow connected with the head dealt with before. He guards all the medicinal springs on Earth. He even causes animals to step into certain waters instinctively in case of injuries. With Megalagi's assistance, man has learned from the animals how they cure themselves of certain diseases, and he has used these observations to his own advantage. Thus the various treatments by medicinal waters were introduced, and many places with mineral springs have been changed into health resorts for the welfare of man. Megalagi does not only lead the magician's attention towards mineral springs which up to now have not yet been discovered, but he also initiates him into the complete field of hydrotherapy, and entrusts him with practices which are still completely unknown to science. The zodiacal sign of Scorpio. The next 30 heads of the zone girdling the Earth are under the zodiacal sign of Scorpio, and their seals have to be drawn in red color. Figure 235, aloof, 1 degree Scorpio. This head is a protector of fire on our Earth. Everything connected with fire is completely revealed to the magician by this head, everything from the point of view of magic, electrical fluid, beings of the fire element, salamanders, as well as all inventions connected with the practical use of fire in the physical world. Figure 236, Shalua, 2 degree Scorpio, is regarded as the original initiator into electricity. He has made man acquainted with electricity and has, during the course of time, caused certain individuals to make all kinds of inventions in this line. Since all the possibilities in electricity are still very far from having been exhausted, the future world will be delighted by many a new invention. A magician who has got into contact with this head can already obtain details of all this, especially in respect of the relevant facts of magical science. The electric fluid, for example, will play a great role in every plane in the future, for it will be applied in most diverse ways. Figure 237, Hasperim, 3 degree Scorpio. This head has inspired man and animal with the drive for self-preservation. He has rendered the animals appropriate means for protection by nature to defend themselves against dangers. He is the inspirer of animal instincts. Man has been caused by him to make a living by hard work, endurance, and diligence. Therefore, everything that induces man to go ahead comes under this head's competence. A magician allied with this head will be equipped with enormous powers, either by the head himself or by his subordinates, and he will even be able to transfer these powers onto other people, which will help to reach any aim at any time. Hasperim knows about many secrets concerning human intellect and would be quite willing to reveal them to the magician, depending on his maturity and development. Figure 238, Adi, 4 degree Scorpio, is the protector of child love, motherly love and parental love, and of everything that keeps a family together. Assisted by this head, the magician is able to deal with any quarrel or discord in the family. Adi is quite prepared to teach the magician how to eliminate any quarrel by acquiring diverse practices. Figure 239, Helmes, 5 degree Scorpio. Everything connected with milk on this earth, in respect of man as well as animal, falls under the competence of this head. He protects all nurses and all mothers who suckle their babies. All mammals on earth are protected by this head. The range of his competence is very wide. During the course of time he has taught man to use milk as nutrition. Inspired by this head, man has learned to use the milk gained from animals not only as a drink, but also for the manufacture of dairy products. Helmes has inspired man to introduce a milk diet for certain kinds of diseases and to produce from milk various types of medicine. Many things connected with the working up of milk, which will not become known to the public until the distant future, may now be revealed to the magician by this head. Figure 240, Sarasi, 6-degree Scorpio, is the original initiator of all human ideals, no matter whether ideals of the physical, astral, or mental world are concerned. Depending on the maturity and development of mankind, this head controls, by his subordinates, the most diverse ideals of each individual and causes situations and possibilities for the realization of an ideal in the mental, astral, or physical world to a small or large extent. Sarasi supplies man with the appropriate enthusiasm and the endurance for the realization of the ideal in question in accordance with one's maturity and fate. This head, too, may teach the magician a great deal, for instance, how various ideals are born in our world and how they decay again. Furthermore, Sarasi will tell him about ideals which will not come up until the distant future. Figure 241, Huge 4, 7-degree Scorpio, this head controls the intellect of man and directs all his intellectual faculties. Depending on man's maturity and development, he makes him acquainted with certain facts of knowledge. This also depends on the commission which man has been charged with to fulfill on this earth. Huge 4 entrusts the magician with the manner by which human intellect can be enlightened and how he can acquire an extraordinary memory. All knowledge that can be grasped with the human intellect is made accessible to the magician by this intelligence. Figure 242, Armali, 8-degree Scorpio, protects man against all infectious diseases and causes him to look after himself, so that he is at any time able to resist infection. If karmic reasons make it necessary, or if it lies in one's fate, this head will not prevent an infection. Armali teaches the magician many means of protection against the most diverse types of infectious diseases from the magical point of view. Since there exists also the possibility of mental or astral influence, Armali also instructs the magician in this respect. He teaches him how to protect himself, after having been made acquainted with special magical practices, against negative astral influences and against influences of negative beings. Figure 243, Raina, 9-degree Scorpio, all people dealing with spiritual knowledge are protected by this head against obsession or any other accompanying unfavorable psychic factors. This head has at his disposal the most diverse methods which make communication with the unseen of any sphere possible. He acquaints the magician with the special practices of mental and astral traveling and teaches him special ways of elevating his astral and mental bodies into the various spheres. The magician can therefore regard this intelligence as inspirer of various magical practices on the path to perfection. Figure 244, Karaskai, 10-degree Scorpio, protects and inspires all human beings occupied with medical magnetism. Karaskai shows the magician many methods in magical medicine, whether odd transfer, vitalized life magnetism, or prana treatment are concerned. He learns these things without taking any risks. Whole volumes could be written on the range of competence of this intelligence. It depends, however, on the magician's will whether he wants to be inspired by this head and get first-hand information. Figure 245, Aurelia, 11-degree Scorpio, will convince the magician that the making of the Philosopher's Stone is no allegory and no symbolic esoteric speculation. The magician learns from this head the preparation of the Philosopher's Stone in its most diverse grades for the most various purposes. Furthermore, he will be told the methods of transmuting metals, especially by dry procedure. The person to some extent informed on alchemy will already perceive what is meant by this. The preparation and realization of the Philosopher's Stone rests on many methods. Aurelia can entrust the magician with these. Figure 246, Sogra, 12-degree Scorpio, is the initiator of all magicians. The magician who has got into contact with Sogra gets valuable instruction on how to influence man and animal in the magical as well as the quabalistic, theurgic, manner. Figure 247, Tracerim, 13-degree Scorpio, Sun is life. Man has been inspired with this idea by this head. He has allowed mankind to make inventions during the course of time which have brought the use of the power of the sun. The magician is taught by Tracerim to use the rays of the sun by application of colored filters for various medical methods. This intelligence may therefore be regarded the initiator into the color light treatment. Medicines which are influenced by the colored light of the sun, in analogy to the universal laws, show a better quality and capacity and have a better dynamic effect than medicines produced in the normal way. This head entrusts the magician with many magical methods by which the colored light of the sun cannot only be applied for medical purposes and for dynamizing medicines, but which can, on top of that, be used for the most diverse magical operations. Figure 248, Shulago, 14° Scorpio, is a master of imitation in this physical world. He has, for instance, taught man how to imitate gems. The invention of glass, china, artificial leather, rubber, and many other synthetic artificial products is due to the inspiration of this head. Assisted by Shulago, the magician can foresee in the occult which human inventions are yet to come in respect of the art of imitation and will, no doubt, agree that the reservoir of inventions is limitless. Under the seal of secrecy, this intelligence will also entrust the magician with the methods of their production. Figure 249, Hippolopos, 15° Scorpio. All games serving the entertainment of people of all races originate from the inspiration of this head, and Hippolopos will remain being the initiator of all games for young and old in the future for jokes, bets, sport events, etc. This head is also the initiator of all toys for children. Card games and other social games are, of course, also under his competence. Figure 250, Natolisa, 16° Scorpio, is the protector of the bees. He has taught man the art of apiculture and how to use honey. In the oldest days people had no sugar. They therefore used honey instead. By Natalisa's inspiration man learned to produce various kinds of sweets from honey. Later, when the raising of bees no longer sufficed to cover the need for sweetening material, Natolisa again caused man to win sugar from other substances and made him find sugarcane in the Orient and sugar beet in the lands with a less favorable climate, and these products have since served as the raw material for the making of sugar. The magician may hear many interesting things about the production of sugar or other sugar-like substances, which so far have not been known to man. He may further be willingly told about the treatment of diseases which are caused by the lack or excess of sugar in the organism. Figure 251, Butharush, 17° Scorpio. It is the job of this head to cause man not only to eat fruits in their raw state, but also to process and tin them. He has taught man, during the course of time, to prepare dishes by the help of the fire element, that is, by roasting, baking, stewing, etc. Furthermore, to bake bread, to make sweets, to find new meat dishes, and he has led man up to the present achievements of the art of cooking. Butharush is therefore rightly called the initiator into the art of cooking and baking. Figure 252, Tagora, 18° Scorpio, is a master of erotic love. He is responsible for the raising of sympathetic feelings between man and woman and maintaining them. This head gives the magician special instructions on how to make oneself loved by men and women, how to evoke a person's sympathy, and if desired, how to achieve peace in the family, etc. Tagora also knows many magic means to evoke love, and he can also inform the magician about these. Figure 253, Panari, 19° Scorpio. Metallurgic chemistry falls under the competence of this head. He has taught man to gain various metals from ores, has helped him with the recognition of the various metallic elements, has taught him to produce metal amalgams, etc. Panari has at his disposal various recipes for the working up and amalgamating of metals, and also the decomposition of metals into various chemical products, synthetic substances, and medicines. This intelligence will entrust the magician with an almost unlimited number of secrets in this connection. Figure 254, Nuga, 20° Scorpio. Similar to Panari, this head, too, will teach the magician to make various medicines from the most diverse types of metals and their combinations. Nuga is a great inspirer of all medicines which can be produced by synthetic procedures. A magician can increase his knowledge if he allows Nuga to teach him in which way certain metals can be used for medicinal purposes. Figure 255, Kofun, 21° Scorpio. He who open-heartedly refers to this head will have all wishes fulfilled as far as is possible to him. His specialty is to change bad living conditions into good ones and to procure man's contentment. He informs the magician of ways and means by which he can better his own living standard and tells him to what extent his fate is karmically conditioned and to what extent divine providence allows any interference. Since the magician is, for the most part, master of his own fate, it will usually be the fates of other people which the magician will want to ameliorate with the help of this head. Figure 256, Charluarch, 22° Scorpio. This head is equipped with almost the same faculties and powers as the before-mentioned one. He renders man advice and assistance by intuition in even the most difficult situations of life where, under normal conditions, there is no possibility of escape. This intelligence finds the right remedy in every situation and lets the magician know about it by intuition. Figure 257, Sipilipis, 23° Scorpio, is regarded as a special head of the zone girdling the earth, since he can teach the magician the power of faith and the power of conviction. Having acquired these two divine faculties, the magician is capable of producing the greatest wonders in the mental, astral, and physical world. Sipilipis advises the magician on how to reach quickly and safely the power of faith and the power of conviction. Figure 258, Tidea, 24° Scorpio, is an excellent expert in diagnosis as well as in analysis and can teach the magician all causes of diseases in the mental, astral, and physical body. At the same time, he can make him acquainted with means which remove the causes of disease and disharmony. The magician interested in medicine can acquire such a great deal of knowledge from Tidea that he is able to become an expert in diagnosis and medical treatment. Figure 259, Semekel, 25° Scorpio. This head, too, initiates the magician in all the methods of natural medicine, no matter whether herbs, water treatment, care of the body or other methods applied in natural medicine are concerned, or such items which up to the present have remained completely unrevealed. Figure 260, Radina, 26° Scorpio, is a special expert in theurgy, that is, Quabala, and all theurgic methods for healing on this planet are subject of his competence. He knows how the severest diseases can be cured by Quabala. He entrusts the magician with many Quabalistic formulae for the curing of severe diseases, so that the magician may compile a whole book of formulae for his personal use. If the magician wants it, he will be trained by Radina in curing people by miracles, that is, by the help of Quabala. Figure 261, Hashamel, 27° Scorpio, is an excellent astronomical expert and an expert in orientation. He has taught man to look up to the stars and to fix the cardinal directions by their constellations. This knowledge was formerly of especially great value in navigation. Hashamel is also the original initiator of the compass and the magnetic needle, without the knowledge of which navigation would be impossible. In the course of time, this head will cause man to find other powers and inventions which will help him with his orientation. All the measuring devices for measuring the depth of the sea and pressure of water fall under the competence of this head and will also be basically reformed in the future. Figure 262, Anadi, 28° Scorpio, is a specialist in hydrotherapy. Like the 30th head of the zodiacal sign of the Libra called Megalagi, Anadi, too, is responsible for all methods of water treatment. He teaches the magician how to use the electromagnetic fluid in connection with water for treating the most various diseases. He also shows him how to remove the causes of diseases by thermic stimulants and to create the dispositions of harmony and health in the human body. This head informs the magician about many methods of hydrotherapy which so far have remained unrevealed, provided the magician is interested in this field. Figure 263, Horacle, 29° Scorpio, controls all artificial water regulations on our Earth. He inspires man how to make use of the powers of water, how, for instance, to install an artificial irrigation of the soil, or how to let water work artificially, according to his wish, in a river bed. Horacle is the inspirer of the most simple water mills as well as the most up-to-date hydroelectric power stations, of the canals built for shipping, and the like. He entrusts the magician with many novelties concerning water regulation and the use of waters in the distant future. Figure 264, Hermano, 30° Scorpio. Every creature living in the water comes under the competence of this head. If, for instance, the magician is interested in fishing, he can be given appropriate methods by Hermano, by the application of which he can cause fish to gather at a certain place in order to catch them without difficulties, or by which he is able to tame and control fish in such a manner that they will allow him to take them into his hands. In short, every animal living in the water, no matter whether sea serpent, crocodile or shark, is under his power. The zodiacal sign of Sagittarius. The following 30 heads of the zone girdling the earth are under the zodiacal sign of Sagittarius, and their seals have to be drawn in blue color. Figure 265, Neshama, 1° Sagittarius. By the intuition and inspiration from this intelligence, men have found the way to work metals with the help of fire and water, that is, to harden them, until finally the present state of steel production and metal hardening has been reached. During the course of time, mankind will find new, more complete procedures for the hardening of metals which at present have to remain unknown. Figure 266, Mermo, 2° Sagittarius. Steam and the diverse possibilities of its use have been introduced to man by this head, whether the vaporization of liquids for manifold purposes or the production of the most modern steam engines is concerned. At the appropriate hour, Mermo will inspire many an inventor with improvements, changes, and novelties in this line. Figure 267, Cathim, 3° Sagittarius, controls all fruits of the earth. Without mankind knowing it, it was inspired by this head not to eat fruit just in its natural state, that is, at the moment of its becoming ripe, but also to be blessed with the gifts of nature when nature rests and when no fruit can be harvested. So it happened that some types of fruits were merely dried at the beginning, later they were cooked and conserved. Then man started using fruits in yet another way, by working them up into jams, juices, etc. Cathim's reservoir of recipes and novelties in the utilization of fruits is almost unlimited. Figure 268, Eremites, 4° Sagittarius. To bring peace to the earth and amongst the peoples of the earth is the mission of this intelligence. Ideals which aim at the true peace of mankind are led and strengthened by Eremites. He is always pleased to entrust the magician with the ways in which good influences can be produced by the occult principle, in order to awaken peaceful ideas. Figure 269, Asinel, 5° Sagittarius. To bring good luck to everybody is a pleasant mission, and divine providence has charged this intelligence of the zone girdling the earth with it. A magician who is in contact with Asinel can be sure that he will have good luck everywhere when he is in need of it, no matter whether it is in respect of love, gambling, or other affairs. But by the help of this head or by the help of his subordinates, the magician is not only able to bring happiness to himself alone, he can also bring it to other people who do not deal with magic. Asinel also lets the magician realize to what extent he can make use of his own powers and how far the head himself is allowed to advance. Figure 270, Geriola, 6° Sagittarius. Being a special expert in all the virtues of morality on our earth, this head reveals to the magician the genuine secrets of the magical equilibrium. He teaches him the correct use of introspection and draws his attention to faculties and powers which are the result of introspection. Having carried out introspection according to instructions given by Geriola in respect of himself and other people, the magician will acquire great power of intuition and the genuine recognition of the occult principle. The magician may learn many facts of wisdom from this intelligence and have them brought to his intellect. Figure 271, Asareg, 7° Sagittarius. The art of making pictorial impressions in a manifold manner, whether by engraving, inscribing, sewing, drawing, or painting, has been taught to the people on earth by this head. Photography, cinema, and film come under the competence of this head, as well as television, on which field there are still a great many inventions to come in the future. Asareg also instructs the magician how he can make pictures visible over the greatest distances, so that even an untrained eye is able to see them. Figure 272, Ramage, 8° Sagittarius. has, apart from other things, to control the influences of the 28 moon stations on our Earth. The best information on rhythm and periodicity can be got from Ramage. He is always prepared to reveal to the magician the secrets of the 28 moon stations and their influences on human life in the physical, astral, and mental aspects, and to show him, too, how he can make practical use of all the knowledge gained by him. Figure 273, Namelin, 9 degrees Sagittarius, protects all insane people and, with the help of his subordinates, all those people who by fate are not to be met with any evils. Lunatics are under his protection so that during their fits nothing can happen to them, so are people who suffer from St. Vitus's dance, epileptic fits, etc. The magician learns from this head about the causes of all these evils and also about the way in which they are successfully treated. Figure 274, Demurga, 10 degrees Sagittarius, is a guardian of travelers, especially of those traveling by sea, by any kind of ship. Demurga is quite willing to inform the magician on individual talismans and their manufacture which give shelter and help during travels. If the magician is on board a ship and equipped with a protective talisman of Demurga, he will survive the strongest hurricane without ever being in danger of drowning. Figure 275, Golog, 11 degrees Sagittarius, being an excellent initiator into the magic of evocation, this head initiates the magician into secret methods concerning the evocation of all types of beings. He will reveal to the highly ethically developed magician powerful magic words which will force any being, no matter whether positive or negative, to obey him absolutely. The magician may further learn much from this intelligence about the synthesis of the magic of evocation. Figure 276, Ugali, 12 degrees Sagittarius, being an initiator into the high magic which leads to the highest wisdom, this head is hard to get into contact with, for he usually sends his subordinates to deputize for him. Only a virtually perfect magician will succeed in getting into direct contact with Ugali. If, however, the magician has once succeeded in this, he has the best initiator into the highest magic, especially spheric magic, at his disposal and will be initiated by him into the most secret sciences that reveal to him the highest wisdom. Figure 277, Ellison, 13 degrees Sagittarius, is, like Ugali, hard to contact. If the magician succeeds in doing so in spite of this, this high initiator will reveal to him secret magical and quabalistic methods by which he will be able to realize all his high ideals. Figure 278, Giria, 14 degrees Sagittarius, trade and monetary matters, including the making of coins from all types of metals, fall under the competence of this head. He has developed man in this respect in accordance with his grade of maturity and the scheduled time. He can give the magician information on all this. Figure 279, Hosen, 15 degrees Sagittarius, all kinds of educational methods applied to young and old people originate from the inspiration of this head, who at the same time is the originator of all schools, starting from the oldest schools for prophets, and continuing up to the present time. From Hosen the magician will learn everything concerning the upbringing of children. The magician asking this intelligence for help will be able to pass any school examinations. Figure 280, Mesa, 16 degrees Sagittarius, is the originator of all customs and rites of all the peoples all over the world, especially those concerning wooing, lovemaking and marriage. He lets the magician behold all customs and rites that have been in use from the prime origin up to the present day and also those customs and rites which he will cause people to use in the distant future. Figure 281, Harkonnen, 17 degrees Sagittarius, all the orphans, all the abandoned, expelled and hated are under the special protection of this head. Depending on their karma, he helps them all bear their lot more easily and helps in all the cases in which divine providence allows it. A magician can get advice and help for people like these from this head. Figure 282, Petuno, 18 degrees Sagittarius, is the guardian of all hunters and all those people who are occupied with the chasing of wild animals. He is the inspirer of appropriate weapons and other implements necessary for catching game or wild animals. Figure 283, Carbonaton, 19 degrees Sagittarius, astronomy, astrology and all affiliated sciences come under the competence of this head. He explains to the magician in detail the synthesis of astronomy and astrology. By the help of Caboneton, the magician learns to know the visible part of the universe, that is, the starry sky, and is instructed in the influences and effects of the constellations on our Earth, on the fate of the individual and on the fate of whole nations. Figure 284, Ekagi, 20° Sagittarius, gives help and advice in case of malicious diseases like epilepsy, cancer, diseases of the spinal cord, St. Vitus's dance, etc., the causes of which have not been found up to this date and which therefore are still regarded as incurable. Ekagi lets the magician recognize the causes of severe and hidden diseases and at the same time entrusts him with methods for the production of appropriate means to cure them. Figure 285, Batirunos, 21° Sagittarius, to give bliss, peace, pleasure, and delight to man is the special commission of this head. Everything that makes man happy is caused by this inspirer of happy moments, or by his subordinates. The magician will have all such questions put to Batirunos answered to his fullest satisfaction. Figure 286, Hilaro, 22° Sagittarius, is a representative of justice. He can fulfill for the magician everything that requires true justice, no matter whether in legal or any other affairs. The magician will get this head's full assistance in all judicial matters. Figure 287, Ergomion, 23° Sagittarius, is an inspirer of the science of color and instructs the magician thoroughly not only in the production of colors, but also in their mixing. If the magician is interested in painting, he can get unsurpassable recipes for mixing colors, inks, drawing inks, etc., in respect of their production as well as their practical application. Ergomion is also an expert in synthetic, inorganic chemistry and can also inform the magician in this line. Figure 288, Icon, 24° Sagittarius, reveals to the magician the mysteries of the magical equilibrium of body, soul, and spirit in their relation to the occult principle. He also explains to the magician what genuine introspection is, how important it is for the achievement of the magic equilibrium, and that without introspection a physical, psychic, and spiritual training, a true recognition of the universal truths is impossible. Figure 289, Alyssum, 25° Sagittarius, guards the deep secrets of silence and the powers and faculties produced by silence as a negative state. Alyssum is thus the head of the magic of silence. Figure 290, Jezero, 26° Sagittarius, is the leader of human conscience, of its arousal in man at the given time or in certain situations. The magician knows that any expression of conscience is an expression of the occult principle which declares itself by the inner voice in man. Jezero and his subordinates usually see that even the greatest criminal experiences pricks of conscience which lead him to reason. Figure 291, Agassiz, 27° Sagittarius, phenomenal magic comes under the competence of this head, who can give the magician hints, instructions and even practical assistance in this respect. Assisted by Agassiz and his subordinates, the magician is able to bring about the most incredible magical phenomena. It is Agassiz who has inspired man to copy many an occult phenomenon by technical inventions. He is therefore regarded as the original initiator of all magical apparatus. The latter are being used by amateurs and sorcerers on the stage who, by deception of the senses and by manual skill, try to lead the spectators to believe that they are in possession of genuine magic powers and faculties. With Agassiz's help, the magician is able to make many a technical invention by which other occult phenomena can be imitated. Figure 292, Ekor, 28° Sagittarius, is a leader of the fate of every human being. The magician who evokes this head will be able to realize by his assistance the difference between destiny and free will. Ekor is, no doubt, in the position to change the fate of any person, should the magician ask him to do so. He may let the magician know how far his personal free will is going in respect of a certain task. Figure 293, Saris, 29° Sagittarius, teaches the magician the magic charging of talismans and amulets by the projection of accumulated light or accumulated elements. He also gives the magician exact information on how to ban beings of the various spheres. Figure 294, Elami, 30 degrees Sagittarius, and his subordinates care for all the waters situated under the Earth's surface. From this head the magician can learn how and to what extent subterranean mineral springs can be found without having to use any of the usual location apparatus. By the help of this intelligence the magician is able to find drinking water even in the driest desert without the use of a divining rod, providing, of course, that there is any water at all under the surface of the earth nearby. Under Elami's protection are all workers who are occupied with the detection and utilization of subterranean waters. The zodiacal sign of Capricorn. Below are found the 30 heads of the zone girdling the earth subject to the zodiacal sign of Capricorn. Their seals are to be drawn in black color. Figure 295, Milan, 1 degree Capricorn, introduces the magician to divine magic, especially the magic of the occult, and teaches him how to produce consciously, in the occult, various causes in the magical manner in order to bring about certain effects in the mental, astral, and physical world. As soon as the magician completely controls this kind of magical practice, he is able to produce causes in the occult principle long before their realization, even many years before their realization. By this the magician becomes a perfect master in the field of fate control and has his own karma as well as the karma of other people well in his hands. Considering his ethical development, the magician will never produce any causes which would have negative effects in any of the three planes. Such a magician will be entrusted with such a great number of secrets which he would have never thought possible. Figure 296, Melamo, 2 degrees Capricorn, helps the magician to elevate his own personality, thus putting him in front of the spiritual powers and thereby enabling him to influence man and animal at his personal will. Melamo knows magical practices by which one can proceed to the highest plane of power. Should the magician be interested in increasing his own power, Melamo and his subordinates will be pleased to give him their assistance. Figure 297, Porphyra, 3 degrees Capricorn, like many other heads of the zone girdling the earth of whom mention has already been made, Porphyra is an excellent initiator into the magic of sympathy and into mummial magic. Each head will provide the magician with different instructions and methods for his practical operations. Porphyra informs the magician of many practices so far unknown to him, for instance, the use of fluid condensers in sympathetic magic etc. Figure 298, Trapi, 4 degrees Capricorn, helps man bear the blows of fate and disappointments more easily, especially in respect of friendship, love and marriage. The magician in connection with this head has therefore never to fear any such disappointments in life. Figure 299, John Ion, 5 degrees Capricorn, is regarded as the mysterious head of the zone girdling the earth. He is the guardian of all those already in the next world making preparations for their reincarnation. In the invisible world, that is, the zone girdling the earth, where the deceased live, he attributes to those beings who are to be reincarnated in our physical world the place and surroundings suited to their development. He also instructs them how to produce the band of sympathy between themselves and the ripening fruit in the mother's womb. Figure 300, Apollino, 6 degrees Capricorn, being the ruler of the Mercurian Quabbala, this head instructs the magician in the quabbalistic transposition of the influences of the Mercurian sphere to the zone girdling the earth, and from there to our physical world, on the mental and astral, as well as the physical bodies. From Apollino the magician may also learn how to acquire a specially receptive mind, that is, the enlightenment with all the fields of science of our earth. Figure 301, Peruchu, 7 degrees Capricorn, all those people will find an excellent inspirer in this head who deal with drama, tragedy, etc. either as writers or as actors. If the magician is himself devoted to these arts, Peruchu will offer him many possibilities for becoming a famous artist. Figure 302, Pormartho, 8 degrees Capricorn, is in charge of all earth radiation in our physical world. The magician is told by this head which earth rays he can use for his and for other people's benefit and which have a harmful influence on one's health. He also informs him how to protect himself against the malicious influence of earth rays. Apart from this, technology is indebted to this head for the inspirations in respect of all apparatuses which have so far come into use for measuring earth rays of all kinds. Figure 303, Amphiolian, 9 degrees Capricorn, initiates the magician into the whole anatomy of the astral bodies of man and animal. The magician also learns from him the scientific facts of occult anatomy and how to make practical use of these in magic. Amphiolian is therefore to be regarded as the teacher of occult anatomy, and the magician may learn much from him in this respect. Figure 304, Kogid, 10 degrees Capricorn, is one of the best initiators on the path to genuine cognition. He controls the learning of each man according to his degree of maturity and provides him with the necessary enlightenment on his path to cognition. He entrusts the magician with the methods which lead to enlightenment and omniscience. Kogid is the guardian angel of all students of spiritual knowledge, especially of those dealing with Jnana Yoga, the yoga of genuine cognition. Figure 305, Sermiel, 11 degrees Capricorn, like John Ion, the fifth head of this zodiacal sign. Sermiel has also been appointed by divine providence to control the incarnation or reincarnation of every human being. He knows how long each individual must dwell in the invisible world in order to become mature for his rebirth on our earth, for his further attending the school of life. Sermiel can reveal to the magician many secrets in respect of the life and death of any human being. If requested, he will also tell the magician about the exact moment of his own death as well as the deaths of other people, and, likewise, the time and place of reincarnation. Figure 306, Eremihala, 12 degrees Capricorn, controls the higher astral magic and can therefore reveal to the mature magician many secrets of the invisible world. For instance, he informs him of the effects of elements on the astral plane, how the abandoned astral body whose spirit has already been reincarnated in our world is slowly dissolved by the astral elements. He can enrich the magician's knowledge with many other facts regarding the workings and doings of the elements in the astral world. Figure 307, Trisaka, 13 degrees Capricorn, has many methods at his disposal to bring about a quick development of television and teaches the magician how to overcome time and space in a simple manner. Trisaka is the initiator of all optical implements and allows one to see, in the Okosho, new inventions that are to take place in the distant future. Thus it will, for instance, eventually be possible to transmit and receive with only a small apparatus. This apparatus need only be directed to any spot on our Earth and one will be able to see everything taking place at that place. The people to be watched will not need a transmitter or receiver and, what is even more astonishing, they will not know that they are being watched. Television today is only at the beginning of its development. Before this head allows such or similar inventions to become known to the public, mankind must go through further spiritual and psychic development. At the moment such inventions would only be misused by man. What a magician is already able to see by television, that is, the seeing regardless of time and space due to his fully developed clairvoyant eyes, will eventually also be possible for the average human being in a purely physical way, due to appropriate inventions made by then. The future will bring the proof of these statements. Figure 308, Afimo, 14 degrees Capricorn, is an original inspirer in respect of physics and chemistry, and the people who have to do with the invention and production of gases of all kinds are under the special protection of this head. Afimo initiates the magician into the secrets of evaporation in nature, into the absorbing of liquids, and the return of water in the form of rain and snow. All the physical procedures in our physical world having to do with evaporation of any kind are controlled by this head. Furthermore, the magician learns from him how to produce rain and fog in nature and how to stop them and make them disappear. He is also taught how to turn liquids and solid forms into gas. Afimo makes it possible for the magician to behold inventions which will not be allowed to be made known to the public until the most distant future. Figure 309, Garces, 15 degrees Capricorn, similar to Paul Martho, the 8th head of this zodiacal sign, controlling the earth rays and the relevant measuring instruments. Garces, too, is capable of teaching the magician the magical practice of locating earth rays, especially their magical detection by the help of divining rods, pendulums, and other aids without the use of complicated measuring instruments. The magician is given exact information by this intelligence on new and so far unknown methods of detection. Figure 310, Masadu, 16 degrees Capricorn, inspires mankind to be economical, and teaches man to put aside reserves for hard times and for winter. He endows the magician with the faculty of finding out in advance the times of bad harvests, of famines, etc., and offers protection by his subordinates, so that the magician will never suffer from any emergency. Figure 311, Arabim, 17 degrees Capricorn, is capable of informing the magician of occult botany and all its related fields. This head teaches the magician to understand botany from the Hermetic point of view and to make practical use of it in magic and medicine. Figure 312, Amir, 18 degrees Capricorn, controls all crystallizations on and under the surface of the earth. All kings of gnomes and their subordinates are ruled by this head of the zone girdling the earth. Amir allows the magician to penetrate further into the facts and effects of crystallization and shows him where crystals, rock crystals, and various kinds of salt, precious stones and semi-precious stones are to be found. If the magician is mature enough and has reached a certain degree in his magical development, he is taught, besides other things, by this intelligence how to turn crystalline compounds into semi-precious and precious stones in the alchemical manner. Figure 313, Camuel, 19 degrees Capricorn, controls all ores and coal mines of this world. He is the initiator of all people having to do with the mining of ores and coal. Therefore all miners, mining engineers and mining experts are under his protection. If the magician is interested in this field, this head will assist him abundantly by giving him a wealth of most valuable information. Figure 314, Parachmo, 20 degrees Capricorn, makes man acquainted with all kinds of herbs of our earth and is the special protector of those who gather herbs. The magician is taught by this head how to make out of herbs in the alchemical spagyric manner medicines for various types of diseases, including so-called incurable ones. From Parachmo the magician learns about alchemical spagyric essences and quintessences, the production of which is only known up to this date to a few initiates. The magician may learn more from Parachmo than he thinks or believes possible. Figure 315, Kochali, 21 degrees Capricorn, sportsmen of all types, especially hunters and mountaineers, are under the protection of this intelligence. To seek contact with Kolaki will bring plentiful results to the magician interested in sports. He will, for instance, learn how to make his body extremely adaptable in sports, so that his performances will become outstanding. Figure 316, Ibario, 22 degrees Capricorn, is regarded a special custodian of divine justice, for he controls the doings of negative powers in the whole zone girdling the earth as well as on our planet in all three planes, that is, in the mental, astral and physical world. This head sees to it that the negative powers never get the upper hand and that no chaos is created in these spheres, which, if it so happened, would have to be again equalized by the positive powers. Ibario's basic qualities are harmony and justice. Figure 317, Lotifar, 23 degrees Capricorn, this head has to carry out a difficult task in the zone girdling the earth. It is his job to prevent people from committing suicide by warning them through their inner voice and by diverting them, if possible, from their plans. By the help of his subordinates he inspires people who are in hopeless misery, distress or disappointment, with the fact that life is something holy and cannot be replaced by anything. Lotifar has saved millions of people from suicide by way of intuition, by having inspired them with a good idea, or by having created a situation which drove away their suicidal thoughts at the last moment. People who could not be diverted from their plans and who lay hands on oneself are watched by Lotifar and his subordinates so that they do not regain their complete consciousness in the astral world before their normal lifetime on this earth has elapsed. When the suicide awakes from his state of twilight sleep, another head who is responsible for the reincarnation of man, starts looking after him. That head then sees to it that the suicide is embodied into circumstances under which he is able to catch up truly what he should have learned on earth by his fate. Every person planning suicide should be reasonable that it really is a great foolishness to wish to make a premature end to one's life, for by this act of will one cannot change one's fate in any way. Quite the contrary is the case, one merely prolongs unnecessarily the time of the training and schooling of one's spirit, and at the same time prolongs one's suffering. Figure 318, Karma, 24 degrees Capricorn, is a ruler of the physical atmosphere of our Earth. He controls the drifts of air, warmth and cold, and fixes the preconditions for vegetation. Cold and warmth, heat, dryness, storms, frosts, all fall under this head's great range of competence. The atmosphere, too, has its secrets, and there will hardly be anyone with right ideas about this. Karma is quite prepared to reveal them all to a genuine magician. Figure 319, Segacel, 25 degrees Capricorn, reveals to the magician the secret of the matter of our physical world in its chemical and physical effects. The magician can get information from this head in everything related to our physical world. Figure 320, Sarsi, 26 degrees Capricorn, is a mysterious head of the zone girdling the earth, and every magician is especially interested in him, for he is the custodian of all magical keys and therefore strictly sees to it that these keys, by which enormous powers and faculties can be released, never get into the hands of immature people. Sarsi personally sees to it that the true mysteries remain hidden to the non-initiate even if they are published in hundreds of books. This head therefore may justly be regarded as the custodian of magical keys. Figure 321, Kiliosa, 27 degrees Capricorn, is a magical assistant in moments of great distress. The magician who has at any time been in contact with this head is always helped instantly by him in moments of great distress and highest danger to life. Kiliosa entrusts the magician, if he is mature enough in this respect, with quabalistic words of power which may only be applied in moments of utmost danger to life, but which save the magician's life at once. So, for instance, a murderer will die as soon as a certain powerful word is uttered, or the magician will become invisible or escape in some other lucky way by another word. Many other difficult situations can be changed by such words of power. Sometimes the effects are realized within tenths of seconds. No magician practicing magical evocation will therefore fail to get also into contact with this head of the zone girdling the earth in order to be informed of words of power to help him in moments of great danger. Figure 322, Rosora, 28 degrees Capricorn, is a master of acoustics in our physical world. Mankind owes its hitherto existing progress in acoustic communication over far distances to this head's inspirations, starting from the tom-tom of primitive peoples up to modern telephone and radio communications and all other inventions in this field. From the magic point of view, the magician may be shown by this intelligence the way in which everything to which the magician directs his attention can be heard over greatest distances, that is, by clairaudience. Furthermore, how acoustic vibration can be materialized over great distance, that is, how spoken words, sentences, etc., can be intensified acoustically and thus heard over the greatest distances. If the magician reaches a certain degree of perfection in this, he can so materialize this phenomenon that even magically untrained people are able to hear the spoken words with their physical ears. The magician will also be given exact information on many other phenomena referring to acoustic transposition over distances. Figure 323, Ekarim, 29 degrees Capricorn, has been teaching mankind from its prime origin how to create the most manifold shapes from earth, gypsum, clay. In accordance with its development, Ekarim has inspired mankind to make pots, vessels, statues, and the like, from clay. Later he taught man to make bricks from clay, which up to this day have been an important constituent in architecture. The magician may not only be informed of everything in connection with the working up of clay, he may also be told about the healing power of clay in natural medicine and may learn which other natural means are to be added to the clay in order to bring about certain curative effects. Hitherto unknown curing methods in this line, which will be revealed to man in the future, will be shown to the magician by Ekarim. Figure 324, Ramjisa, 30 degrees Capricorn. The directing and controlling of the fish trade is the prevalent task of this head. It is Ramjisa who has taught mankind to tin water animals in various ways, and the magician can get a wealth of information on this subject from the above-named head. The zodiacal sign of Aquarius. The next 30 heads of the zone girdling the Earth fall under the competence of the zodiacal sign of Aquarius, and their seals have to be drawn in violet color. Figure 325, Phrases, 1 degree Aquarius. This head has taught mankind how to sharpen things. First man learned to sharpen his knives, axes, swords and all other weapons. Then, as the time went on, he also learned how to cut stones and gems. The instrument necessary for the sharpening and cutting, the whetstone, has reached its modern perfection due to inspiration by this head. Phrases is the guardian of all people having to do with the art of cutting, sharpening and grinding. Figure 326, Pother, 2 degrees Aquarius, is a master of the art of war. This, of course, does not mean that he deludes mankind to start wars. Quite the contrary, this head secures peace and teaches, by inspiration, how those attacked by an enemy can direct wars successfully. Pother is also the initiator into all means of protection against an enemy. He may rightly be regarded as a strategist in the art of war. Figure 327, Bede, 3 degrees Aquarius. To inspire man with the creative power of imagination is the object of this head of the zone girdling the Earth. The magician with too little imagination should address this intelligence, from whom he will get assistance in this respect. The methods Bede will entrust the magician with will give the latter a marvelous faculty of imagination and, apart from this, he will learn how to think in a creative manner and how to transpose certain thoughts into the occult in order to realize the results he wants to see. Figure 328, Noga, 4 degrees Aquarius. Being an inspirer of poetry, this head will help the magician to acquire a good sense of judgment and the talent of composing. Since Noga prefers spiritual and psychic motives in poetry, the magician may be enabled, by following Noga's instructions, to express all spiritual problems in verse and poetry in an easy manner. Figure 329, Astral, 5 degrees Aquarius, represents divine mercy and, by his pleasant oscillation, makes everybody bear his lot more easily. He likes to help in all cases where assistance is possible without disturbing legality. The magician, too, may refer to this head for help for other people. Apart from this, Astral makes the magician realize the borders of legality and mercy from the universal point of view. Figure 330, Lyrial, 6 degrees Aquarius, is an original initiator into cosmic philosophy and teaches the magician the most various philosophies from the prime origin up to the present day. Being enabled by Lyrial to look into the distant future, the magician learns about the philosophies of the days to come. The magician can, by the help of this intelligence, accumulate an intellectual knowledge of philosophies of an unimaginable depth. Figure 331, 7 degrees Aquarius. This head informs the magician of the various procedures for mummification which will stop the dissolving influence on the astral and the physical body. If the magician applies these procedures, he will stop getting old and will so evade the influence of his fate, for he is able to prolong his life for the period he wants to have it prolonged. Also, the magician who has mummified himself astrally and physically can never be taken ill. Following the instructions of this head, the magician will be able to experiment in many other matters. He can, for instance, make himself invulnerable against fire, water, poison, or he can live without food for many years, or remain young, energetic and resistant as long as he wants. Divine providence alone may decide on the life and death of such a magician. Figure 332, Metasi, 8 degrees Aquarius. Manual skill comes under the domain of this head. He is responsible for skill in profession as well as in art. He influences all the manual work done by women, for instance, embroidering, knitting, crocheting, sewing, spinning, and all other work that needs a certain manual skill. The magician is given methods by this intelligence how to raise such talents which require precise manual skill. Figure 333, Arbusis, 9 degrees Aquarius. this head assists all those people who seek the truth. Depending on their individual development, he causes the seekers to come into the environment of people initiated into spiritual knowledge. He even makes it possible for them to get into touch with a genuine guru, spiritual teacher, who then initiates them into the truths they long to learn about. Figure 334, Panfodra, 10 degrees Aquarius, can reveal to the magician the most secret methods for individual spiritual development. This head decides which secret method for the spiritual development is to be unveiled and made public to each individual seeker. Like many other heads, Panfodra, too, is an excellent initiator into true magic and is a custodian of the keys to the magic Kabbalistic secrets. Figure 335, Hagus, 11 degrees Aquarius. Besides many methods in magic which the magician may learn about from this head, he is also given exact information on mental, astral, and physical radiation. Hagus teaches the magician how to tell from the radiation emitted from a human being the degree of maturity of his mental and astral body. This head of the zone girdling the earth has in his hand special methods for the multifarious practical magical exploitation of these radiations, and he is quite prepared to tell the qualified magician about them. Figure 336, Hatuni, 12 degrees Aquarius. During his wanderings through the zone girdling the earth or practicing evocation, the magician certainly will not fail to get into contact with this head, this excellent initiator into Kabbalistic magic, for by him he will be told how to apply Kabbalistic magic in all three planes, the mental, astral, and physical plane. Hatuni has at his disposal secret practices in Kabbalistic magic which so far he has revealed only to a few initiates. Figure 337, Gagulchan, 13 degrees Aquarius, is an inspirer of all explorers of nature on our earth. According to the development and maturity of mankind, he unveils successively the secrets of nature. The magician dealing with natural science will certainly want to get into contact with this head, who, by apt means, will awaken the magician extraordinary genius in this respect. Figure 338, Barfar, 14 degrees Aquarius. This head inspires writers writing on mysticism, occultism, and spiritual science of any kind, gives them wonderful inspirations to bring to paper mysterious facts in poetry or beautiful verse. Also, playwrights of mystical pieces will be assisted in their work by this intelligence. The magician who is also a writer will get many inspirations for his work from this head. Figure 339, Eugerpan, 15 degrees Aquarius. This head, who also is an excellent initiator into astrophysics, can inform the magician about astronomy and its influence on the mental, astral, and physical planes. Eugerpan likes to tell a mature magician about the inhabitants of other planets, about their spiritual development and maturity, about their technical achievements, in short, about everything which the magician considers worth knowing. Figure 340, Capipa, 16 degrees Aquarius, is known as the custodian of wealth, riches, and reputation. He and his servants are the custodians of all treasures situated under the earth, precious stones as well as the treasures hidden away by human hands. If the magician wants to become rich quickly, without the riches becoming a hindrance to his spiritual development, which fact can best be found out by the head himself, who in this case would tell the magician about it, he can be sure that Capipa will see that he acquires the desired riches. Figure 341, Cora, 17 degrees Aquarius. Like many other heads, Cora, too, is an excellent initiator into Kabbalistic mysticism. Concerning the spiritualization of divine virtues in the mental, astral, and physical world, he will make the magician acquainted with special methods, so that by following these methods the latter will be able to make use of all his acquired magical Kabbalistic faculties when helping other people. Figure 342, Somi, 18 degrees Aquarius. The magician can be initiated into many magical alchemical secrets, especially regarding the preparation of fluid condensers for different magical practices. If Somi considers the magician mature enough, he, being an expert in the most secret sexual magic, the magic of love, will also teach the magician how to charge these condensers efficiently. In this respect the magician can be initiated into high mysteries by Somi, which so far, no doubt, have been completely unknown to him. Figure 343, Eritar, 19 degrees Aquarius, is an excellent expert on an initiator into alchemy and electrophysics who introduces to the magician special procedures. For instance, how by the help of the electromagnetic fluid the electronic oscillation of metals can be changed at will, and how, by this procedure, the original elements of the metal are changed. Eritar teaches the magician how to make use of electrophysics in magic, so that various effects are brought about not only in the physical, but also in the astral and in the mental plane. Figure 344, Kosurma, 20 degrees Aquarius, makes the magician acquainted with special curing methods for diseases which up to the present have been regarded as incurable. This head entrusts the magician with many recipes and methods for the preparation of alchemical and spagyric medicines to cure all kinds of severe diseases, and he also teaches him how, on top of that, to influence favorably these medicines by the help of the electromagnetic fluid and other ways of charges. The magician can get from this head information on all secret alchemical curing methods. Figure 345, Genui, 21 degrees Aquarius. By this head the magician is informed about all kinds of protective means and protective measures against any negative influence, whether it comes from negative elementals, elementaries, beings of elements, beings of the zone girdling the earth, or from any other negative beings of any other sphere. This head can tell the magician all protective measures for the most different kinds of magic practice, evocation, etc., where negative influences must be feared. Following the instruction given by this intelligence, the magician will also learn to make for his own use protective amulets, protective talismans, magic lightning conductors, etc. Figure 346, Altono, 22 degrees Aquarius, similar to Astral, the fifth head of this zodiacal sign. Altono, too, decides about justice and injustice. He always sees that the magician is not wronged, no matter whether in court or with his fellow men. Altono also consoles all rightless people, all persecuted persons, innocent imprisoned men, etc. By force of his vibration he sees that these people get the blessings of benevolence and, by this, inner peace. He is, at the same time, a helper in difficult situations in a person's life. Figure 347, Chimurgu, 23 degrees Aquarius, initiates the magician who is in contact with him into the mysteries of creation in respect of all planes and spheres. By this intelligence the magician learns to know thoroughly the Akasha principle, that is, the principle of causes, and by this the mysteries of wisdom are unveiled to him. Figure 348, Arisaka, 24 degrees Aquarius, being a perfect master of magical incarnation, this head awakens within the magician his understanding of the music of the spheres and teaches him how to express by music or song every idea, every thought. Following the methods given to him by Arisaka, the magician can develop an excellent ear for music. Figure 349, Boreb, 25 degrees Aquarius, is known as the judge of the whole zone girdling the earth. His commission is to control strictly, by his subordinates, the oaths taken by human beings on earth, no matter whether they are oaths taken before a court or whether they are oaths of loyalty, love, etc. It is by this head that the magician learns to understand fully what it means to take an oath, especially a magic oath, and what can be achieved by keeping a magic oath. Boreb also tells the magician in which cases an oath may be broken without any karmic consequences for the magician, and the magician will be instructed by him in many other things in this line. Figure 350, Soesma, 26 degrees Aquarius, is an expert in universal ritual magic and likes to reveal to magicians the secrets of all magical quabalistic rituals. By the help of this head of the zone girdling the earth the magician acquires the most genuine knowledge of individual rituals, the rituals of a whole society, and, furthermore, of those bound to a demiurge, that is, a personified god, or to a certain religious system, rituals which express the cosmic analogy, which indicate that they are of universal origin, and so forth. If, for a special reason, the magician needs a suitable ritual, he only has to contact this intelligence. Figure 351, Eberron, 27 degrees Aquarius, entrusts the magician with special methods which not only refer to mental and astral wandering in the three planes, that is, the mental, astral and physical world, but which also facilitate travels to the other spheres. If he wishes, the magician can cause this head or his subordinates to accompany him on his mental and astral travels, in the zone girdling the earth as well as in other spheres, and by doing this he can learn about the laws and mysteries of each individual sphere. This head also informs the magician about the magic handling of these laws. Figure 352, Negani, 28 degrees Aquarius. Like Eberron, the head just mentioned, Negani, too, can acquaint the magician with the secrets of the magical quabbler of the spheres and entrust him for his practical work with apt methods concerning the magic of spheres in all three planes. To each magician who succeeds in getting into contact with this intelligence will be revealed unthought of possibilities. Figure 353, Nelian, 29 degrees Aquarius. This head's knowledge of analogy, that is, the laws of synthetic alchemy, magic and quabbler, is by no means inferior to the two before named heads. This means that the magician is equally well off, if he entrusts himself to this head's guidance. Nelian helps the magician to enrich his knowledge with the help of many a method that so far has been unknown. Figure 354, Syrigilis, 30 degrees Aquarius, is a special initiator into, and at the same time custodian of, high mysteries concerning alchemy. By this head the magician is taught how to impregnate, for special purposes, the seed and blood of man in various ways. To try and succeed in getting into contact with this head, will mean from the Hermetic point of view rich gains for any magician. The zodiacal sign of Pisces. A short description of the last 30 heads of the zone girdling the earth, who come under the zodiacal sign of Pisces and whose seals are to be drawn in blue color, follows below. Figure 355, Hadja, 1 degree Pisces. To raise the creative powers in all three planes, special secret methods are applied. This head knows about them and is quite willing to inform the magician of them. If the magician carefully follows the instructions given by this intelligence, he will soon be able to raise the dynamics necessary for practicing quabbalistic magic and to do this without danger. Hadja will prove to be an excellent teacher for the magic of powers, and the magician, apart from hearing about other facts, will learn from him, for instance, how to condense various types of fluids to bring about phenomenal effects. Figure 356, Shad, 2 degrees Pisces, constantly endeavors to facilitate, as far as possible, what man has to do in this world. Thus, for instance, he inspires suitable persons with technical inventions of all kinds which are likely to replace manual work by machines. Figure 357, Cohen, 3 degrees Pisces, also inspires man with new technical inventions with a special predilection for technical inventions in the field of agriculture. If the magician is interested, this head lets him behold, in the occult principle, the progress in agricultural technology, which in the far distant future will facilitate man's work. Figure 358, Ekami, 4 degrees Pisces, controls the doings of human beings on earth and is therefore able to explain to the magician the secrets of the Karma Yoga. To practice true Karma Yoga means to carry out good deeds for no other reason but for themselves, and by no means in order to get any kind of reward for doing so. Ekami's teaching will make the magician realize how unselfish deeds are valued from the point of view of the occult principle and are rewarded with various kinds of magical faculties and with delivery from the karma. Having learned this, every magician will certainly long for situations which give him a chance for doing unselfish deeds. Such situations can be procured for the magician by Ekami and his subordinates. Figure 359, Flabberson, 5 degrees Pisces, all kinds of arts, entertainments, pleasures and well-being and happiness fall under Flabberson's competence. He can help the magician by bringing about situations, if the latter wishes it, which bring good entertainment. If the magician himself is in need of recreation and enjoyment, in order to relax from his magic studies, which always require a state of seriousness, he should refer to this head, for he will prove the best guide in this respect. Figure 360, Alagil, 6 degrees Pisces, with the help of this head the magician will be thoroughly successful in his profession. Alagil especially likes to help in the case of the arts and craft trades. However, since success alone in one's work is not enough, this intelligence secures for man also financial success. Therefore, the magician should regard this head an assistant in all material matters, and he can be sure that he will never be denied his assistance. Figure 361, Athrom, 7 degrees Pisces, brings good luck in all fields of science, success in learning and in any kind of intellectual work. He also helps everybody, either by his direct influence or by the influence of his subordinates, in getting the material he needs for his studies. If the magician wishes it, this intelligence will make him omniscient in any field of science, so that nothing will remain an unrevealed secret to him. Figure 362, Parasco, 8 degrees Pisces. This head has a similar range of competence as the foregoing one, with the only difference that he supports man in acquiring his knowledge at school, whereas Athrom helps him acquire knowledge by private studies. Parasco therefore can make himself useful in cases of school examinations and courses, should the magician need the assistance of this intelligence for someone who himself is not a magician. Figure 363, Egention, 9 degrees Pisces. Everything referring to or connected with traveling comes under this head's range of power. The magician referring to this intelligence will always be a fortunate traveler and will succeed in everything planned by him, and he will be safe of having any kind of accident whilst traveling, regardless whether he travels on the continent, over the water or through the air. When carrying this head's seal with him, the magician can never be met with a traffic accident. Figure 364, Syria, 10 degrees Pisces. Special occult methods revealed to the magician by this head will bring him, depending on his degree of maturity, happiness, wealth, honor, riches, and respect without influencing his karma in a negative way. Syria can fulfill the magician any wish in this respect. Figure 365, Volman, 11 degrees Pisces. This head will initiate the magician into the most subtle mysteries of light. Following this head's instructions, the magician will reach a degree of maturity which will enable him to apply the mysteries of light in respect of magic, Kabbalah and alchemy, so that he will be able to achieve anything in all three planes, the astral, mental and physical. Apart from this, he will be set into a state of happiness which cannot be described. Figure 366, Hagomi, 12 degrees Pisces, reveals to the magician Kabbalistic methods regarding mental wandering and the elevation into other spheres that lie outside our planetary system. In these spheres the magician will acquire that kind of knowledge which a person not initiated into magic could never comprehend. Hagomi will teach the magician how to influence our zone girdling the earth mentally, astrally and physically from other spheres in which he has set his mental body. Figure 367, Chloretia, 13 degrees Pisces. This head helps people who are eagerly longing to learn about the truth to acquire true occult knowledge. This he does by making it possible for them either to be directly taught by an initiate or by at least procuring for him books for private study. Chloretia is a great friend of occult philosophy. Figure 368, Baroa, 14 degrees Pisces. Like many other heads of the zone girdling the earth, this one also is a friend and supporter of any kind of arts. He supports everything beautiful and ideal, inspires writers, journalists, editors, poets and other artists in their work and helps them gain success in all their doings. If the magician refers to this head, he can be sure of his help. Figure 369, Gamonu, 15 degrees Pisces, is the original initiator into that kind of language that is expressed by gestures, moving of hands, etc. The blind, too, are indebted to this head for their faculty to read by Braille, that is, for having inspired them in this respect. By his assistance the blind and dumb will be given better means of communication as time goes on and technological conditions improve. The magician can, if he wishes, look into the future and see what is to be. Figure 370, Firmitu, 16 degrees Pisces. This head may justly be called the great creator of peace, since all matters which have to do with peace come under his competence, no matter whether whole nations are involved or whether peace in the family, peace in marriage, is concerned. Firmitu procures for the magician fortunate love, helps him to make friends and eternalizes any kind of sympathy between man and woman. Figure 371, Force Titan, 17 degrees Pisces, childless, infertile female magicians are given advice by this head on how to become fertile. he shows them means and ways by which they can determine in advance the sex of the baby they expect. If asked to do so, Force Titan will remove from man or woman frigidity and increase their sexual powers. The methods revealed by this head will enable the magician to maintain the sexual and intellectual powers of youth until he is a very old man. A magician whose sexual powers decline, but who, for some reason or other, wants to increase them will not only find an excellent advisor in Force Titan, but also a ready assistant. Figure 372, Latogi, 18 degrees Pisces, knows his secret methods for the manufacturing of most effective amulets and talismans to serve love, marriage and friendship. This head is quite willing to unveil his secret knowledge to the magician and even to charge the amulets and talismans for the magician. Since the range of competence of this head is very large, many other advantages will result for the magician, should he get into contact with him. For instance, he can learn how to get into contact with beings of the Venus sphere in a simple way, not only with the beings of that sphere, but also with human beings that live there. Once, I was accompanied by this head in the mental body when visiting the planet called Venus and was able to watch the life and doings of the Venusians, who have a light silvery skin and are much more advanced in their spiritual development than man on Earth. They are far more advanced in technology than we are. Due to their technical achievements, they are able to leave their planet without effort and visit other planets without hindrance, contrary to man on Earth, who has not yet been able to proceed far beyond the stratosphere. In size, Venusians are somewhat shorter than we. However, on other planets, for instance on Saturn, there are human beings of the size of giants, so that, taking our measurements, one would have to take a ladder at least 30 feet high in order to get on top of the big toe of a Saturnian. Should a magician want to visit such a planet in order to get into contact with the human beings living there, he would have to expand his mental body in such a manner that he reaches the size of a Saturnian. The method to be applied for the expansion of the mental body has already been described in Initiation into Hermetics. Figure 373, Nera, 19 degrees Pisces, is an excellent inspirer of chemical, especially pharmaceutical, inventions. Depending on his degree of maturity, he allows this or that innovation in pharmacy to become known through a suitable person. However, this head has a predilection for dental medicine and dental surgery and, under the seal of secrecy, he allows the magician a glimpse into his range of competence in the occult principle, how far pharmacy science and dentistry will advance in the future. I was, for example, allowed to look into the future to see the changes in respect of pharmacy and dentistry. Not only will man then be able to make artificial teeth from resistant materials, but new fantastic inventions will make it possible to grow natural teeth in adults. As soon as mankind has reached a certain degree of maturity, Nera will inspire suitable persons with the secret of making bad teeth fall out by themselves, without the necessity of a painful extraction, due to the application of certain pharmaceutical substances. After this, the person concerned will grow new, healthy teeth within a very short time. Man will thus become master over the growth of his teeth. The same will then be the case with man's hair. Hair getting grey or falling out will then be something belonging to the past. Each person will be able to choose the color for his hair which he likes, without having to apply any hair dye. Though all this might sound like a fairy tale and bring doubts to the skeptical reader, it is the pure truth that will be proved by the future. But a magician who is able to proceed beyond time and space often prefers to keep silence in order not to become the object of scorn from immature persons. Figure 374, Dargio, 20 degrees Pisces, it is the task of this intelligence to see that man develops intellectually. If the magician follows the methods willingly offered him by Dargio, he will get a fantastic memory, will quickly become an intelligent being, mastering all situations in a verbal argument, and, above that, will prove surprisingly witty in all situations of life. Figure 375, Nephisa, 21 degrees Pisces, being a great messenger of fortune, this head, like many other intelligences of the zone girdling the earth, procure happiness, riches, material success and satisfaction for the magician. Nephisa also has at his disposal great treasures of spiritual knowledge, and the magician will get from him the kind of treasures that he asks for. Figure 376, Armethea, 22 degrees Pisces. A magician will seldom ask this head to help and assist him personally. However, in case he wants to help immature, magically untrained people, this head will certainly not refuse his assistance. Armethea can secure the protection of very important people, causes a just sentence if somebody is summoned to court innocently, lets the judge apply the most extreme leniency in case of a person being guilty, and protects all those people who are exposed to great dangers. Figure 377, Caelasa, 23 degrees Pisces. Being master of the natural science, this head makes the magician understand thoroughly the laws of nature, especially the higher laws in all three kingdoms, the animal, vegetable, and mineral kingdom. He allows the magician to penetrate deep into these laws and teaches him their magical application. The magician who is a friend of nature or even an explorer of nature will find that this head can be of great value to him in many respects. Figure 378, Belaka, 24 degrees Pisces, initiates the magician into the various types of meditation and teaches him their correct application for magical Kabbalistic purposes. Due to the instructions received from Belaka, the magician, precisely following them, will develop such faculties which are almost unintelligible and which would strike any other person as incredible. But to be able to get into contact with this head, a certain degree of magical maturity is needed. The first evocation usually results in the appearance of this head's subordinates who tell the magician what preparations are necessary in order to get into good direct contact with Belaka. Although well informed about the way one has to approach Belaka, I am not allowed to reveal this, and any other magician, too, will keep this a secret, for there exist mysteries that are never allowed to be published. Figure 379, Eugalog, 25 degrees Pisces. The methods which this head of the zone girdling the earth has at his disposal are known to only a few initiates on this earth. The magician who learns about them from Eugalog is offered the possibility of acquiring the faculty which enables him to read any man's karma in the mental, astral, and physical world directly and clearly out of the occult principle. The magician applying this head's methods will learn to read the past, present and future thoughts of any human being, his astral development from its origin to its perfect maturity, as well as the physical fate of past or future incarnations. Eugalog's methods turn the magician into a famous prophet, that type of prophet that only occurs once in a while in history. In the olden times these methods were only revealed by the high priests to the most mature neophytes. Figure 380, Tmiti, 26 degrees Pisces. This head is the custodian of secret methods and he only reveals them no mature magicians. These methods enable one to draw down from planets and spheres planetary powers in a magical Kabbalistic manner and to use them for special magical operations in the three planes, the mental, astral, and physical, in the zone girdling the earth as well as in our material world. The effects brought about by the application of such powers are of such an enormous range that a non-initiate would only think them possible in a dream. Figure 381, Zelones, 27 degrees Pisces. The magician is taught by this head all the mysteries of the microcosm and the macrocosm, and he is also shown the way to acquire perfect divine cognition without having to choose the path of holiness and losing his magical individuality. Magicians following the instructions given by this intelligence will then be given by divine providence certain missions and tasks which they have to carry out in the zone girdling the earth, or even on our earth, and which make them teachers or assistants of mankind by the force of magic and the Kabbalah, without the people concerned realizing the true authority of such great ones. Figure 382, Sigilla, 28 degrees Pisces. Since this head is a special initiator into, and a teacher of, magical Kabbalistic mysticism, he can make the magician acquainted with secret methods which enable the latter to develop within himself in all three planes, the mental, the astral, and the physical, most perfect divine virtues by the help of magic and Kabbalah. Having developed within himself these virtues, the magician will then find it easy to acquire all those faculties which are connected to these virtues. The magician following these secret methods becomes more and more mature in fulfilling carefully certain tasks according to the will of divine providence. However, Sigilla only reveals these secret methods to the magician who has already reached a certain degree of maturity in magic and Kabbalah during previous incarnations. A magician developed due to these methods in a godlike creature, a personified deity, equipped with all the virtues, powers, and faculties equal to divine providence. Figure 383, Ilamis, 29 degrees Pisces, reveals to the mature magician the most secret mysteries of the love divine and makes him realize its range of power in the mental, astral, and physical plane from the magical quabalistic point of view. The realization of this divine love must naturally create within the magician a feeling of happiness which brings him up to the highest grades of ecstasy. Figure 384, Borea, 30 degrees Pisces. From this last head of the zone girdling the earth, the magician can get thorough information on the correlative effects of elements and fluids in the whole microcosm and macrocosm, that is, in all spheres and on all planets of the zone girdling the earth in all three planes, mental, astral, and physical, and he can also get exact information on the magical application of these effects. If asked by the magician, this head can also inform him of the chemical compounds and original substances that exist on other planets, as well as of their effects and influence, that is, of facts that are completely unknown on our Earth. Borea also teaches him their useful application not only for magical and quabalistic purposes, but also in technology and chemistry. Guided by Borea, the magician becomes an omniscient and omnipotent person in respect of the microcosm as well as the macrocosm, and he cannot be governed by any other being but the one unpersonified divine providence. This brings us to the end of the description of the 360 heads of the zone girdling the earth. Every magician will agree that their real existence is no doubt only known to a few, that is, to the high initiates of this earth. The size of this volume makes it impossible for me to give full details on each individual head. I can only publish a few words referring to the general facts of Hermetic science. If everything were mentioned that falls under the competence of each individual head, that is, the work and duties in the zone girdling the earth with respect to the occult principle, the elements, the cause and effect of legality, the laws of analogy, polarity, electromagnetic fluid, etc., more than a whole book with hundreds of pages would have to be written on just one single head. The description of many a head whose range of competence is very great would fill not just one volume, but a good number of volumes. However, this brief information on the intelligences will be sufficient to provide the mature magician with the necessary guides, for this is the true purpose of the descriptions. If the magician wants to get into contact with a certain intelligence, he will find a great number of possibilities to do so. It will surely have attracted attention to the magician that many heads have similar, or even the same ranges of competence. This assumption becomes even more apparent due to the fact that I have dealt with the responsibilities of the heads from the Hermetic point of view, as already mentioned. The magician will certainly find this agreeable, for it gives him more possibilities to choose from. Later he might realize that though there is a certain similarity in the ranges of competence, the methods, instructions and operating principles of each head are completely different. This means that the magician can have his wishes turned into reality in various ways and by completely different means, and that he is not just dependent on one method or instruction given by just one head. This is also the reason why it is impossible to publish here all the instructions that could be given the magician for the realization of his wishes, irrespective of the fact that many heads insist on their methods remaining secret. Thus, though the zone girdling the earth is something quite new, so far quite unknown to the magician, it is of very great importance. Up to now there has been no writer of astrology or quabbler who would have been able to say anything about the existence of the zone girdling the earth. The astrologer who is at the same time a trained magician will be able to enlarge his knowledge by studying the information given in this volume on the existence of the zone girdling the earth. When finding out about certain influences, he will not only be able to employ his knowledge of the zodiac and the planets, which are an astrological commonplace, for his calculations, but he will also be able to take into account the influence of the zone girdling the earth on the fates of men. From the astrological point of view, the zone girdling the earth can be regarded as the ecliptic of our earth divided into 360 degrees. Going by our measure of time, each head's influence on each place of our earth lasts 4 minutes, the first head's influence starting at sunrise and returning next sunrise. If, for instance, the astrologer knows the exact minute of a man's birth, it is easy for him to work out which head's sympathy that man can rely. The talent becoming effective in a man can also be assessed by him when taking into account the influence of the zone girdling the earth. If, in consequence, the astrologer also takes into consideration the stellar constellations when working out the horoscope, he will obtain striking results. And if he does not only look at the horoscope from the mantic point of view, but also adds to it all favorable planetary constellations which can be assessed for a certain degree of the ecliptic, he will be able to throw a deep glance into synthetic astrology and enlarge his knowledge in a manner which otherwise, by the mere application of the usual astrological facts, would never be possible. Such an astrologer will, for instance, work out the influence of the cosmic elements of the spheres on our physical world in quite a different way and regard it from quite a different point of view than he would have done before. Doing this, he will get much nearer to the actual truth than it was the case up to now. A thick volume could be written on synthetic astrology and its relations to the whole Hermetic science, including the facts of the zone girdling the earth, which I intend to do at a later date, providing the impulse comes from divine providence. The astrologically trained magician may therefore find it expedient to work out the exact period of influence of the intelligence or head of the zone girdling the earth whom he wants to evoke for the first time, starting to count from sunrise. This will facilitate his work. The well-trained magician will, of course, not regard it necessary to stick to the assessed time to carry out his evocations. Along with the positive heads of the zone girdling the earth, the opposed intelligences also, which are the representatives of the negative principle in their range of power, become effective. I have deliberately omitted to give any description of the negative heads, their names or seals, in order to hold back the magician from any disadvantageous experiments. A magician will want to get into contact only with those heads that coincide with his own ideals. For if he wished to explore the whole zone girdling the earth with all its heads and other beings, one incarnation would not be enough, even if he were to live 100 years. Already when looking at it from the theoretical point of view, the magician will be convinced that the heads are able to reveal to him the highest kind of wisdom, provide him with the most comprehensive knowledge, put at his disposal the highest powers, open the gates and pave the way to the greatest magical faculties. Then there is nothing on earth that the magician is not able to achieve, for he has all the keys to wisdom, power and authority. He is then capable of fulfilling any wish. 4. Intelligences of the moon sphere. When the magician has become sufficiently acquainted with the zone girdling the earth, so that he has contacts with some of its heads, especially the masters of magic, he may start trying to get into contact with intelligences of the moon sphere, by mental traveling or by carefully arranged evocations, either in our physical world or in the zone girdling the earth, or even directly in the moon sphere. At that point he must have got sufficient information from one of the many heads of the zone girdling the earth, that is, he must have undergone a certain training in order to be able to control the moon sphere. The first journeys to the moon sphere the magician best carries out in the company of a head of the zone girdling the earth, providing he has, above all, faultless control over his elevation into other spheres. A personal guide, a guru, can also introduce the magician into the moon sphere by following him by thoughts during his mental wandering or evocational operations right into the moon sphere. A well-trained magician who has carefully followed my instructions given in the first volume, Initiation into Hermetics, may also betake himself safely into the moon sphere without a guide and without any special assistance. After a certain time he will get used to the oscillations of the moon sphere, which are rather different from those of the zone girdling the earth, the physical world and the kingdom of elements. As soon as the magician has overcome the first difficulties, he will feel at home, just as he does in any other sphere. The moon, being the earth's nearest neighbor and its satellite, is completely dependent on it. During his mental wandering the magician will find it proved that there exists on the moon no living being and that there is no vegetation whatsoever and therefore also no human beings. The moon, similar to the earth, is surrounded by a sphere which initiates call the moon sphere. This sphere is inhabited by innumerable beings, much like the zone girdling the earth. To give a full account of all the beings of the moon sphere would fill innumerable pages and is therefore not possible from the technical point of view. The initiates of the moon sphere, like the initiates of the zone girdling the earth, have been commissioned by divine providence to carry out various tasks. They are equipped with special faculties and powers and are able to bring about certain causes, and with them naturally also certain effects, directly in the moon sphere as well as on our earth. Operating from the moon sphere, some intelligences have to carry out certain duties also on other planets and their spheres. Already certain heads of the zone girdling the earth are able to inform the magician of the magic of the moon. It need not be especially stressed in this connection that the moon by its turn and circulation round our earth ball quickly passes through the various electromagnetic fields of force and oscillations of its own aura and of the aura of our earth, practically directly cutting through them, and, by doing so, influencing the existence and fate of the Earth planet. The sphere magician is able to work out the moon's influence on the 4 grades of the ecliptic, that is, of the zone girdling the Earth, and due to his knowledge of the laws of analogy, also its influence on the zone girdling the Earth itself and on our physical world. It is up to the experienced magician to make use of his knowledge of these influences. Sphere magic, therefore, is nothing fantastic, but a secret knowledge which is only equaled by the knowledge of the Quabbler. Below, the reader will find a short description of the 28 heads of the moon sphere that have an outstanding influence on the zone girdling the Earth, as well as on our material world, that is, on all the 3 planes of human existence. Often these intelligences are regarded as the rulers of the 28 moon stations known to the Quabbalistic astrologer in their good as well as in their bad function. This means that there are actually 28 positive and 28 negative heads of the moon sphere. The former have the task of creating good causes and effects, the latter of creating the contrary. To prevent the reader from any misuse, only a description of the 28 positive heads of the moon sphere is given here. If the magician is desirous of getting temporarily into contact with the negative heads, he can do so without having to fear any bad influence on body and soul. Only few initiates are informed about the names and seals of the heads of the moon sphere. The facts stated here are based on frequent personal intercourse with all kinds of beings and heads of all the spheres, including, of course, those of the moon sphere. Figure 1, Ebvap, is the name of the first head of the moon sphere. It is his commission to control the regularity of the tide. He is an excellent initiator into the electric and magnetic fluids and their use in moon magic. If the magician carefully follows the explanations of this head and does as he is told, he is able to produce phenomena in the zone girdling the Earth as well as in our physical world, on all 3 planes, the mental, astral and physical, that are nothing short of miracles, by means of the magnetic influences of the moon and the electric fluid of the Earth. Besides this, Ebvap and his subordinates protect the magician against any unfavorable influences which he might have to encounter during his work with the influences of the moon. The first head of the moon sphere can, furthermore, unveil to the magician a great number of mysteries that until now may have remained hidden to him. Figure 2, Emtekayed, is the second head of the moon sphere. He is responsible for controlling the rhythm in our physical world. This rhythm is produced by suitable intelligences of the zone girdling the Earth in the world of causes at the will of this head. He teaches the magician the laws of biorhythm and periodicity of our Earth and their use for mantic and magical purposes. The magician learns that the 9 months of a woman's pregnancy have a special relation to the Quabbalistic number 9, the number of the moon. Furthermore, the magician will get from this head exact details of the analogy of a woman's menstruation to the moon, of periodicity, of polarity, and of many other relevant things. Figure 3 is Hesychis. This head, the third of the moon sphere, shows the magician how, by the correlative influences of the moon sphere, he can procure for himself, in the occult principle, happiness and everything good. Since this head's influence usually works on the physical world, he and his subordinates will help the magician to good luck and success in all earthly matters. Figure 4, Envertybe, the fourth head of the moon sphere, protects the magician against all underhand tricks and acts of revenge by hostile men. he or his subordinates, which he likes to put at the magician's disposal, as familiar spirits will reveal to the magician any secret plans of his enemies, any intended acts of revenge or malice, prior to their being carried out, and will advise the magician on how to protect himself against malicious people. Envotive-serving spirits are able to defeat any acts of revenge planned by hostile men at the very moment of their origin. This head of the moon sphere reveals to the magician with a certain degree of maturity words and formulae for banning which enable the magician to paralyze or even kill a person, or whole groups of persons, at the moment of their utterance. The magician can bring about such effects over the greatest distances. The person concerned will die at once from a heart attack. Of course, also temporary or lifelong paralysis can be affected by such words or formulae. They will, however, only be revealed to magician who would never think of misusing them. Figure 5, Amshir, is the fifth head of the moon sphere, who apart from other things, can procure for the magician the favor of, and protection by, very important personalities. By using simple quabalistic methods, revealed to the magician by Amshir, the former can make the heart of the hardest man melt, can make his greatest enemy his friend at once, and is able to raise sympathy and love in any human being he is interested in. The magician is capable of making pliant any person he wishes. Figure 6, Enchid, the sixth head of the moon sphere, is able to create love in untrained people, in a man for a certain woman and, vice versa, in a woman for a certain man. To the trained magician, however, will be explained by Enchid the mysteries of sexual magic in its relation to moon magic. Apart from that, the latter will teach the magician the charging of all kinds of talismans and amulets provided with fluid condensers, with influences of the moon, by force of sexual magic. This may be done for diverse purposes, specifically for creating love, sympathy, power of attraction, popularity, etc. Figure 7, Imruju, if a person not initiated into magic wears the seal of the seventh head of the moon sphere, manufactured during the astrological period of the seventh moon station and engraved on a silver plate, he or she will have good luck and success, and, above all, have any earthly desire fulfilled. The trained magician, having got into contact with this head, will be taught how to realize all his wishes by force of moon magic, no matter whether they concern the mental, astral, or physical world. Imruju brings the magician good luck and success and likes to put his subordinates as familiar spirits at the latter's disposal. Figure 8, Ni, the eighth head of the moon sphere, is a connoisseur of all diplomatic and political events. He can be of great use to the magician by helping him to make a political career and to be successful in all diplomatic affairs. Since this head, above all, is a lover of peace, he assists, in the time of war, such people who follow the high ideals of peace, truth, and justice. The magician, being active in this line, is able to win any fight, any war, no matter how it is to be carried out. Figure 9, Emshebib, the ninth head of the moon sphere, is the special guardian angel of sick people whose ailment is due to unfavorable influences of the moon or to the doings of negative spirits of the moon sphere. This is usually the case with epileptic fits, menstruation difficulties, states of obsession, hysteria, St. Vitus's dance, lunacy, etc. This head reveals to the magician how to cure such diseases by force of moon magic. Figure 10, Emimar, is the name of the 10th head of the moon sphere. He is responsible for controlling the pregnancy period and birth of man. Together with the relevant head of the zone girdling the earth, he lets man see the light of day. Therefore all gynecologists, midwives, and their assistants are under his influence. Emimar teaches the magician how to effect a painless delivery in those cases where he considers it necessary and informs the magician in advance whether the baby in the mother's womb is going to be a boy or a girl. He can also come to know from this head the exact time at which sexual intercourse should take place in order to procreate a baby of that sex which its parents have in mind. Emimar is the protector of all mesmerists and the people that deal with mesmerism. He shows the magician diverse methods for the treatment of diseases by the magnetic fluid. He knows means for completely curing venereal diseases. Figure 11, Ebvep, the 11th head of the moon sphere makes it possible for the magician to gain, by magical methods, the respect of people, no matter of what rank they may be. Besides that, he teaches the magician to bring about phenomena which would make a non-initiate tremble with dread and horror. Although it is not easy to get into direct contact with this head, the magician who has reached a good degree of magical development will succeed in it, if necessary, under the guidance of a head of the zone girdling the earth, or of his own guru. The magician will then be able to convince himself that this head is an excellent initiator into phenomenal moon magic. Figure 12, Mkebpi, is the name of the 12th head of the moon sphere, who is a great lover of peace and happiness in marriage and wherever good luck, love and sympathy are involved. He makes the magician aware of the transmuting power of real love. Mkebpi reveals to the magician the relevant methods for the production of love amulets which can be charged by moon magulk. Figure 13, Mchiba, the 13th head of the moon sphere, is an excellent initiator into mummial magic as far as it is connected with the influences of the moon. The magician, therefore, is taught by this head the relations between mummial magic and moon magic, its successful application as well as how to make use of the magnetic influence of the moon. This head will inform the magician of many magical practices, such as for instance, in what harmless way he can enter into astro-magical pacts by force of mummial magic, without the magician having to renounce himself literally with body and soul. The astro-magical pacts are then carried through with a mummy, the magician thereby being able to bring about the most diverse effects by the help of a fluid condenser, without ever getting involved into the matter himself, that is, without leaving any disadvantageous traces for his own person in the world of causes, in the occult. Since this head has control over some more secrets in this direction, a magician is well advised not to omit him. Figure 14, Eshobar, the 14th head of the moon sphere, can be of great value to the magician inasmuch as he can reveal to him the secrets of creating within himself, without difficulties, the most diverse occult and magical faculties by the help of moon magic, which later may possibly be also applied in the other spheres. The magician is, at the same time, taught the polarization of powers, furthermore, how to bring about, in a certain way, the levitation of himself and of other people, or even of other objects, by force of quabalistic moon magic, by change of polarity of gravity. The magician also learns how to acquire the faculty of interpreting symbols that he sees in the moon sphere by force of clairvoyance. Eshobar teaches the magician to comprehend the laws of the moon sphere from the magical quabalistic point of view and how to control them practically. Eshobar is therefore rightly called a marvelous initiator into quabalistic moon magic. Figure 15, Emnepi, no magician being in contact with intelligences of the moon sphere will fail to get into contact with this head, the 15th in the correct order, for he can be initiated by him into many things that up to now have remained unknown to him. The magician will, for instance, be informed about the influence of divine virtues on beings of the moon sphere and how the occult principle works directly on the moon sphere and from there on the zone girdling the earth. Emnepi will be pleased to tell the magician about methods by which he can acquire the faculty of reading in the occult principle, with his mental body placed into the moon sphere and how to bring about magical effects there. It is impossible to give all details and advantages which the magician will be offered when getting into contact with this head. Therefore any magician should see that his contact with Emnepi becomes realized. Figure 16, Ekotesa, the magician is taught by the 16th head of the moon sphere how to get control over the negative beings of that sphere, either by way of mental wandering or by way of evocation, and how to make them pay him absolute obedience. At the same time he introduces the magician to diverse magical measures of protection, which not only make him invulnerable against any unfavorable influences, but which also help him to become a magic authority, respected not only by the positive but also by the negative beings. By character this head of the moon sphere is a very benevolent intelligence, who will be pleased to give the mature magician any kind of assistance and who therefore will also unveil to him the secrets of moon magic. Figure 17, Emshom, one of the peculiarities of moon magic is the so-called magic banning. Under the seal of secrecy the 17th head of the moon sphere, Emshom can give the mature magician exact information on this. He will reveal to the latter diverse quabalistic and magic formulae, banning formulae, which can be used for a great variety of purposes. For instance, Emshom knows banning formulae by which any enemy can be destroyed at once, or such formulae by which thieves are checked on their escape, so that they cannot make any further step with the stolen goods in hand, no matter where they are, banning formulae that make any attacker stiff and lifeless at an instant, banning formulae that at once put away any negative influence, banning formulae that render harmless the most furious beast, no matter whether in the air, on land or in the water. This head disposes of many other kinds of banning formulae. Of course, the magician to whom these banning formulae have been revealed will only make use of them in case of greatest danger. Emshom is an intelligence much respected in the moon sphere. All moon beings look up to him in awe. Figure 18, Emshit, the 18th head of the moon sphere, informs the magician of secret methods which enable him to become invisible by the help of moon magic, moon quabala, moon beings, and the occult principle. Apart from that, Emshit informs the magician of the laws of materialization and dematerialization, not only in respect to the astral body, but also in respect of physical matter. This head is rightly regarded as the initiator into magical transmutation. Figure 19, Eshim, is the name of the 19th head of the moon sphere. Being an original initiator, this head explains clearly to the magician any influence of the legality and analogy of the moon and the moon sphere in their relations to the zone girdling the earth and our physical world in all three planes, the mental, astral and physical, and he teaches the magician how to make practical use of his newly gained knowledge in the magical and quabalistic sense. The magician can gain more knowledge and wisdom from this head than he might think possible. Figure 20, Etsukai, the 20th head of the moon sphere, is an excellent master of initiation, especially as far as that of ecstasy is concerned, which is brought about by magical dances and appropriate rituals in connection with moon magic and moon quabala. Only few initiates know that special powers and faculties are released by ecstatic dances and rituals. The magician will be told about this by this head. Furthermore, the magician will learn from Etsukai how to get under his control all the influences of the moon sphere and how to win the supremacy over the positive as well as the negative beings of the moon. It stands to reason that by doing so the magician will become an authority on the moon sphere. Figure 21, Etamres, the 21st head of the moon sphere, instructs the magician how, by certain magic and quabalistic methods, to become strong and resistant against any visible and invisible enemies, against any kind of influence by elements, etc. He becomes magically taboo. No man on earth is able to assail or do harm to a magician who enjoys, and works under, the protection and guidance of this head of the moon sphere. The magician is safe from any persecution or magical assault. He is capable of enduring the greatest possible heat, of going through the greatest fire, without a single hair of his head being burned. By following special methods revealed to him by this head, the magician can make his body as hard as a diamond. He is invulnerable from the magical point of view and master over his life and death. Figure 22, Revatim, the magician is taught by the 22nd head of the moon sphere to consciously absorb the facts of time and space in the moon sphere. He is then able to transfer over the greatest distances not only his mental, but also his astral, if necessary, even his physical body. The magician guided by this head of the moon sphere can confidently walk along the surface of the sea without sinking into the water, can rise into the air and travel through it as he likes, can, in short, bridge any distance with spirit, soul and body. Time and space become unimportant to the magician not only in spirit, but also with regards to his astral and physical body, and matter is in no way a hindrance to him. Figure 23, Lightvich, the magician who has gained the confidence of the 23rd head of the moon sphere, will be initiated by him into the remotest secrets of magic and quabala and is allowed to command powerful words by which he is able to calm down instantly the greatest gales at sea, check the most horrifying eruptions of volcanoes, to kill whole armies, to win wars, etc. The magician with high ethical standards will, of course, never dare to misuse the words of power that he has been taught, for by doing so he would oppose legality and only do harm to himself. Guided by this head, the magician will get such powerful influence, not only on the moon sphere, but also on the zone girdling the earth and on our physical world, that a non-initiate cannot have the faintest notion of it. Figure 24, Jevakiev, is the name of the 24th head of the moon sphere, who is rightly called the alchemist of that sphere. He initiates the magician into the working of the elements on the moon. The magician is taught by Jevakiev suitable methods for the alchemical transformation of metals by being able to control the electromagnetic fluids. He, furthermore, reveals to him the secrets of true magical rejuvenation of the physical and the astral body and explains to him the laws of life and death valid in the moon sphere, thereby also considering the zone girdling the earth and our physical world. By the connection with this head, special advantages are offered to the magician. Figure 25, Lavamaju, to influence and control the plant kingdom is the task of the 25th head of the moon sphere. He reveals to the magician all the mysteries of life, of sprouting and growing, and shows him how to master this kingdom by moon magic. The magician is then able to accelerate, or to stop growth at will. Following the instructions given by this head, the magician is able, by the help of moon magic and by applying certain Kabbalistic words, to make fertile in a supernatural way a whole field, no matter how large it may be, or, vice versa, to make it infertile and change it into a desert. Figure 26, Empibin, it is the special commission of the 26th head of the moon sphere to explain to the magician who has got into contact with him the causes and effects of the sun and its light in its mental, astral and physical relation to the moon and the moon sphere, furthermore, the effects of these influences on the zone girdling the earth as well as on our physical world, its mineral, vegetable and animal kingdom. Empibin also informs the magician of the influences that the sunlight has on the moon and from there on our human bodies, in the mental, astral and physical respect, and teaches him the practical application of all this knowledge. Figure 27, Emshab, is the name of the 27th head of the moon sphere, who informs the magician of all the minerals of earth having an analog's connection with the moon and its sphere. Since Emshab is a marvelous initiator into moon magic, the connection with him can be of great advantage to the magician. Figure 28, Emza, is the name of the 28th and last head of the moon sphere. The magician is instructed by him how to get under his complete control the element of water in the moon sphere and in our physical world, using moon magic and Kabbalah to achieve this. Not only will he thus get under his power all animals that live in the water, but he will, at the same time, become a master of temperature. The magician operating according to the instructions of this head may be sprinkled with boiling water, but will not get any scalds. Protected by Emza, a magician can bring about such miraculous things as changing boiling water into ice. This brings us to the end of the description of the 28 heads of the moon sphere. For the purpose of their first evocation, their seals have to be drawn in a white or silvery color. Every magician who has already become master of the zone girdling the earth should not omit to strive for and realize contacts with at least a few heads of the moon sphere, for it will only turn out to his great advantage, never to his disadvantage. 5. The genii of the Mercury zone. The next sphere which the magician is to explore and to control is the Mercury sphere. In order to be able to stand its vibrations, the magician must have learned to control the influences and the vibrations of the sphere previously dealt with, that is, the moon sphere. The description of the individual genii of this zone is accompanied by a number of hints which will, no doubt, be of interest to the magician. Hermes Trismegistos, an Egyptian high priest, was, no doubt, one of the greatest initiates before Christ. In his book of wisdom known under the title of Thoth, he has left to posterity the highest wisdom that can ever be grasped on our planet. His Tabula Smaragdina, Hermes tablet, serves to prove the macrocosmic and microcosmic laws of analogy. This wisdom is called Hermetic science by people having reached the necessary maturity for their initiation. Originally, the Book of Wisdom by this high initiate consisted of 78 plates which later became generally known as the 78 tarot cards. Although these tarot cards were degraded in the course of the time and used in card games, their secret meaning up to this day remains known to a few elect. The meditating magician will find a certain connection between the 78 tarot cards and the 72 genii of the Mercury zone, and he will attribute, out of the 6 remaining cards, 4 to the elements and 2 to polarity. The first tarot card symbolizes the spiritual development of man. In my first work, entitled Initiation into Hermetics, this development is explained in a precisely worked-out system. The second tarot card symbolizes the connections with the beings of all spheres. The practical way to bring about such connections is explained in this book. The third tarot card hints at the cosmic language, at Quabala, which will be dealt with in detail in my third work, The Key to the True Quabala. According to the recordings left to posterity, Hermes Trismegistos was a representative of the highest knowledge, a brilliant example of human intelligence and of an enlightened spirit in analogy to the Mercury sphere, for that sphere is assigned to the immortal spirit and is analogous to it. Though the 72 genii of the Mercury sphere correspond in number to the original number of tarot cards, they are not successively represented by the tarot cards, that is, by one tarot card for each individual genius, but are all symbolized in a certain part of the second tarot card, for this card, as already mentioned before, represents the total spheric magic. Behind the numerical connection between the 72 genii and the 78 tarot cards there is hidden a secret Quabalistic key of the Mercury sphere. Many Quabalistic writers erroneously regard the 72 genii of the Mercury sphere as the Skemhamphrash, that is, the unspeakable name of God consisting of 72 letters. But the so-called Skemhamphrash, the unspeakable name of God, is expressed by the 4-syllabic letters Yod-He-Vau-He, the so-called Tetragrammaton, or Adonai. The genuine initiate and Quabalist, however, is fully aware of the fact that the names supplied with numbers are the numerical key to the methods and instructions, the numerical key to correct application. More details on this subject will be found in The Key to the True Quabala, which deals with Quabalistic mysticism, magic of formulae, that is, practical theurgy. The following survey of the cosmic orderliness including the Mercury zone and its spheres is to make the magician acquainted with the structure of our universe from the magic Quabalistic, that is, from the Hermetic point of view. The Earth. The lowest sphere is our physical world with its 3 kingdoms, the mineral, the vegetable and the animal kingdom. The physical body of man is in analogous connection with these 3 kingdoms. The Moon. In its planetary function the Moon influences everything liquid on our Earth. The Moon sphere, however, is analogous to the astral body and astral matrix of man. The zone girdling the Earth influences, on the other hand, the vital energy of man. Mercury. As a planet, Mercury influences the gaseous state of our Earth. The mental body of man is subject to its sphere. Venus. As a planet it influences fertility on our Earth, as far as the vegetable and animal kingdoms are concerned. The Venus sphere is connected with man's sympathy, love and fertilization. The Sun. This planet influences the physical life on our Earth in all 3 kingdoms. The Sun sphere maintains the life of the mental, astral and physical body by the individual matrices. Mars. It influences all powers in the 3 kingdoms. As a planet, it is mainly responsible for the urge for self-preservation in the animal kingdom as well as in respect of man. The Mars sphere raises within man the impulse and desire to live. It influences man's character, qualities, total powers and faculties. Jupiter. As a planet, it causes harmony and legality. The Jupiter sphere, on the other hand, controls the evolution of fate and justice within man, leading him on his way to perfection, and assisting him in his efforts to reach the highest. Saturn. In its planetary function it influences the fates in all 3 kingdoms, the mineral, vegetable and animal kingdom, of our Earth. In its subtlest form it is known amongst us as ether. The Saturn sphere, on the other hand, controls the fate of man, also called karma. Man owes to the greatest influences of this sphere his faculty for intuition by which, depending on the grade of maturity of each individual, divine providence reveals itself. In the non-initiate it manifests itself as conscience. Uranus. This planet is responsible for any kind of magical development on our Earth. Its sphere reveals to man all the phenomena of magic. Neptune. In the hierarchy of the cosmos, this planet keeps the Earth in its equilibrium. To the influence of this planet's sphere, man owes his knowledge of the way to perfection as well as his knowledge of the cosmic language, of the so-called Quabala. Beyond these spheres there is nothing else but the divine light, the inconceivable and indescribable, called divine providence by us. There is nothing higher than that in our cosmic hierarchy. In Quabala, the cosmic hierarchy with all its influences is called the Quabalistic Tree of Life. Further details of this are to be found in the author's third book, The Key to the True Quabala, which is a description of the practical use of the Quabala. With reference to the Mercury zone, it is pointed out once again that its sphere is analogous to man's mental sphere and that the genii of the Mercury sphere therefore greatly influence the spirit, that is, the mental body of every human being. If, however, a genius of the Mercury sphere intended to affect, for instance, the astral sphere of a human being, he would, according to the laws of analogy, have to operate via the moon sphere and the zone girdling the Earth in order to make his influence work. A magician would have to do the same. The 72 genii of the Mercury zone are mentioned in a number of Quabalistic books, but they are described as independent genii irrespective of their belonging to a special sphere. None of the authors of these books knew about the true functions of the 72 genii of the Mercury zone, nor did any one of them ever contact them personally. The names of the genii are correct, but the seals drawn and published in those books are so deficient that it appears doubtful whether they were ever based on true originals. Never satisfied with mere presumptions and always intending to save other people's time for further explorations, I have personally got into touch with all the 72 genii of the Mercury sphere and bring here their true seals and give a short description of their range of competence. The letters which accompany some seals represent secret keys, as the magician, after having got into contact with the relevant genius, will realize and learn. The seals of these genii are usually drawn in a yellow color on occasion of their first evocation. One has, however, to take care that the signs are reproduced in the same colors as in the pictured part of this book. It does sometimes happen that a genius wants to have his seal drawn in a different color. The magician must by all means see that he follows such a demand. Figure 1, Vihuya, is the name of the first genius of the Mercury sphere. The magician will learn from this genius how to strengthen his willpower and how to make his belief as firm as a rock in order to be able, due to these faculties, to increase his power of conviction in such a way that he can directly bring about true miracles. The magician will be told by this genius the secrecy of quickly achieving special kinds of magical faculties. Figure 2, Gelial, the second genius of the Mercury sphere, initiates the magician into the mysteries of love and sympathy. Since this genius also knows about all the secret mysteries of sexual magic, he is prepared to reveal these to the mature magician. The magician who is in touch with this genius will also be taught how to change hostility into friendship, how to raise love in man and woman by force of magic, how to make this love increase and, should it be necessary, decay, how to become a master of love, how to make thieves return their stolen goods, how to ban, in various ways, murderers and other criminals, how to cause or calm down an earthquake, how, by special methods, to understand and be able to speak any language on earth, how to gain respect, power and riches and, vice versa, how to make unworthy people lose their reputation and riches. The contact with this genius will bring the magician many advantages. Figure 3, Cittarel, the third genius, is an excellent expert in hypnosis, suggestion and telepathy. By him the magician will be taught the faculty of becoming perfect master of man and animal by way of deception, dazzling, etc. Apart from this, he will be instructed in the art of reading easily the past, present and future in the occult principle. Figure 4, Elimaya, the fourth genius, instructs the magician not only how to become the master of his own fate, but also how to control the fates of other people and of animals. Furthermore, the magician learns how to charge magic words by Kabbalistic methods and to transfer them into the occult principle in order to bring about the desired effect in the mental, astral or physical world, and how, by diverse methods of passive intercourse, to get into touch with the dead. Figure 5, Mahesha, the fifth genius, teaches the magician to get complete control over the elements by special Kabbalistic methods and to produce, without difficulty, all possible kinds of phenomena, to treat successfully by magic and Kabbalah incurable diseases, to understand the laws of analogy of the microcosm and the macrocosm and, by doing so, to penetrate deeply into wisdom. Figure 6, Leela, is the sixth genius of the Mercury sphere. As an initiator into sexual mysteries, he shows the magician how to effect magical charges with the help of sexual magic. This genius is especially fond of talismans and amulets charged by love magic, and he will make the magician acquainted with all aids serving this purpose. He can give the magician exact information on all fields of science known on Earth. Apart from that, he can teach him how to make, by a special process, diverse lucky charms and talismans of protection. This genius is a friend of all artists, and, if magician is an artist himself, he will be especially inspired by this genius. Figure 7, Akaya, the seventh genius, instructs the magician in the following: how to make a rapid career in magic by applying apt methods, how to make enemies into friends, how to make friends, how to raise love, and how to read in the occult principle the fate of individual persons as well as the fate of whole nations. Figure 8, Kahital, is the name of the eighth genius of the Mercury sphere. This genius teaches the magician to control the electromagnetic fluid by the magic of elements, enabling him to cause the most diverse phenomena in nature. The magician is also taught by this genius how to influence, positively or negatively, the growth of plants by the help of electromagnetic fluids. Having learned from this genius certain powerful words, the magician will be able to cause rain, snow, thunderstorm, hailstorm, etc., and make them cease again. Figure 9, Aziel, the ninth genius, teaches the magician divine justice and divine mercy and shows him how far these two divine virtues will go in all planes and spheres. Guided by this genius, the magician will learn to appease enemies, to awaken love, and to make peace. The magician will then also know how to protect himself by force of magic against his greatest enemies and their assaults. He will have learned how to become famous and rich. But Aziel also informs the magician on everything that exists under the surface of the earth, on hidden treasures, metals and subterranean waters alike. Figure 10, Aladia, is the 10th genius. He teaches the magician the occult anatomy of man, its harmonies and disharmonies, and shows him how to protect himself against inharmonious influences in the Kabbalistic manner and how to find the causes of diseases and to treat them successfully. Aladia is an excellent initiator into chemistry and alchemy, into magic and Kabbalah. He instructs the magician in the use of powers and plants for various magical practices. Figure 11, Lauvia, the 11th genius, makes a mature magician acquainted with banning formulae by which he can influence fierce thunderstorms, and fight and ban enemies. Being an initiator, Lauvia can instruct the magician in military science, can teach him how to become a magical authority and how to become a famous and honored man. This genius will, furthermore, help the magician to solve, with surprising easiness, the most difficult problems. Figure 12, Hahaya, the 12th genius, is an initiator into the laws of analogy and teaches the language of symbols, that is, how to interpret correctly all symbols, even the most complicated ones, and, vice versa, how to express any idea by symbols. He makes the magician solve the most difficult problems in Hermetic science, reveals to him deep truths and secret mysteries which up to the present have only been comprehended by a few magicians. This genius is also an excellent initiator into magic and Kabbalah. On account of his powers, he is able to make the most embittered enemies into friends, to make the love between friends grow, and many other things. Figure 13, Jezalel, the 13th genius, helps all writers and artists by inspiring them and making them thoroughly successful. He shows the magician means and ways to become an excellent orator. He assists politicians by awakening and increasing within them their oratorical gift. Special methods which this genius has at his disposal lead to a clear intellect and good memory, to the acquisition of an excellent gift of perception and a ready wit in every respect. By Jezalel's help, the magician can procure for himself the favor of very important persons, secure for himself success in love matters, learn about the secret plans of his enemies, and many other things. Figure 14, Mebahel, the 14th genius, helps to win wars, to realize plans for peace. He inspires politicians and helps them to carry out their plans. Being a special friend of justice, this genius is a protector against injustice and helps to settle legal affairs righteously. He helps to get prisoners who have been innocently imprisoned out of prison. This genius will teach the magician the art of reading other persons' thoughts and, apart from that, how he can detect and control his persecutors and enemies. Figure 15, Hariel, the 15th genius of the Mercury sphere, is an excellent initiator into occult philosophy, into magic and Kabbalah. In the Mercury sphere itself, he is also an initiator into evocation. He supplies the magician with means by the help of which he can protect himself against the negative beings of that sphere. Hariel teaches the magician to make use, inductively and deductively, of the influence of the Mercury zone on all three planes of our existence. Being a great lover of peace, this genius can bring about the circumstances, if necessary, that will lead to peace. If the magician needs the protection of very important persons, this genius will also be able to give him his assistance. Figure 16, Hakamiah, is the name of the 16th genius of the Mercury sphere, who, by applying occult means, will help the magician to honor, renown, glory, and riches. If the magician wishes it, Hakamiah can also make women love him and entrust him with the secret of treating successfully infertility of women, and he will also inform the magician of amulets that suit this purpose. Figure 17, Lenoia, the magician is taught by the 17th genius how to look, mentally, astrally, and physically, into the past, present and future in the occult principle, especially in respect of technological inventions. Diverse new inventions in technology, chemistry, and electricity are due to the inspirations of this genius. His intuition is the cause of the great success of musicians and composers, in respect of their art as well as in respect of the audience. Lenoia is known as an excellent initiator into the magic of music. The magician will also find in him a teacher of cosmic metaphysics. Figure 18, Kaliel, the 18th genius, is an excellent initiator into high magic and Kabbalah, and the magician who gets into contact with him can achieve many things with his assistance. He may, for instance, be told about magic formulae, powerful words, which, in case of emergency, need only be uttered by the magician, and immediate help from the Mercury beings will be the result. In magic, such formulae are called magic Kabbalistic distress call, and a magician will make use of them only in case of great distress, for he can, by using such a distress call, instantly kill his enemies. Kaliel informs the magician about the various kinds of magic formulae and their use, for instance, how to become invisible, mentally, astrally, and, if necessary, also physically, by saying suitable magic formulae. Furthermore, how to dematerialize oneself mentally, astrally, and physically, in order to become visible again at the furthest possible distance. Kaliel teaches the magician the art of overbridging time and space and of becoming a perfect master in the occult. If desired by the magician, Kaliel will reveal to him all herbs and precious stones necessary for magical science and teach him how to use these herbs and precious stones in alchemy as fluid condensers and how to charge the precious stones magically. The magician will find in this genius a friend, advisor, and assistant in many respects. Figure 19, Luvia, the 19th genius, teaches the magician how to achieve a high intelligence, excellent memory, and marvelous judgment. Should the magician ever take a wrong step in his actions, this genius will help him to compensate for it. Apart from this, the magician will be taught how to raise or increase love with men and women, friends and enemies by magic Kabbalistic methods. Figure 20, Pahalia, the 20th genius informs the magician of the legality of the micro and macrocosm, initiates him into the evolution of man and explains to him the true sense of ascesis and magical equilibrium, and, furthermore, also the synthesis of all religious systems of our earth from the Hermetic point of view, so that the magician is able to separate the chaff from the wheat. Apart from this, Pahalia makes the magician realize the diverse effects of the divine virtues on all three planes. Figure 21, Nelakale, is the name of the 21st genius of the Mercury sphere. He is an excellent initiator into the whole Hermetic science. He helps occult writers by inspiration and by giving them a great power of imagination. He provides the person looking for genuine truth with the appropriate means for his studies and lets him get into contact with a genuine teacher of magic, a guru. His methods, instructions, and formulae protect the magician against the negative influences of any sphere. He gives exact information on the magic powers of herbs and precious stones that are of special importance in magic and Kabbalah and alchemy, as well as on the effectiveness of the occult principle and on the art of reading in it. Figure 22, Jael, the 22nd genius helps the magician to become respected and rich by magic and Kabbalah and also lets him become famous, should he want it. He establishes success in profession and in traveling and reveals means of protection against accidents. A talisman manufactured and worn according to this genius' instructions will always protect against any kind of inconveniences. If the magician is born as an inventor, he will find in this genius an excellent initiator who, apart from other things, will allow him to look into the past, present, and future for anything that should interest him. Figure 23, Melahel, the 23rd genius of the Mercury sphere, entrusts the magician with Kabbalistic formulae that will protect him against any kind of weapon. Amulets manufactured according to the instructions of this genius protect against surprise attacks on journeys. Other Kabbalistic formulae which this genius has at his disposal cause the greatest fire to stop instantly, make one bear the greatest possible heat, without singeing one single hair on one's body. Since this genius is also acquainted with herbal medicines, he can give the magician excellent recipes for the preparation of blends of tea and their dosage for the treatment of diseases. Figure 24, Hahuya, the 24th genius will tell the magician banning formulae by which he can control dangerous animals, influence thieves, so that they restore the stolen goods, influence murderers, in order to make them confess their shameful deeds. One single word of power is able to completely paralyze a murderer instantly. With respect to magic and Kabbalah, this genius is an excellent initiator and makes the magician acquainted with the most diverse magic arts. Since he is also well acquainted with the magic of formulae, he knows the most diverse formulae, protecting formulae, some of which the reader will find in my next work, The Key to the True Kabbalah. Figure 25, Nithya, the 25th genius is, as far as magic and Kabbalah are concerned, the greatest original initiator of the Mercury sphere, who guards all secret mysteries well. He sees to it that to no unworthy person is revealed the abhisheka, or knowledge in magic and Kabbalah. On the other hand, he initiates a mature magician into the profoundest secret mysteries of magic and Kabbalah and enables him to comprehend the deepest mysteries of the cosmic orderliness and to make practical use of its laws. The magician will not only find in this genius an original initiator into all sciences, but also into the greatest wisdom that can ever be grasped by a man. Nithya is the guardian angel of all magicians on earth. Figure 26, Ha'aya, the 26th genius is regarded as a protector of justice and he helps the magician in contact with him win any lawsuit if the magician is right. Being a friend of high diplomacy, this genius can help the magician to make a speedy career if he is working in the diplomatic field. The magician also is informed how to gain the favor of very important people, how to gain knowledge and riches, how to encounter his enemies, in order to reveal any treason or secret plans and operations. Figure 27, Jerethel, the 27th genius, can give the magician an excellent talent for learning languages and procure for him the favor of friend and enemy. He lets the magician see in the occult principle what his enemies are planning to do and how he can protect himself against them. For this purpose, the genius entrusts him with various banning formulae. If the magician is a writer, Jerathel can make him a famous man by providing him with an excellent capacity of perception and showing him means and ways to achieve this without difficulty. Figure 28, Seer, the 28th genius can inform the magician of powerful formulae by which he can, for instance, cause or stop thunder and lightning, or a terrible thunderstorm, how to cause a fire over the greatest distance or how to stop or localize it, how to destroy completely whole cities and how, on the contrary, to protect towns and houses in wartime, so that they remain untouched. You need never worry about any misuse, since an immature person would never be revealed these secrets. The magician who has taken up contact with this genius need not be afraid of anything, for he is under special protection. Figure 29, Ryle, is the 29th genius of the Mercury sphere. He makes available to the magician great truths, and he makes him understand them completely. Besides this, he informs the magician of the plans of his enemies, no matter whether visible or invisible, and gives him advice how he can protect himself against them, how he can make them change their minds to become his friends. This genius is prepared to reveal to the magician many secrets which up to this date have remained unrevealed. He may also be told by Ryle about the cosmic orderliness and the correlative effects of its powers. Figure 30, Omael, is the 30th genius in this sequence and a great friend of the animal kingdom. He is therefore able to inform the magician of many means which can be successfully applied to cure sick animals. He is also a friend of physicians, especially of gynecologists and surgeons, and, if the magician is active in any of these fields, he will be given excellent skill by this genius and, apart from this, will be initiated into occult anatomy and medicine. Omael is also well acquainted with chemistry and alchemy, and the magician may profit a great deal from him in this respect. Omael also gives exact information on prenatal education. The magician who has got into contact with this genius will never get into distress and grievance. He will always feel the favorable influence of his protector. Figure 31, Lekabel, the 31st genius, is an initiator into love magic and all sexual mysteries. Besides this, he can instruct the magician in Quabala and talismanology and in the art of acquiring the most diverse magical faculties by the Okosha principle, or by the use of the light, for instance, clairvoyance, making oneself invisible, etc. The magician will find Lekabel to be an excellent teacher in alchemy. Following his instructions, the magician is able to prolong his life at will. But there are many other advantages resulting from the contact with the 31st genius of the Mercury sphere. The magician can, for instance, become a rich man after this genius has made him discover precious treasures hidden under the earth. The magician learns how to force thieves by magic to restore the stolen things or to give themselves up. This genius also unveils the secret of how to become a talented orator, and many other things. Figure 32, Visaria, the magician will find the 32nd genius to be a versatile initiator and protector whom he may call on any time he wishes. He helps the magician obtain his right. Thieves, robbers, liars will be induced by him to tell the truth. He can provide one with an excellent talent for talking and instruct the magician how, by the help of Quabala, to acquire such talents. In order to help him in moments of distress, the magician will be revealed powerful formulae or powerful words by this genius by which the fiercest aggressor can be made ineffectual. This genius can instruct the magician in astrophysics, in space magic and Quabala, as well as in all other magic arts, and he can also assist artists in their profession. He may also reveal to the mature magician magic words by which he becomes invisible and invulnerable against any kind of weapon. Figure 33, Jehuya, the 33rd genius, is a teacher of all sciences of the earth. He helps the magician to pass successfully any examinations that he might have to go in for. He allows him to look into the past, present and future of all things, makes him recognize his enemies, is able to change hostility into friendship, to raise love in man and woman and to increase friendship. Furthermore, he teaches the magician the art of levitation, the practical application of the law of gravitation in a magical sense, instructs him in the dematerialization and materialization of bodies and other objects and in space magic. He reveals to him the remotest truths, and he also assists the magician in solving difficult magical problems by way of inspiration. Figure 34, Lei Hahaya, the magician is told magic formulae for the calming of tempestuous spirits, so that he eventually becomes their master and is able to control lightning, thunder, and thunderstorms on land as well as on the sea. If the magician, protected by this genius, is on a voyage, the ship will resist the greatest gales and return safely to its harbor. Led by Lei Hahaya, the magician will achieve great things. At this special request he will be initiated by this genius into the remotest divine mysteries, and he will be shown many interesting facts about magic and Quabala, and thus an almost boundless number of possibilities will open to him. Figure 35, Kevakaya, is the 35th genius, who will show the magician ways and means to become complete master of all dangerous influences of negative beings. He turns the greatest enemy into a friend of the magician, creates peace everywhere where it is desirable, amongst individuals as well as amongst nations and peoples. If the magician wants it, Kevakaya will help him to become rich and honored. Figure 36, Menadel, the 36th genius, is an excellent initiator into synthetic astrology. He teaches the magician to apply his astrological knowledge for spagirical and alchemical purposes. He informs him at what time and for what purpose he should manufacture and charge talismans, and by which way the desired powers can be banned into precious stones by force of magic and Quabala. He tells him the exact time when he should collect herbs and the practical application of their power for curing and for magical practices. This genius is also able to free prisoners, no matter in whatever kind of jail they may be. This he effects either by force of magic, that is, by inciting wardens to open the locks and doors of the jail, or by an act of mercy. This genius also procures luck and happiness in one's profession, the favor of very important persons, and many other things. Figure 37, Aniel, is the name of the 37th genius, who is a friend of poets, writers, playwrights, composers, and of everything that has to do with arts. A magician who is interested in arts can be sure that this genius will always help him. He may not only be initiated into all the sciences of this world, but also into many magic arts. The magician will get more information on the remotest secrets of nature and on the whole occult philosophy, as well as on the most secret mysteries of initiation into magic and Quabala. Aniel awakens in the magician his talent for translating these high mysteries into the language of the intellect. Figure 38, Harmaya, this genius is a very popular one in the Mercury sphere. He willingly opens all spheric treasure chambers to the mature magician, that is, he reveals to him the deepest wisdom, and by doing that he leads him to highest bliss. The 38th genius makes the magician also bear his earthly lot by strengthening his health, procuring for him contentment, happiness, and renown. This genius can fulfill the magician any wish. Figure 39, Rehale, is a special initiator into alchemy and occult anatomy. The magician is taught by this 39th genius of the Mercury sphere the manufacture of the philosopher's stone, as well by dry as by wet procedure, by which the astral or physical body can be impregnated and rejuvenated. The magician is thus able to prolong his life as long as he wants. Rehale is also a great friend of children and sees to it that child-loving persons, parents, get a lot of children. He gives exact information on all child diseases and likes to help in such cases. This genius will awaken love and loyalty in the people that are nominated by the magician. Figure 40, Iazel, if the magician wants to free someone from prison or from his enemies, he should refer to the 40th genius of the Mercury sphere, who will either give him his direct personal assistance or have those people influenced by his subordinates who are able to free the person in question. The things that the magician can learn from Iazel are the magical dematerialization and rematerialization of objects over the greatest distances, the power to influence human beings, animals, and physical objects by the magic of elements, the finding out of the past, present, and future of any person or thing, the transmutation of enemies into friends, the causing and calming down of thunderstorms by magic formulae revealed to the magician by this genius, the curing of psychic disharmonies, melancholies, by magic formulae, etc. Since Iazel is also a good friend of all artists, he secures success by inspiration and makes them loved by the audience. The same is the case with the artists that work as writers and editors of books. Figure 41, Hell, is responsible for strategic success and causes man to make new inventions in this respect. He also leads to the discovery of the plans of the enemy. If the extermination of whole armies or the evocation of storms becomes necessary, this genius will provide the magician with the necessary magic formulae. Apart from this, the magician will be taught how to increase any kind of energy in an astonishing manner, how to become invulnerable, and how to recognize the workings of the occult principle in the mental, astral, and physical world. When applying the special methods revealed by this genius, the magician will be able to increase his power to the height of perfection and to intensify his belief and power of conviction in such a way that he will be able to work miracles. Figure 42, Mikhail, the magician can be made acquainted by this genius with magic quabalistic methods which will make him master his enemies, discover their plans, and thus annihilate these before they can ever be realized. He is also taught how to dazzle his adversaries and to get them headed in the wrong direction by deception. The 42nd genius helps politicians and diplomats make a wonderful career and provides them with a marvelous gift of intuition and presentiment. Figure 43, Vubia, this genius teaches the magician to discover the plans of his enemies and to defeat any purposes directed against him. Due to the special methods that this genius is able to reveal to the magician, the latter will become absolute master over his adversaries. Furthermore, he will learn the art of producing talismans that offer special protection for the soldier on the battlefield and save him from death, and the art of healing wounds by magic and quabala within a few seconds, and many more things of that sort. Figure 44, Ialahaya, the 44th genius of the Mercury sphere entrusts the magician who has got into touch with him with special quabalistic methods by which he can make the blind see, the deaf hear, and cure the insane. Moreover, the magician is instructed by Ialahaya in the transmission of things over the greatest distances and in their withdrawal by means of beings or dematerialization and rematerialization. He is taught how to read correct in the occult principle and how to be successful in any affair and have all his own wishes or the wishes of other people fulfilled. Figure 45, Celaya, enables the magician to recognize all those people who practice black magic, sorcery, and witchcraft. He makes him acquainted with methods which will enable him to make any aggressor ineffectual, and cover his adversaries with the so-called magic hood which makes any kind of magical experiment impossible. The magic manufacture of such a hood which no black magician is ever able to penetrate is revealed to the magician by this 45th genius of the Mercury sphere. Similar to the other genii of this sphere, also Celaya can make the magician acquainted with magic words which at the moment of their articulation cause great earthquakes that can destroy completely whole cities. Such magic words will, however, never be revealed to any human being with low ethical standards, therefore no one need to be afraid of any misuse. That the magician thus also becomes the master of land and water need not be emphasized here. He is capable of forcing thieves to return the goods they have stolen, of humiliating the arrogant and haughty, of helping the wrong to his rights. Assisted by this genius, the magician will be able to carry out all the above-mentioned things, for he will be made master over our earth. Figure 46, Ariel, this genius can provide the magician with the faculty of prophecy, can teach him to control completely the occult principle in respect of looking into the past, present, and future, instruct him to charge vaults, and so on. If the magician wishes to become a rich man, providing he has good reasons for doing so, this genius will help him discover any of the treasures of the earth. But this is not all, he will also make the magician acquainted with the greatest secrets of nature and life. For instance, he will teach him how to bring about involuntary dreams over the greatest possible distances, how to charge precious stones with certain powers, how to propagate all kinds of elementaries in a magic quabalistic manner. Ariel may also make it possible for the magician to have intercourse with the positive beings of other spheres and may instruct him about talismans and other magical arts. Figure 47, Asalia, to learn to recognize and understand the laws of justice and legality, that is, to maintain a permanent equilibrium in respect of the worldly as well as the spiritual laws, is an art in which the 47th genius can instruct the magician. He can also make the magician comprehend the deepest secrets, make him behold, in the occult, the whole life of any human being, by looking into his past, present and future. Asalia will be pleased to acquaint the magician with the special methods by which these faculties can be awakened in man. There is also no doubt about this genius's interest in procuring the magician's rights in any matter. He is also able to awaken love in human beings, to increase the sympathy between friends, to change hostility into friendship, etc. Above that, he is able to stimulate the favor of important people. Figure 48, Mihail, the 48th genius of the Mercury sphere, may be regarded as a teacher of alchemy. Especially regarding transmutation, that is, the transmutation of metals, this genius is able to give the magician thorough information. The magician will be given methods by which he can, if he chooses, change the electronic oscillation of any metal, that is, make gold out of the most inferior type of metal. The magician is also taught to go about vice versa, if, for instance, he wants to change the gold and silver of an avaricious person into lead and iron by force of magic and quabala. In the same way it is possible to make precious stones out of common stones. Furthermore, the magician learns from this genius, to increase or diminish love and passion in men, to create atmospheres in which human beings must do what the magician wants them to do, to cure women from infertility, to procure peace, concordance and loyalty between married couples, so that no force in the world, except death, will be able to separate them. Figure 49, the magician will be made acquainted by the 49th genius of the Mercury sphere with all kinds of prophecy, starting from the most simple ones up to the perfect reading in the world of the occult, and will learn to control them. Apart from this, he will be taught how to increase his consciousness to enable him to place himself anywhere he likes, to read at once the thoughts of any human being, to learn to know everything in respect of his aura, and, by doing so, to recognize his character at a single glance, whether he is dealing with a foe or a friend. The magician may also learn from this genius all possible ways of influence. Having once got into contact with this genius, he will be able to spend his life in peace and tranquility. Figure 50, Daniel, this genius makes it possible for the magician to look into the workshop of divine providence and to perceive the workings and effects of the occult principle, and, furthermore, the 50th genius will enable the magician to comprehend the effectiveness of the divine virtues and, by doing this, to influence within him the vibrations of love and charity. This will put the magician into a state of happiness which can only be experienced by persons who have been guided by this genius. There are even more advantages derived from the connection with this genius. The magician will learn to differentiate between justice and injustice, will develop a good sense of judgment, act cleverly in any matter, be successful as a writer, achieve an excellent talent as an orator, become witty and enjoy deep intuitions. He will learn to recognize in any religious system its true philosophical contents. In case of emergency, the magician will always be inspired with the right ideas by this genius. Figure 51, Ahasia, is one of the original initiators into the Hermetic science. Not only will he provide the magician with genuine information on magic and quabala, but he will also instruct him in astrophysics, in astrochemistry and alchemy, initiate him into the deep mysteries of wisdom and teach him the art of elevating his spirit into the most various planes and spheres and to act there consciously. Due to the special methods which the magician will be given by the 51st genius of the Mercury sphere, he will be able to make his mental, astral and physical body invisible and, apart from this, to change certain causes in the occult principle in respect of their effects. There are, however, other advantages the magician will enjoy on account of his connections with this genius. He will be taught how to produce various medicines. If the magician deals with medicine, he can become an excellent doctor, guided by this genius, and will have great success with his cures and be much loved by his patients. Figure 52, Imamia, the 52nd genius allows the magician to become the master of his fellow men, especially of his adversaries, and he shows him means and ways to make them innocuous. Biomania as help prisoners can regain their freedom, either by direct magical action or by influencing those people who can decide on the setting free of a prisoner. Imamia is a special initiator into astrology in respect of magic and Kabbalah. Thus the magician may get valuable information from the teaching of this genius. He may get information on any field of science existing on earth. Since Imamia has a special sense for gaiety, entertainment and pleasure, he brings about situations which will no doubt satisfy the magician in this respect. Figure 53, Nanael. Surely, the advanced magician will want to understand and get under his control any animal. The 53rd genius of the Mercury sphere can initiate him into this art, so that he will understand the languages of all animals. He will, by force of magic, be able to change his mental and astral body in such a manner that any animal will perceive him. The magician may also appreciate being made acquainted with all the laws of magic and Kabbalah. By apt meditations, the magician will eventually penetrate into the deepest problems and acquire many magical faculties. Many magic methods for the controlling of animals and elements and the controlling of the astral body of man and animal may be given the magician by this genius. Figure 54, Nithal, is the 54th genius of the Mercury sphere. Being a great friend of all artists, writers and orators, he helps them to become famous. He makes the magician a favorite with very important people on earth and with higher beings, paves his way to satisfaction and success and leads him to complete happiness. He is able to inform the magician on any field of science of this world and is always a ready assistant to the magician. Figure 55, Mabaya, the 55th genius is an assistant of infertile women in so much as he can give the magician instructions for the elimination of the causes of infertility. Mabaya creates love in all those cases where it is necessary and he helps the magician to success, honor, esteem, respect, dignity and authority. He is an original initiator into genuine cosmic religion and a loyal assistant on the way to perfection. Figure 56, Poil, the magician will get everything he needs for his living, his studies, his profession, and earthly life, in general, by the assistance of the 56th genius, who will always be pleased to help him. The magician may learn from this genius everything past, present, and future, and will produce love and sympathy in all those cases where it should be necessary. The magician will be told those facts about occult philosophy, magic and Kabbalah, which up to that point have not yet become known to him, and he will be effectively assisted by Poil in his studies. Figure 57, Nememiah, the 57th genius can reveal to the magician the secret of magical transmutation, that is, the art of changing his own astral and mental body or those of other people into any desired shape. That this faculty is of great importance and that it provides the magician with valuable possibilities in respect of his knowledge of magic, need not be specially mentioned here. Yet another faculty the magician may acquire under this genius guidance is the art of magical mummification of the elements in order to be protected against any kind of influence by such elements. The magical practices which this genius will teach the magician will enable him to make blind people see again, to become clairvoyant, to make his body resist any kind of stress without difficulty, to be successful in any respect, to overcome any passion, to awaken love, increase or let it fade away again, to free imprisoned people, etc. This genius is especially fond of inspiring technicians and helps them make new inventions, especially in steel industry. Figure 58, Jaelel, being an initiator into sphere magic and spheric astrology, the magician will be taught great wisdom by this 58th genius of the Mercury sphere. He will be made acquainted with the various powers and effects of the individual spheres and their common influence on the zone girdling the Earth and on our physical world, and will learn to calculate these influences for mantic purposes and to make practical use of this knowledge in magic and Kabbalah. Apart from this, the magician learns to become absolute master over all the beings of the elements and spheres and how to increase his magic power and authority. Figure 59, Harahel, the 59th genius is also an expert in astromagic and teaches the transfer of magic powers on precious stones. He will reveal to the magician who has got into contact with him methods for the prenatal education of children and, apart from that, also methods by which infertility can be removed from women. Harahel is a special friend of all gynecologists, midwives, etc. This genius is well acquainted with all the earthy sciences and is therefore able to give the magician exact information on anything. If the magician is a businessman, and if he is interested in stock exchange matters, Harahel will give him good hints as to which papers will be going up and which will fall. Figure 60, Mizrael. If the magician needs great manual skill in his profession, he should, by all means, address the 60th genius of the Mercury sphere, who will, no doubt, help him in this respect. If the magician is interested in the philosophy of religions or in any other sciences, he can be initiated into all these by Mizrael and thus become a great scientist by private studies. This genius is also well acquainted with alchemy, and the magician may learn from him how to prolong one's life by alchemical spagyric means and how to mummify one's body and, furthermore, how mental diseases can be cured successfully. This genius is also very pleased to give information on divine virtues and their influences and on the manifold magic faculties. He shows the magician how to free those who are persecuted by enemies and teaches him how to make such enemies innocuous. Figure 61, Umabel. No magician will want to fail to get into contact with the 61st genius, for by his help he is able to achieve more than one may think possible, for instance, happiness and contentment in this life, friendship and love, travels for his recreation and entertainment with the necessary means, instruction in alchemy, especially in the use of the elements for various alchemical purposes to turn water into wine or, vice versa, wine into water, instruction in the changing of metals, that is, the transmutation, instruction in magic and quabala. Umabel is so powerful that he is, without exaggeration, able to turn fools into wise men. Figure 62, Jahel. The 62nd genius of the Mercury sphere teaches the magician the way to realize within him the divine virtues, the art of meditation and concentration. He teaches him how to find out the workings and effects of the occult principle, how to become a wise man by studying magic and quabala, how to grasp the essence of any philosophy. Jahel initiates the magician into various arts, for instance, how to change a rod into a snake and vice versa, similar to Moses' doings before Pharaoh. He teaches him how to make all snakes gather at a certain spot, how to immunize himself against snake poison, so that even the most pernicious snake cannot do him any harm. If the magician so wishes, this genius even lets him discover hidden treasures. Figure 63, Aniannual. The 63rd genius of the Mercury sphere initiates the magician into all kinds of medical treatment, no matter whether by medicines, or by magic and quabala. The magician is taught how to prepare special protective amulets against different diseases and negative influences and how to charge them, furthermore, how to get under his control any negative beings of the Mercury sphere and how to protect himself against unforeseen influences by magic words revealed to him by this genius. He helps all those who have to do with trade and money by seeing that they make money and that all their intentions are realized. He shows the means and ways to get a penetrating mind and an excellent power of intuition, and at any time readily informs the magician on all the fields of science on our earth. Figure 64, Mehil. The magic formulae that the 64th genius reveals to the magician will at once turn any enemy that endangers the magician's life into a pile of ashes, since the power of these words develop an incredible glow. Other formulae enable the magician to tame the wildest animal, to calm down the wildest mob. The magician who has got into contact with this genius will be initiated into many mysteries, which have so far remained unknown, as well as into all those sciences that interest him. Led by Mehil, any magician will become a wise man, a famous writer, a great orator, etc. He will learn how to immunize himself against the decay of the elements and how to prolong his life at his will. Figure 65, Damabaya. The magician can be initiated into symbolism and talismanic magic, that is, the magical preparation of talismans and amulets, by the 65th genius. He can be led to the origins of the highest wisdom existing on our planet. He is taught the laws of the microcosm and the macrocosm and their magic quabalistic application, and is instructed in the controlling of the water element, so that he gets complete power over any animal living in the water. This genius readily informs him about all the treasures hidden under the surface of the sea and makes him discover mineral springs. Since he is an initiator into hydrotherapy, he not only teaches the magician how to charge, by way of magic and quabala, the water element with certain magic powers, but also how to use it accordingly for medical purposes. This genius will assist, in word and deed, the magician in all his operations. Figure 66, Manacle. In order to recapture lost goods, the magician should refer to the 66th genius, who will help him discover any hidden objects and treasures. Above that, he will show him methods for getting an enlightened mind and will teach him how to express any idea by numbers and by quabala. Apart from this, he will teach him how to adjust disharmonies, especially such disharmonies which have been caused by the influence of the moon. In consequence, the magician will be able to cure people from any kind of epilepsy, St. Vitus dance, lunacy, etc., by magic quabalistic methods or talismans. Furthermore, the magician will be taught by this genius how to get under his control all vegetation, how to influence it at his will, that is, for instance, how to make plants grow faster or how to stop them from growing. He is taught how to influence animals, for example, how to make fish, no matter how great or how dangerous, gather at a certain place, or how to make crocodiles tamed animals. He also teaches the magician how to influence the character of a human being, that is, how to change it at his will. He teaches the correct interpretation of true dreams. There are many other magical possibilities in respect of our physical world which the magician will hear about when he gets into contact with Manacle. Figure 67, Aile, is a fantastic initiator into occult sciences, especially into magic and quabala. He teaches the magician how to achieve the highest kind of enlightenment, absolute perfection, by the help of these sciences and how to overcome any kind of hindrances or bad influences on the way to perfection. Under the guidance of the 67th genius, the magician becomes ruler of nature, especially of the vegetable kingdom, and he is able to work miracles by the magic of nature which are only known to few magicians. Also, this genius can help the magician who is interested in being in contact with him to success, honor, fame, and respect. Figure 68, Habuya. All kinds of medical treatment, even of the most severe diseases, will be taught to the magician by the 68th genius. At the same time, he is initiated into occult anatomy and hermetic medicine. He learns about the preparation of alchemical means against the most diverse diseases. The magician is also taught to achieve great things by the magic of nature, for instance, how to restore the fertility of the earth by help of magic and quabala, and how, vice versa, to make whole countries infertile. By Habuya's help, the magician will be able to turn enemies into friends, to awaken love in human beings of both sexes and to increase it. Figure 69, Rochelle, teaches the magician how to find, by the help of the occult principle or by the assistance of beings, any thief, no matter how cunning he might be and wherever he might have hidden himself. Special methods will enable the magician to influence thieves in such a way that they will give themselves up and restore the stolen goods. He is taught to hinder thieves from running away and to make them stand stiff like a mummy as long as it seems necessary. The 69th genius is a patron of justice and will always see that the magician has his rights fulfilled and that he wins any lawsuit. This genius may be called at any moment of distress. Figure 70, Jabamaya, is an excellent initiator into ceremonial magic, and the magician is taught by him to cause the greatest magic phenomena by magic and quabala, to read in the occult principle and to operate by it, and to use the light in a magical sense in all three planes. He is acquainted with special methods by which you can learn the art of astral and mental wandering, the dematerialization and materialization of himself, of other people and other things, and the faculty of transference over the greatest distances. The 70th genius leads the magician along the way of enlightenment towards highest bliss. The magician may also be initiated by this genius into all sexual mysteries, from the making of a baby to the preparation of a magic vault. Mere words cannot express the advantages a magician will enjoy if he gets into contact with this genius. Figure 71, Hiel, guided by the 71st genius, the magician will learn to master any situation, to get out of the worst trouble, to make his enemies obedient and to help all those who are being persecuted by foe or fate. Hyle knows methods by which the magician is able to increase his magic powers as far as possible, so that at the end he is capable of working miracles. This genius is, in any respect, an excellent teacher and assistant. Figure 72, Mumaya, is the name of the last genius of the Mercury sphere. He is an excellent initiator into magic and Quabbala. Under his guidance the magician is able to carry out any magical operation in any sphere. He is made aware by this genius of any hindrance that might lie on his way and at the same time told how to overcome it. Since Mumaya is also an original initiator into alchemy, metaphysics, astrophysics and especially into occult medicine, he also teaches the magician how to successfully treat any disease, and by which magic Quabbalistic or alchemical methods strong health and a long life can be secured. The 72nd genius can give information on the production of the philosopher's stone, on alchemical quintessences, and on many other relevant things. He is rightly called the patron of all doctors who deal with magic, Quabbala and alchemy. The informative description of the 72 genii of the Mercury sphere thus comes to an end. If the magician has learned also to control this sphere completely, he has, indeed, become a good magician of spheres. The controlling of the intelligences of the zone girdling the Earth, the Moon sphere and the Mercury sphere are most essential, since these three spheres are next to the magician and correspond to all three worlds, that is, the physical, the astral and the mental world. The sphere magician is therefore advised to become absolute master of these three spheres and their intelligences. During his magical and evocational work the magician will convince himself that by having contact with these three spheres, their intelligences, genii and subordinated beings, he will be able to achieve anything in such an abundance that a magically untrained person could not have the slightest notion of it. To have all wishes fulfilled the magician is offered in this book a great selection of intelligences and he will not need any other book. The magician should be aware of the fact that each individual intelligence described in this book, no matter to which zone or sphere it may belong, can supply him with such an amount of knowledge and wisdom, depending on his maturity and development, that a whole, extremely interesting book could be written in each case. The short introductory notes given in this book are only to serve the magician as guiding lines for further practical work. How many methods and practices, how much knowledge and wisdom can be gained from it, depends on the magician alone. However, one thing is quite certain, the sphere magician, by being in contact with and having control over the intelligences of the cosmic hierarchy, is traveling along the path to perfection, and it is therefore possible for him to become a true adept. 6. The intelligences of the Venus sphere. It will be the next task of the magician to get into contact with the intelligences of the Venus sphere and to get them, step by step, also under his complete control. He also achieves this goal either by way of evocation or by mental wandering. Having done the three above-mentioned spheres first, which, as said before, are very important, the magician has trained well his magic faculties by enlarging them and making his spirit superior to everything. The magician is therefore well prepared for making further contacts and may confidently try to get into touch with the intelligences of the Venus sphere. It should be mentioned at the beginning that all intelligences of this sphere are of a fascinating beauty and power of attraction, which, unfortunately, has sealed the fate of many a sphere magician, or has, at the least, hindered him from further development. If the magician allows himself to be enthralled by the extraordinary beauty of the intelligences of the Venus sphere, he is giving up his chances for further magic development, for he will, in consequence, again and again be attracted by the Venus sphere until finally his further intercourse with this sphere will be equivalent to a pact. Not only the positive, but also the negative intelligences of the Venus sphere are of diabolic beauty and seductive character. Thus great steadfastness is needed to resist their temptations. The Venus sphere has an oscillation intoxicated with love, which puts any sphere magician into a state of happiness that may be compared with an ecstasy of love, so that he is often tempted either to remain in that sphere with his mental body, which, no doubt, would cause his physical death, or to visit that sphere again and again. If the magician is overcome by such temptations, he by and by becomes completely enthralled by this sphere and will find it hard to get out of it again. his development to perfection then becomes quite impossible for a long time, if not for his lifetime. The magician, however, who has worked systematically at his development and who has worked himself through the above-mentioned spheres in the order suggested and thus gained a strong character and a complete magical equilibrium and become master over his faculties and qualities, having reached a state of spirit superior to everything, can confidently travel to higher spheres including the Venus sphere. Therefore every magician should first test himself to see if he has the necessary maturity, power and steadfastness. Below is a description of 90 intelligences of the Venus sphere with whom I have been in contact formally and whose names and seals might only be known to a few sphere magicians and initiates. Besides these intelligences, there are a few others in the Venus sphere about whom other authors have written in their books, for instance Hagiel, and which have not been included in this work, since their names and seals are generally known and easily obtainable. In order not to make this volume too large, the positive intelligences are described only in a few words, for it is possible for the sphere magician to get into personal contact with every single intelligence and to enlarge his knowledge by practical work. In general, the seals of the Venus intelligences have to be drawn in green color at the time of the first evocation. Also in this case the magician must be careful to reproduce the signs in the same colors as given in the appendix of this book. The graduation, in analogy to the zodiac, which can be found under each seal, is the key to the relevant influence of each intelligence on our zone girdling the earth, and from there on man in all three planes, that is, his mental, astral and physical bodies. This knowledge is of great importance from the point of view of the astroquabalistic science. 1. Oma, 2. Odujo, 3. Obida, 4. Onami, 5. Osfi, 6. Orif, 7. Obane, 8. Odumi. These 8 intelligences of the Venus sphere have all the same range of power. They may be regarded as excellent initiators into erotic and sexual mysteries. They completely control the electrical and magnetic fluid, especially with regard to the magic of love. The magician may learn from these intelligences how to practice sexual magic with the help of these fluids, how to produce love amulets, in which way the oscillation of the Venus sphere can be created, and they like to inform the magician about many other magical practices. 9. Oriela, 10. Osoa, 11. Owena, 12. Obota, 13. Ogia, 14. Obche, 15. Otra. The intelligences numbered 9 to 15 are initiators with regard to the fertility of men and women. They are representatives of peace and of marital happiness. Assisted by these intelligences, the magician can awaken love between men and women, can secure the favor of men and women, and achieve everything that has to do with love and propagation. 16. Alam, 17. Agum, 18. Albadi, 19. Aogum, 20. Akalam, 21. Akadile, 22. Adimil, 23. Azza. This group comprising 8 intelligences is given the task of controlling, supporting, and realizing, in accordance with the instructions given by divine providence, the divine ideas of philosophy, inspiration, art, beauty, music and all relevant talents. 24. Ahum, 25. Archo, 26. Arahim, 27. Ardo, 28. Asam, 29. Astof, 30. Aesid. The range of power of these 7 intelligences covers the acquisition of magical faculties, personal beauty, power of attraction, knowledge of the magic of mummies with regards to love, etc. A magician is readily informed by these intelligences on how to acquire various magical faculties by love magic. They are inspirers in respect of love and its realization, not only for beings of the zone girdling the earth, but also for beings of other spheres. 31. Isa, 32. Isoder, 33. Idma, 34. Irumia, 35. Idea, 36. Idovi, 37. Isil, 38. Ismi. This group of 8 intelligences teach the magician to cause friendship, love, sympathy, in all spheres and planes by force of magic and quabala, applying, for this purpose, apt rituals, ceremonies and gestures. 39. Inia, 40. Ihom, 41. Iomi, 42. Ibladi, 43. Idio, 44. Iskoa, 45. Igia. This group, consisting of 7 intelligences of the Venus sphere, is commissioned with the task of awakening and increasing intellectual faculties of making beauty, love, harmony perceptible and explicable in all languages of the intellect. The range of power of these intelligences also covers the control, inspiration, and realization of art and of all kinds of inventions. 46. Oro. 47. Opposer. 48. Odlo. 49. Olo. 50. Odado. 51. Omo. 52. Osaso. These 7 intelligences control the laws of harmony in the animal and vegetable kingdoms. They explain to the magician the influences of the Venus sphere on these 2 kingdoms, not only on our planet but also on all other planets of the universe. The range of power and knowledge of these intelligences includes the control and regulation of growth and fertility on all planets. 53. Ojigo. 54. Okaf. 55. Ophmir. 56. Ochuo. 57. Ohoa. 58. Arka. 59. Otla. 60. Ogila. The above-named 8 intelligences inform the magician of the technical inventions of the human beings living on Venus and other planets. Above that, the magician is given details about all laws that are in force on the planet Venus. 61. Jagar. 62. Gemma. 63. Jejiga. 64. Garia. 65. Jasa. 66. Geswi. 67. Godia. 68. Guru. The above 8 intelligences initiate the magician into the laws of the positive and negative principles. Furthermore, they instruct him in the effectiveness of the divine virtues on the Venus planet and in the Venus sphere. Apart from this, they reveal to the magician special methods which, by mummification of the oscillation of the Venus sphere in the magic quabalistic manner, bring about the favor of the beings of the Venus sphere as well as of the beings of all other spheres. These intelligences inform the magician also of many other theories and practices in magic and quabala. 69. Goma. 70. Goldro. 71. Gesdri. 72. Gasoa. 73. Gashay. 74. Gehala. 75. Gercha. These 7 intelligences allow the magician a glance into the workshop of divine providence, and the magician perceives the effectiveness of divine providence or of the occult principle on the Venus planet and the Venus sphere. Helped by these intelligences, the magician may behold the whole history of evolution of Venus and its sphere. The magician is also instructed in quabala by these intelligences. 76. Pural. 77. Podmi. 78. Podjima. 79. Per. 80. Pure. 81. Pleaser. 82. Padcha. 83. Pahal. This group of 8 intelligences teach the cosmic language and its use in the Venus sphere. At the same time, the magician is informed about the correlative influences of the individual spheres on the Venus planet and on its sphere, and is also instructed in the practical application of these facts in magic and quabala. 84. Permamp. 85. Pitophil. 86. Perman. 87. Piamal. 88. Pisef. 89. Pidio. 90. Pimal. The magician is instructed by these intelligences in the divine orderliness of the universe, especially with regard to the Venus sphere, in its laws, symbolism, etc. These intelligences can, furthermore, initiate the magician into spheric quabalistic magic and its relation to love. The magician learns to evoke a state of happiness and ecstasy of love by using the quabala and magic having value in the Venus sphere. There are many other things that these intelligences can teach the magician who has got into contact with them. These short descriptions and hints will no doubt be sufficient for the experienced magician. I could, of course, give a more detailed picture of each individual intelligence, but must, however, desist from doing so for technical reasons. A full description of the whole range of competence of each individual intelligence of the Venus sphere in its relation to each planet and sphere, to man, to the powers of the world of causes, their working methods, etc., would fill a whole book. It must therefore be left to the magician to gather practical experience from personal contacts with these intelligences. The magician, however, is once more warned about getting into permanent contact with just one intelligence, however beautiful that intelligence may be, however intelligent it may be, for by and by this would be of disadvantage to the magician and would slowly result in a standstill on his way to perfection. When the magician steps onto the Venus planet, he will realize that this planet is inhabited by beautiful human beings who, apart from that, are, in comparison to man on Earth, more advanced in knowledge and wisdom, in magic, art, literature, technology, etc. The magician will be able to enlarge his knowledge greatly and will be taught many valuable teachings, methods, and hints under the seal of secrecy. A trained magician who by mental wandering is able to roam the planets and spheres with his mental body will also find men on the Venus planet who have been initiated into magic and Kabbalah, and he can, if he wishes, get into contact with these. Unlike the other inhabitants of the planet, he will not even have to take on the shape of a Venusian. The initiates there will, nevertheless, be able to perceive him and explain to him everything that he is interested in. Every magician will be astute enough to keep everything that he has learned a secret, for in the eyes of non-initiates his statements would not only be regarded as fairy tales, but they would be regarded as fancies that would cause people to laugh at him. 7. The genii of the Sun Sphere. Assuming that the magician has become master over the Venus sphere, that in spite of having got into contact with at least a few of its intelligences, he has not become a victim of their temptations, and that he has a good control over the vibrations of this sphere and the preceding spheres, he can go a further step and learn to know and control the Sun sphere. The vibration of the Sun sphere is different from that of the Venus sphere, and not every sphere magician is capable of staying long in this sphere, especially should he travel through it with his mental body on his mental wanderings. To give a detailed description of the vibrations of the Sun sphere would take much time. The magician will, however, become acquainted with its vibrations by numerous visits to that sphere. He will slowly learn to master it and be able to stay longer in it in order to get into contact with the genii there. Initiates regard the Sun sphere as the so-called light sphere. It is the sphere of our cosmos that is most difficult to control. When the magician has learned to know and to control it well, the following spheres will represent no difficulty to him, and it will be easy for him to get them under his control. A short description of the genii of the Sun sphere is to give the magician further guiding lines for his practical work. The seals of these genii have to be drawn in a golden yellow color at the time of their first evocation. The graduation that is given under each seal has the same meaning as the one of the Venus sphere. To be well informed about the influence that each genius has on the zone girdling the Earth, and from there on to our planet, is, from the Kabbalistic point of view, most important. The Sun sphere influences all life in all the spheres and on all the planets. With regard to man, this influence becomes, as already mentioned in the description of the Mercury sphere and its cosmic orderliness, obvious in the degree of vitality by which the mental, astral, and physical bodies are kept together. The Sun sphere is ruled by a total of 45 genii. Their ruler, called Master of the Sun sphere in the Hermetic language, is named Metatron in Kabbalah. In the original Kabbalistic scriptures, Metatron is called the mediator between God and man. Figure 1, Emnesut, the first genius of the Sun sphere, guards and controls the original element of the fire in the whole cosmic hierarchy, on all planets and in all spheres. Figure 2, Lubeck, the second genius of the Sun sphere, controls, in his range of power, the electric fluids deriving from the fire principle on all planets and in all spheres of our universe, including all three planes, mental, astral, and physical. Figure 3, Teras, the third genius, is responsible for the positive and negative effectiveness of the fire element and the electrical fluids in the whole cosmic hierarchy, on all planets and in all spheres. Figure 4, Dubez, the power of the active principle, in man as well as in the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms, comes under the range of power of the fourth genius. Figure 5, Amza, the fifth genius, caters to the enlivening of the matter by the positive and negative principles, that is, by electricity and magnetism in our physical world, by the electrical and magnetic fluids in all planets and spheres of our cosmic hierarchy. Figure 6, Emidets, the sixth genius, guards and increases the germ power of man, beast, and plant. Figure 7, Kesbets, the seventh genius, is responsible for the growth of the human being, as well as for the growth in the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms. Figure 8, Emaiza, to maintain and foster the drive of self-preservation in all creatures, is the task of the eighth genius. Figure 9, Invitas, all beings equipped with a thinking mind and therefore also with full consciousness, regardless of rank, are under the influence of the ninth genius of the Sun sphere. Figure 10, Bunam, the 10th genius is in charge of the intellectual faculties of human beings and beings on all planets and in all spheres. Figure 11, Serets, the 11th genius in this hierarchy is a high-ranking original genius of the Sun sphere. He controls the air principle as the mediator between the active and the passive, that is, the compensating principle in all phases, in all beings, in all created in our cosmic hierarchy, and, furthermore, the cosmic equilibrium between the powers of the positive and negative. Figure 12, Wybiel, it is the task of the 12th original genius of the Sun sphere to control and guide the wisdom and knowledge of men and beings on all planets and in all spheres. Figure 13, Lubuel, the range of power of the 13th original genius covers the control of the principle and the element of water in all its phases of cause and effect in the whole hierarchy, that is, on all planets and in all spheres of the cosmic hierarchy. Figure 14, Jela, the 14th original genius of the Sun sphere is responsible for controlling the magnetic fluid in its subtlest and clearest effects in all phases of evolution, on all planets and in all spheres, including all three planes, the mental, astral and physical. Figure 15, Wybitsis, the 15th original genius controls the principle of feeling in all beings and human beings living in all the spheres and on all the planets of our cosmic hierarchy. Figure 16, Wybelab, the effectiveness of the light principle in all grades of existence in everything created on the planets and in the spheres of the total cosmic hierarchy is subject to the range of competence of the 16th genius of the Sun. Figure 17, Tzizhet, divine enlightenment from its most simple to its highest form is made available by the 17th original genius of the Sun sphere to all human beings and all beings of all planets and spheres, either by inspiration, or by intuition, or by any other faculties. Figure 18, Dabets, the 18th genius of the Sun sphere is responsible for transferring upon men and beings of all planets and spheres the recognition of the divine virtues and for making them acquainted with the influence of these virtues and for helping man to realize them. Figure 19, Banamol, the materialization of the divine original light within the creation of all planets and in all spheres of our cosmic hierarchy, down to the most inferior expression of vitality, belongs to the range of power of the 19th genius. Figure 20, Imuyir, the 20th original genius of the Sun sphere controls the original principle of health, that is, the complete harmony, with regard to the laws of analogy, and the magical equilibrium in men and beings of all planets and spheres. Figure 21, Dukeb, the laws of relationship by the plus principle and the minus principle in the created universe, that is, in the total cosmic hierarchy, and the control of lawfulness are the responsibility of the 21st original genius of the Sun sphere. Figure 22, Emsel, the laws of dynamics and expansion on all planes of existence, on all planets and spheres of our cosmic hierarchy, are subject to the influence of the 22nd original genius of the Sun. Figure 23, Tazar, the urge for propagation in everything created on the planets and in the spheres of our universe is controlled by the 23rd original genius of the Sun. Figure 24, Fusradu, the laws of attraction and repulsion, that is, the laws of sympathy and antipathy, are controlled, on all planets and in all spheres of our cosmic hierarchy, by the 24th original Sun genius. Figure 25, Firal, the laws of stability, of cohesiveness and cohesion, on all planets and in all spheres, are controlled and guarded by the 25th original genius. Figure 26, Ibitsiril, the law of gravitation or attraction, that is, the laws of weight and gravitation, on all planets and in all spheres, are controlled by the 26th genius of the Sun. Figure 27, Lomtab, all the laws of transmutation on all planets, in all spheres and on all planes are controlled by the 27th original genius of the Sun. Figure 28, Sibael, the 28th original genius of the Sun is the guardian of all laws of vibration and oscillation on all planets and in all spheres of our cosmic hierarchy. Figure 29, Gina, all kinds of radiation on all the planets and in all the spheres are subject to the legality controlled by the 29th original genius of the Sun. Figure 30, Kasriobu, the quality of everything existing in the world of creation is controlled by the 30th original genius. Figure 31, Etzebet, apart from other things, the exact adherence to the universal laws in all spheres and planes comes under the range of competence of the 31st original genius. Figure 32, Balaam, the 32nd original genius is in charge of all the laws of analogy in all spheres and on all planets, in all ranges of power of our cosmic hierarchy. Figure 33, Belemchi, the 33rd original genius is given the task of controlling the laws of appearances of our universe, so that they correspond to the universal laws. Figure 34, Erisat, the 34th original Sun genius controls the equilibrium on all planets and in all spheres of our cosmic hierarchy. Figure 35, Tinas, the laws of solidification, of crystallization, of fixation, etc., are controlled by the 35th original Sun genius. Figure 36, Gain, the control of the evolution of men and animals in our universe, in all spheres and on all planets, in all ranges of power, is in the hands of the 36th original genius. Figure 37, Imtub, the fate and karma of everything living and created, from the smallest up to the greatest, is controlled by the 37th genius of the Sun sphere. Figure 38, Erab, the 38th original genius is regarded as the original initiator and is, at the same time, a guardian of time and space on all planets of our universe. Note, the sphere magician knows that time and space only exist where there are physical shapes and created things, no matter whether so-called dead or living creatures. Contrary to it, all spheres starting from the zone girdling our Earth up to the highest spheres of our cosmic hierarchy, but not their planets, are timeless and spaceless. Figure 39, Tybala, the 39th original genius of the Sun sphere is the ruler of all ideals of men and beings in all spheres and on all planets. Figure 40, Chibis, the control of the spiritual development of men and beings on all planets and in all spheres, including evolution, lawfulness and the karma, falls under the competence of the 40th genius of the Sun. Figure 41, Selub, the 41st original genius of the Sun sphere is regarded as the creator of all original symbols and their original language, the cosmic language, and as a guide of all original ideas that have been realized. Figure 42, Levum, the 42nd genius, is to be regarded the original creator of all magical science and of Quabala. Figure 43, Vazat, is an original initiator into the water principle and its magnetic fluid in all grades of density and effectiveness on men and beings, on all planets and in all spheres of our universe. Everything created in which the water principle is active is controlled by Vazat, the 43rd genius of the Sun sphere. Figure 44 is Habsab, all creatures living in water, on our Earth as well as on all other planets, are under the influence of the 44th Sun genius. Figure 45, Dbitsit, is the name of the 45th genius of the Sun sphere. All means of evocation, and, apart from this, all processes of combustion, including fermentation, are controlled by this genius. Judging from their range of power, the original genii of the Sun sphere are to be regarded, in the cosmic hierarchy, as the mediators of the original creator of the planetary system. For the reader's information, and in order to gain a better survey, I have only given an abstract idea of each genius. In relation to the effect of these abstract ideas, there exist many parallels which the magician will arrange intuitively himself, or he receives the according enlightenment during his contact with the genii of the Sun sphere. In any case, the magician will attain that much knowledge that there is a lack of words to tell anything about it in detail. As soon as the sphere magician is master of the Sun sphere, there exists no problem anymore which he would not be able to solve in the right way. His knowledge has no gap, and by means of this sphere he is able to become a perfect adept. For a magician acquainted with Quabala, it becomes now clear why the Quabalistic initiations tell that the connection with the Godhead will be accomplished on Tifreth, which is the Sun sphere according to the Quabalistic tree of life, in which the magician can obtain the union with God. As is told in the tree of life, literally the magician must have covered half of the way to God, that means he must have control over the spheres until the sun sphere inclusive, whereupon God will go to meet him in the second half, so that it comes to the union with God. In this case it is not a connection with a personified God but knowledge and wisdom, might and power will be united to one. 8. The intelligences of the Mars sphere. The magician who has honestly struggled through the sun sphere and who controls it as well as the other preceding spheres will now find it easy to roam the following 3 spheres and get them under his control. The next sphere in the hierarchy is the Mars sphere, which is influenced by such powerful intelligences that it would be very dangerous for any magician who has not brought under his control the preceding spheres to evoke them. For this reason and also because one could do much harm, for instance, from the point of view of talismanic magic, and also in the use of the seals of the Mars intelligences regarding their power, dynamics and appearance, I desist here from publishing the seals of the individual positive intelligences of the Mars sphere. Only the names and the graduation I want to state. The experienced sphere magician will get into contact with some of these intelligences during his mental wanderings, in order to learn about their seals, names and range of power. By doing so, I can never be made responsible for any misuse of the seals by an immature person, for the Mars intelligences, even the positive ones, can cause a person's instant death if called or evoked without the necessary precautions and preparations. Apart from this, many seals could be misused for erotic purposes. The person interested in genuine knowledge will understand my attitude to give only the names of the intelligences. For the mature one my information will suffice. The expert in astrology will know that the Mars sphere, in its effectiveness, prevailingly adheres to the Mars principle, for passionate love, eroticism, supernatural power of man, wars, etc., depend on the influence of the Mars sphere. For the reader's information it is pointed out in this connection that the negative intelligences living in the Sun and the Mars sphere are the most dangerous ones of our whole cosmic hierarchy. Under their range of effectiveness come murder, homicide, robbery, fires, destruction, etc. 1. Rarum, 1 to 10 degrees Aries. 2. Gibsia, 11 to 20 degrees Aries. 3. Rahal, 21 to 30 degrees Aries. 4. Attica, 1 to 10 degrees Taurus. 5. Agricole, 11 to 20 degrees Taurus. 6. Pfeifel, 21 to 30 degrees Taurus. 7. Imini, 1 to 10 degrees Gemini. 8. Collua, 11 to 20 degrees Gemini. 9. Elbnahim, 21 to 30 degrees Gemini. 10. Itits, 1 to 10 degrees Cancer. 11. Urodu, 11 to 20 degrees Cancer. 12. Erkaman, 21 to 30 degrees Cancer. 13. Oxos, 1 to 10 degrees Leo. 14. Otobir, 11 to 20 degrees Leo. 15. Kutruk, 21 to 30 degrees Leo. 16. Idir, 1 to 10 degrees Virgo. 17. Abadir, 11 to 20 degrees Virgo. 18. Idida, 21 to 30 degrees Virgo. 19. Sibba, 1 to 10 degrees Libra. 20. Azza, 11 to 20 degrees Libra. 21. Abadil, 21 to 30 degrees Libra. 22. Scorpia, 1 to 10 degrees Scorpio. 23. Vilusia, 11 to 20 degrees Scorpio. 24. Karum, 21 to 30 degrees Scorpio. 25. Sagitta, 1 to 10 degrees Sagittarius. 26. Agila, 11 to 20 degrees Sagittarius. 27. Borum, 21 to 30 degrees Sagittarius. 28. Absalom, 1 to 10 degrees Capricorn. 29. Istria, 11 to 20 degrees Capricorn. 30. Abdomen, 21 to 30 degrees Capricorn. 31. Anotta, 1 to 10 degrees Aquarius. 32. Eleutria, 11 to 20 degrees Aquarius. 33. Obula, 21 to 30 degrees Aquarius. 34. Pysia, 1 to 10 degrees Pisces. 35. Philista, 11 to 20 degrees Pisces. 36. Odorum, 21 to 30 degrees Pisces. 9. The genii of the Jupiter sphere. The magician will not try to get into contact with any of these, unless he has completely succeeded in getting at least a few of the intelligences of the Mars sphere under his power, who, as has been pointed out in the preceding chapter, are all very difficult to control. The vibrations of the Jupiter sphere are far easier to stand up to than the ones of the Sun and the Mars sphere. Therefore the sphere magician will find it easy to get into contact also with the genii of the Jupiter sphere. Their range of power is very large, and their influence, which is somehow of an abstract nature, penetrates all subordinated spheres right down to the zone girdling our Earth and has its effects on all three planes, the mental, the astral and the physical plane. The sphere magician who has become acquainted with all the preceding spheres, either by evocation or by mental wandering, and got into contact with individual beings, genii and intelligences will, no doubt, now be convinced that he can achieve and gain more, regarding knowledge and wisdom, by mental wandering, that is, with his mental body, in the individual spheres and therefore also in the Jupiter sphere than by merely calling beings, genii and intelligences to our Earth by help of evocation. This is, however, not to say that the magician should not practice evocation. Quite the contrary, it is advisable to practice both methods and to try to have an equally perfect command of both. If, however, the magician is interested in special problems, especially spiritual ones, if he wants a better conscious assimilation of subtleties, he will always prefer to visit the spheres, in this case the Jupiter sphere, by mental wandering. Influenced by the vibrations of the Jupiter sphere, the magician's consciousness is expanded, he can penetrate deeper into the truths revealed to him by the genii, can understand them better and can, without special effort, transfer the gained truths into his physical consciousness after having returned into his physical body, in our physical world. Besides this, the magician will find it easy to express, in the language of the intellect, the knowledge he has gained in the Jupiter sphere. Only practice will teach the sphere magician with which sphere inhabitant he should get into contact by mental wandering and with which one he should do so by evocation. Of all the beings, angels and genii of the Jupiter sphere, 12 are regarded as the highest-ranking ones, due to their unlimited range of power. Their influence works on the whole cosmic hierarchy, that is, on all the spheres, planes and planets and their inhabitants. Each of these 12 original genii has a certain relation to our zodiac, and their laws of analogy are identical to all spheres and planes of our cosmic hierarchy. At the time of their first evocation, the seals of the Jupiter genii have to be drawn in blue color. Figure 1, Malchdale, Aries, is the first genius of the Jupiter sphere, who keeps in equilibrium the electric fluid of the whole cosmic hierarchy. His job is to enliven everything created in all three kingdoms of our Earth and the zone girdling the Earth. Malchdale controls and directs the will and the activity of every human being and all other creatures. If the magician gets into contact with this original genius, he can be informed about everything regarding this and, apart from this, he will be made acquainted with methods which will enable him to increase or decrease activity at his will by force of magic and quabala. Following the directions given by this genius, the magician is capable of creating such a strong state of belief by magic and quabala that he can work miracles in the cosmic world due to this intensified activity. Besides this, Malchdale can initiate the magician into the original element of fire in all its aspects and analogies in the microcosm and macrocosm, and give him directions and methods regarding the complete control of this original element in all its phases by magic and quabala, in order to become absolute sovereign of activity in the microcosm and macrocosm. There are, however, many more laws, wisdom and kinds of knowledge regarding activity, electrical fluid, original fire element, principles of light, etc., with which this original genius may not only make the magician acquainted, but which the latter may also get under his control by an apt abhisheka, that is, an apt transfer of power. In sphere magic, this original genius is one of the most powerful, and no magician should fail to get into contact with him, since he will, by this connection, gain a power in the cosmic hierarchy that no other intelligence of any other sphere, perhaps with the only exception of the Uranus intelligences, could give him. Figure 2, Asmodel, Taurus, is the second original genius of the Jupiter sphere. He is responsible for the direction and control of the original principle of cosmic love with all its aspects and analogies, in all spheres and on all planes and planets of the hierarchy. The magician who gets into contact with this original genius will be made capable of perceiving the deepest mysteries of love not only in its emotional and intellectual aspects, but also from the point of view of wisdom. This original genius explains to the magician how any kind of cosmic vibration of love can be caused in any sphere, no matter whether by evocation or mental wandering, whether by magic or by quabala. All miracles that can be caused and realized in love matters by magic and quabala, that is, not only in our own physical world or in the zone girdling our Earth, but also on all other planets and in all other spheres, are made available to the magician by this genius. All the ways of holiness which behold divinity under the aspect of love are directed by Asmodel, and the conscious sphere magician is instructed, theoretically as well as practically, in all the aspects. The magician interested in the mysteries of cosmic love existing in the whole cosmic hierarchy will find this genius to be the best initiator. Figure 3, Ambriel, Gemini, is the third original genius of the Jupiter sphere, who has under his command all knowledge of the whole cosmic hierarchy. He is the supervisor of the mind, of the intellect, that is, of all theoretical knowledge in all fields of science. Ambriel directs the maturity for knowledge, the capacity of perception of each being in the whole cosmic hierarchy. Taking into consideration the grade of maturity and development, this genius not only directs the intellectual power of perception and the intellectual faculties of the individual, but of the total of the inhabitants of all planets. Under his range of competence come all the sciences and arts on all planets which have to do with the mind and intellect. The magician who has got into contact with this genius will be made acquainted, depending on the grade of his development, with a kind of knowledge which truly is only accessible to such initiates that have learned to work consciously with the Jupiter sphere by force of the occult principle. Figure 4, Mergel, Cancer, the fourth genius of the Jupiter sphere has to control and keep in equilibrium the total magnetic fluid in the cosmic hierarchy. He is responsible for the fluid state on all planets and also for the element of water in the whole cosmic hierarchy, including our world, in its physical, astral and mental state. The magician can be fully instructed by this original genius in the original element of water, its workings and effects, regarding the whole cosmic lawfulness and in respect of magic and quabala, and furthermore, in the way by which, under the influence of the magnetic fluid, certain occult faculties can be wakened and developed in the mental body, for instance, transcendental seeing in all spheres and on all planets. This original genius can teach the magician many other things. The sphere magician who has a perfect command over the magnetic fluid can work miracles by its help, miracles which the non-initiate would never be able to imagine. Figure 5, Virtual, Leo, the whole life-spending original principle of the whole cosmic hierarchy, on the planets as well as in the spheres, is controlled by the fifth original genius of the Jupiter sphere. All life in all spheres and on all planets, including our Earth, is directed by him, no matter whether life in the vegetable, the animal or the human kingdom is concerned, or whether man in his physical, astral or mental body is in question. If the magician gets into contact with this original genius, he will be instructed by him in the highest form of magic and quabala, which refers to the whole cosmic hierarchy. Virtual reveals to the magician special methods and practices by which he can get under his control the highest power in the whole cosmic hierarchy. Apart from this, all miracles which can be caused by belief and the power of conviction come under this genius range of power. Figure 6, Hermetial, Virgo, the sixth original genius is in charge of all chemical original principles, original elements, in the whole cosmic order. The magician who gets into contact with Hermetial can get detailed information not only about the chemical elements so far known on our Earth, but also about unknown elements which probably will not be discovered before the far distant future. If the magician is interested, he can also learn the relevant facts about the elements existing on all other planets of the whole cosmic hierarchy and, what is more, he can be instructed in the practical magic and quabalistic application of the radiation of each original substance of our planetary system, in its mental, astral and even physical shape. This makes it possible for the diligent magician to become, by training, a perfect master of the original chemical elements due to the exact methods and instructions given him. He thus becomes a magical quabbalistic alchemist equipped with a kind of knowledge of which the key to practical application is known to only a few adepts on our earth. Figure 7, Zuriel, Libra, the seventh original genius of the Jupiter sphere, controls the principle of fertility on all planets with vegetation and living creatures. Helped by Zuriel, the magician can learn to understand fully the principle of fertility of the whole cosmic hierarchy. Special methods revealed to the magician by this original initiator enable the former to work miracles by magic and quabbala at his will. The magician can, for instance, make water flow out of a rock like Moses, turn a desert into paradise, and so on. But the sphere magician, after having been initiated by this genius, would also not find it difficult to work a miracle the other way round within a few seconds. He is then able to evoke many other miraculous things regarding the principle of fertility at his will. It is also quite clear that Zuriel, the seventh genius of the Jupiter sphere, can thoroughly explain to the magician also the sexual mysteries of the cosmos in all its phases, kingdoms, and spheres. Special treatment of this matter is therefore not necessary. Figure 8, Carbiel, Scorpio, the eighth genius controls and directs the original principle of radiation of the whole cosmic hierarchy, in mental, astral and physical respects. The magician who gets into contact with Carbiel can reveal, by magic and quabbala, or by magical quabbalistic metaphysics, any secret of the whole cosmic hierarchy in this respect, and he realizes how the various laws of the original principle of radiation can be applied in practice. The magician who is able to control the original principle of radiation becomes the absolute ruler of the microcosmic and macrocosmic hierarchy, and he is then free to make practical use of his power according to his own ideas. Figure 9, Aduachiel, Sagittarius, the control and direction of the original legality, of justice and equilibrium, that is, of the perfect harmony in the whole cosmic hierarchy, in all spheres and on all planets of our universe, is in the hands of the ninth genius of the Jupiter sphere. The magician may be instructed by this genius in the highest wisdom and deepest mysteries of divine law, justice and equilibrium. At the same time he is taught by Aduachiel to apply all laws of the universe by magic and quabbala, without causing any disturbance in its equilibrium. Figure 10, Haniel, Capricorn, the karmic original principle of the whole cosmic hierarchy has been controlled, from the beginnings of time, by the 10th original genius of the Jupiter sphere, on all planets and in all spheres. The magician taking interest in this particular matter can be informed of the effects of the karmic laws in all spheres and planes, and he will learn how, from the magical quabbalistic point of view, the original karmic principles and their laws can be made use of in the various spheres. Figure 11, Cambiel, Aquarius, the original principle of crystallization, condensation and hardening, in the whole cosmic hierarchy, in our whole universe, is controlled by the 11th original genius of the Jupiter sphere. Moreover, this genius is also responsible for the regular cycle of all planets and therefore also for gravitation, the force of gravity, the power of attraction itself. The magician can be informed by Cambiel about all the secrets of crystallization, not only on our planet, but also on all the other ones. This means from the magic quabbalistic point of view that the magician will be taught to change by alchemy, magic and quabbala the principle of solidification through diminished or enlarged vibration, depending on the qualities of the substance, so that he is finally able to change, if he wishes, a gravel stone into a diamond, or, vice versa, a diamond into a gravel stone, thus making use of the knowledge acquired from Cambiel. Furthermore, the magician is instructed by this original genius in the laws of alchemy in its most subtle form, especially with regards to the so-called dry process. He is also informed of the practical application of gravitation from the magic quabbalistic point of view. If a sphere magician so wishes, he can make the biggest pieces of rock as light as a feather, and he is able to make light things so heavy that no force on earth is able to lift them up. This means that this original genius can easily explain to the magician any problem of levitation, and that he knows many various methods by which the magician can acquire these faculties, and he will be pleased to inform the sphere magician about them. Figure 12, Jophaniel, Pisces, the original principle of evolution on all planets, in all spheres and on all planes, the mental, astral and physical plane, of the whole cosmic hierarchy is controlled by the 12th original genius of the Jupiter sphere. This genius is directing development and maturity in all spheres and on all planets. It is difficult to describe by words what experience and what gains the magician will make when he gets into contact with this genius. He will be equipped with a kind of profound knowledge and wisdom that scarcely can be comprehended by the intellect of a non-initiate. 10. The Saturn sphere. The Jupiter sphere does not bring us to the end of the descriptions of the planetary system of our cosmos. The next sphere to mention is the Saturn sphere. Like the Mars sphere, this sphere is very hard to contact, and only a well-trained sphere magician should dare to embark upon it after having gone through different initiating systems with a few original intelligences and after having gathered much experience, during the course of many years, in mental wanderings to the individual spheres and thus feeling almost at home in them. Not every human being is strong enough to stand up against the oscillations of the Saturn sphere, since they have the depressing quality of a nightmare. The Saturn sphere is, in fact, the so-called sphere of karma. Its intelligences may be regarded from man's rational intellectual point of view, the judges of all beings, planets and spheres. From the magical quabalistic point of view, direct contact with any of these judges has no practical value. If, however, the magician considers himself mature enough and well acquainted with the spheres, he might as well try to get into contact also with the intelligences of the Saturn sphere. I desist, however, from giving any description of the individual intelligences of the Saturn sphere, even from mentioning their names and seals, for it could so happen that some presumptuous human being, without thinking of the consequences, would dare to call up a Saturn being by evocation. If the person is, in such a case, not strong enough to resist the vibration of that Saturn intelligence, not only his physical, but also his astral death becomes unavoidable. Therefore a general description of this sphere will suffice for the mature and wise, and such will, in spite of such a short description, be able to get a clear picture of the effectiveness of the Saturn sphere. The few Saturn intelligences that have been mentioned in known books written by authors such as Agrippa, Conrath, and others, are not the highest intelligences of this sphere and have, in general, only a subordinated range of competence when compared with the genuine original intelligences of the Saturn sphere, 49 in number. The already known intelligences named Agil, Arathron, Cassiel, Mochatan, Uriel, etc., have, therefore, not much importance in the Saturn sphere and are by no means original intelligences. However, they show a certain affection for the zone girdling the earth, are friendlier with the magician and therefore also easier to get into contact with. What these intelligences can offer the magician in respect of magic and quabala, the latter is sure to get to know much more from the intelligences of any other planet sphere. I am talking in this respect from the point of view of personal experience, and every magician is able to find out the truth of these words himself. What, for instance, Arathron can offer the magician, each of the 360 heads of the zone girdling the earth can also do, without the magician having to travel to the Saturn sphere. The same is true of Agil and the other so-called intelligences of the Saturn sphere mentioned in the common grimoires. During wanderings, in my mental body, through the Saturn sphere a long time ago, I personally came across Agil and Arathron and conversed with them, so I am recording here personal experience. As far as the 49 original intelligences of the Saturn sphere are concerned, it should be mentioned that they are responsible for the original karmic principle of all spheres, especially for the doings and effectiveness of all the negative beings of each sphere, beginning with our physical world. In accordance with divine providence, they allow for the bad effects of negative beings. They are in charge of the powers and effects of the principle of destruction in the whole cosmic hierarchy. They see that justice is done and, depending on the approval of divine providence, let negative effects become reality by their subordinate beings. The Saturn intelligences allow wars not only on our planet, but wherever love and hate exist. They let the negative principle work up to a certain point, and they are the ones that have to judge rigorously upon human beings and beings of all spheres in accordance with divine orderliness and legality. Therefore the Saturn intelligences are regarded as the so-called judges and executors of fate in the word's highest sense. Moreover, they decide upon how long magicians who have concluded a pact with beings negative or positive have to remain under the power of the relevant beings. Each original intelligence of the Saturn sphere has a certain range of power. They have each a certain planet and a certain sphere under their command. If the sphere magician is interested in learning about the range of effectiveness of any one original initiator of the Saturn sphere, about his influence and subordinated planet, he can get exact information from a subordinated intelligence like a Gil or Arathron. From what has been said here, the magician will gather that he need not actually avoid the Saturn sphere, but he will less care to contact its 49 original intelligences. It is not a pleasure to see the doings of negative beings or to watch mentally how they are controlled and punished. One needs strong nerves and a strong mental steadfastness to do that. So much about the Saturn sphere. The seals of Agil, Arathron, and the other inferior intelligences of the Saturn sphere are generally known. Every magician will take heed not to reveal the names and the seals of the 49 original intelligences of this sphere to any immature person and will fully understand why I desist from giving details. 11. The spheres of Uranus and Pluto. With the Saturn sphere, the description of the general magic of the spheres has been concluded, that is, the hierarchy of the 7 spheres known to us has been sufficiently explained. However, the genuine initiate who has learned to move about with his mental body in the universe at will and to his heart's desire, and to resist, in his mental body, the different oscillations and vibrations of each sphere will have found out for certain that there exist, beyond the Saturn sphere, numerous other spheres, which have no direct influence on our Earth or on the zone girdling our Earth, at least not to any extent that it would make it worth considering from the point of view of magic and quabala. The first sphere worth mentioning after the Saturn sphere is the Uranus sphere, the small influence of which only reaches as far down as the Moon sphere. If a magician, acquainted with the magic of the spheres, is on a visit in the Moon sphere, he will be able to feel there the effects of the Uranus sphere. In the zone girdling the Earth this sphere is also known, but its influence hardly ever penetrates far beyond the Moon sphere, it usually fades away and ends in the latter sphere. This stated fact has, of course, nothing to do with the astrological interpretation of the planet Uranus, which cannot be dealt with in this connection. The Uranus sphere will not have any influence on the zone girdling the Earth and on our planet before the next cycle of evolution takes place. Nevertheless, the magician will find, in the Uranus sphere, intelligences who can initiate him into the magic and quabala of the macrocosm. To give the reader any details here is not possible, since the time for their disclosure has not yet come. However, it is worth mentioning in this connection that true initiates call proper quabala the Uranian, that is, the cosmic language. This means that magic and quabala and their practical application are controlled and directed in the whole macrocosm, that is, in our cosmic hierarchy, by intelligences of the Uranus sphere in accordance with the universal laws. It therefore rests with the intelligences of the Uranus sphere to decide to what extent each being, each original intelligences of the other spheres is able to apply any kind of quabala and magic or to teach their applications to magicians. The sphere magician who gains a firm footing on the Uranus sphere gets into contact with the original intelligence there and is initiated by them into magic and quabala. Nothing else can be given to him by any other initiator of whatever sphere or plane, for such a magician has become a perfect adept, a genuine master, a hierarchic magician and quabalist. He has become master not only of the zone girdling the Earth, but also of all spheres and kingdoms. He who has proceeded this far into sphere magic and has also exhausted the Uranus sphere may say with justice of himself that he is a perfect adept, who fully comprehends, in the human sense, the Book of Wisdom with its 78 leaves, tarot cards, and perfectly controls its law in the microcosm and macrocosm. To such an initiate I also cannot offer anything else. From this short description of the Uranus sphere the initiate will eventually gather how long the way to perfection is. It is here that our hierarchy ends. Beyond this there exists another sphere, the Pluto sphere, but the magician, in his present state of development, cannot profit anything from that sphere, for it will have no effect on the zone girdling our earth before the so-called second day of Brahma, the next cycle of evolution. The surface of our earth will then be inhabited by quite a different race of people, who will have a different skin color and different laws from ours. During travels in the mental body, I have come through various other spheres besides the ones already mentioned, about 30 in number. But these spheres, in their present state of evolution, have no significance for us human beings, nor for the zone girdling our earth, for they do not come under the range of power of our hierarchy. The extent of this book does not allow any kind of description of those spheres. The magician will realize that beyond our universe, our macrocosm, our planetary system, beyond the hierarchies and spheres that have been described in this book, there exist many other, much greater universes, which adhere to quite different forces, laws, and analogies than our macrocosm. To give a detailed description of all these is without exaggeration, impossible. 12. Intercourse with beings, genii and intelligences of all spheres by mental traveling. This chapter may not be necessary for the sphere magician. However, not every reader will be able to put to practice at once all that he has read in this book. Many of the readers may first want to enlarge their theoretical learning. It is for them that these lines will serve as stimuli for enriching their knowledge. The author's book, Initiation into Hermetics, contains exact instructions in mental traveling. Also, the astral body's exteriorization, or so-called projection of the astral body, is dealt with in detail, in theory and practice. The magician will not be able to travel any further than the zone girdling the earth in his astral body, since the astral matrix is composed of the substance of the elements which, at the most, are able to resist the oscillations of the zone girdling the earth. Thus the magician will not imagine that he can place himself, in his astral body, beyond the zone girdling our earth, for this is something that is impossible. The sphere magician with practical experience will know that the astral body is confined by divine providence to the laws of the zone girdling the earth, and that it cannot break these laws. Moreover, the astral body depends on the space principle. The magician will find this verified when visiting the zone girdling the earth. The magician can place himself with his astral body into the world of the elements and visit any place on our planet, no matter whether on or under the earth. His astral body is even able to resist the most subtle oscillations of the zone girdling the earth, but he will soon realize that he cannot go any further than this zone. If he dared to leave it in his astral body, with his physical body meanwhile lying on the physical plane, remaining in contact with the astral body by the astral matrix, the experiment would result in the instant splitting of the astral matrix and the magician's instant physical death. It would then be useless to try to revive the astral matrix, the physical body having become a victim of the elements. If, on the other hand, it so happened that the projection of the astral body should succeed in spite of the magician's physical death, and that the mental body together with the astral body were to penetrate beyond the zone girdling the earth by force, the mental matrix would rend asunder, the mental body would be parted from the astral body, the latter again becoming a victim of the elements in the astral world, which would consume such a dead astral body within a short period of time. It would then be impossible for the magician to return to his astral body, and his spirit would be banned in the sphere appropriate to his last state of development. Such an act of force committed by a magician would be severely punished by the judges of the Saturn sphere. A similar act of force and catastrophe is the conscious separation of the astral matrix from the physical body, or of the mental matrix from the mental body, which has already been termed in the Bible as a sin against the spirit. The true meaning of the words "against the spirit" from the Hermetic point of view is only known to few people. For it is true that such cases are rare. Generally, the urge for self-preservation is the reason why the bounds are hardly ever exceeded in this respect. Moreover, each magician has an intelligence acting as his guardian angel who warns him in time from such karmic catastrophes. This explanation, in a way, also throws light on the Faustus tragedy, which is quite clear to every initiate. Here are a few facts with respect to mental traveling. The sphere magician who has absorbed the author's first work, Initiation into Hermetics, has learnt how to separate his mental body. He has been told at the beginning of this book, the author's second work, that in practice this is only possible if he has a perfect command of the facts laid down in Book 1. The magician has learned to set free his mental body and to wander first into the mental sphere of our physical world. After sufficient practice, he extended his visits to the astral plane around our physical world, and after that he became capable of visiting, with his mental body, any place of our physical world where he wished or desired to be, where he wanted his spirit to be placed. Then he visited the kingdoms of the elements, having taken on, for that purpose, the shape of the beings of the elements by force of imagination, thus enabling them to see, hear and feel him. One after the other he visited the kingdom of the gnomes, the kingdom of the undines, roamed the regions of the air with its sylphs or fairies, and finally traveled through the kingdom of the salamanders to get also that region under his control. After that the magician learned to elevate his mental body into the planes, above all filled with the desire to get to the zone girdling the earth. After some training his mental body rose into a vertical position, and the magician saw himself transferred to that zone, according to his wish. Having reached the zone girdling the earth, the oscillations of which the magician's mental body successfully resisted, the magician soon was surrounded by beings of that zone. Later he was able to get to know, one after the other, the heads of the zone girdling the earth, whose names and seals are contained in this book, thus taking up contact with them. They made the magician acquainted with all the facts regarding that zone and taught him how he could get to the plane next to theirs, that is, the moon sphere. The magician is able to betake himself to the moon sphere without a guide. He must at first get his mental body influenced with the color of the moon sphere, that is, get it dyed silvery white, with a slight touch of violet. As soon as he has his body completely impregnated with the accumulated light of silvery white and slightly violet color, he is again raised into a vertical position, this time wishing to wander to the moon sphere. When first trying to raise himself from the zone girdling the earth into the moon sphere, the magician will have the sensation of a rotary motion. Repeated training will take this feeling of dizziness from him, and the feeling of pressure in the solar plexus region will also cease. The elevation itself is instantaneous. Suddenly the magician finds himself in a sea of light of a silver-violet color and is already placed into the moon sphere. His desire to get into touch with the intelligences there does not remain unfulfilled. If the magician calls, in this silvery-colored vibration, for one of the intelligences mentioned and described in this book, he will soon see it appear. The contact is the same as in the zone girdling the earth. If the magician wants a being from another sphere to do a certain thing, he should work out his plans first in the zone girdling the earth and should not betake himself to the relevant sphere without having sufficiently pondered the matter. For during his initial operations his consciousness usually loses its independence by the different color vibration of the sphere. Only by repeated intercourse with the same being will the magician get used to the pressure he experiences in that sphere, and his independent thinking will no longer be influenced by it to such a great extent. After the magician has had experience with all of the 28 intelligences of the moon sphere, he will have become complete master of it, and he can then change its influence within himself by either increasing or diminishing its vibrations, in order to suit the extent of power of the beings he is getting into contact with. During his initial visits to the moon sphere, the magician will become aware that its 28 original intelligences possess a power of radiation, an inner expansiveness, that almost paralyzes his mental body. In order to be able to stand up to this influence, the magician must take on a vibration suiting the original intelligences of the moon. This is done by an appropriate condensation of light power of the moon sphere whilst the magician is still in the zone girdling the earth, for otherwise the magician could not get into contact with these intelligences without having to fear the accompanying effects of paralysis. If the magician has become thoroughly acquainted with the moon sphere, he travels, in his mental body, to the next sphere, the Mercury sphere, after having influenced his mental body in the moon sphere with the yellow-orange color oscillation of the Mercury, that is, after having accumulated the light power of the Mercury zone. He then gets into contact with the individual genii of the Mercury zone, one after the other, in much the same way as he has done previously with the intelligences of the moon sphere. After repeated elevation to the Mercury zone, it is no longer necessary for the magician to get there via the moon sphere, for he now can impregnate his mental body with the Mercury vibration while still in the zone girdling the Earth, and he may travel from there directly into the Mercury zone. If he succeeds in getting into contact with at least 30 genii of that zone, he is able to carry out the elevation into the Mercury zone straight from our physical world, that is, by carrying through the color impregnation, that is, the accumulation of light power with the Mercury vibration, about his physical body, and he can directly and at once betake himself to the Mercury zone, without having to use the zone girdling the Earth or the moon sphere as transit stations. During his intercourse with genii of the Mercury zone, the magician will not feel such a strong paralyzing effect of their radiation power, since the Mercury zone is, in a way, analogous to the mental body, as has been shown under the chapter dealing with the cosmic hierarchy. The magician should not think of betaking himself into the next sphere, unless he has become absolute master over these three spheres, that is, the zone girdling the Earth, the moon sphere and the Mercury zone. The reason why I pay so much attention to these three spheres is, as already pointed out, firstly because the zone girdling the Earth has an analogous connection with the physical body, with its fate; secondly because the moon sphere has a similar connection with the astral body, with its maturity, its character, its equilibrium, etc., and thirdly because the Mercury zone has a similar connection with the mental body. In the Mercury zone, the stepping stone for travels to higher spheres, the sphere magician then carries through the accumulation of light power from the next sphere, the Venus sphere, before he betakes himself to it. The accumulation of the light power of the Venus sphere must result in a wonderful emerald green color. If he has not become a victim of the temptations in the Venus sphere and has thus become a master of love, he can place himself directly from this physical world into the sphere in question. He must, however, carry out the accumulation of the light power of the Venus sphere in his mental body already beside his physical body. The same naturally also applies to the next sphere, the Sun sphere, which is the sphere that is most difficult to reach, as the beings of that sphere all have such a strong accumulation of light that the magician who has not provided for a sufficient accumulation of the light power of the Sun, that is, an accumulation equivalent to the glowing Sun, cannot resist the vibrations of the Sun genii. If the magician got into touch with a genius of the Sun without having sufficiently prepared himself by an appropriate light impregnation of his mental body, the glowing power of light rays would throw him back into his physical body, and his mental matrix would, as a consequence, lose its equilibrium, and disharmonies would be the inevitable result. Such disharmonies would soon become obvious by various accompanying effects in the astral body, sometimes even in the physical body. Under certain circumstances a nervous breakdown would be the result. But also other psychic disadvantages might show up. Therefore the magician will consider my warning absolutely necessary and realize that it is not possible to betake oneself into other spheres without knowing their laws of analogy and their application, and without having a sound knowledge of the magic of evocation. After having got the Sun sphere absolutely under his control, the magician will visit the adjacent sphere of Mars. In order to avert any danger from the beginning, only the names, not the seals, of the intelligences of that sphere have been published in this book. The Mars sphere has a light vibration of a ruby-red color. This means that the accumulation of the light power for the mental body must also result in a ruby-red color. Every magician who has learned to master the Sun sphere without any risks may visit all the spheres that lie beyond it, one after the other, with only one exception, the most dangerous sphere of Saturn. Visits to the Jupiter sphere are carried out in the same way, except for the accumulation of light power, which has to result in a sky blue color. Should the magician also want to visit the Saturn sphere, he must carry out the appropriate accumulation of light power for his mental body in a dark violet color. Regarding the Uranus sphere, the accumulation of light power for the mental body has to be lilac-colored, and for visits to the Pluto sphere, the last sphere of significance, it has to be colored in a light gray. The other spheres are colorless. The magician who has proceeded this far and has learned to carry out the accumulation of light powers of the spheres may visit the other planets without any special coloring of his mental body and get into contact with the intelligences living there. As soon as he gets near the sphere he plans to visit, he will perceive, by force of transcendental clairvoyance, the color of that sphere, thus being able to carry through the appropriate accumulation of light power in the universe, before entering the sphere in question. There exist oscillations the colors of which cannot be compared with any of the colors known to us and which therefore cannot be described. Nevertheless, the transcendental eye sees them and can cause the appropriate light oscillation to be evoked in the mental body, making the contact with that sphere and the beings living there. This short description may be sufficient for the genuine initiate. Details in this respect have never been published in Hermetic literature, and up to now only few initiates are acquainted with this knowledge. The sphere magician who has learned to carry through all this in practice knows that the preceding chapters contain no fancy stories, for he has been able to convince himself of the truth whenever he wishes. I have written down only my personal experience. 13. Magical Talismanology. In part 1 of this book, short instructions for the charge of talismans and amulets were given together with hints for their practical application. It seems, however, necessary to remind the reader of a few instructions here, adding to them others which may be new to the magician. In this last chapter, one have decided to write about talismanic magic and those details which have to be considered. Much has already been written about talismans, yet much more could be said about it from the Hermetic point of view, though I must cut short here for technical reasons. The experienced magician will find everything that is said about this theme familiar and understandable. Looking at it from the Hermetic point of view, a talisman is the means, the medium or material shape by which a force, a faculty, a power, an influence, etc. can be bound. There are various ways for binding such a force. But first, a few words about talismans. The magician has learnt how to get into contact with a being, an intelligence, a genius, etc. He has been shown the 4 possible ways. 1. Mental traveling. 2. Evocation. 3. Passive intercourse as described in the book Initiation Into Hermetics in the chapter dealing with spiritism, and 4. Talismans. As for the shape of the talisman, it can be a piece of jewelry, a ring, a stone, an amulet, a locket, etc. But also other forms may be chosen for talismans. The ones stated above are, however, the usual types. The best way for the magician to go about it is to manufacture the talisman by himself alone, right from the beginning, that is, from its fluid state, as molten metal, up to its charging. If this is not possible, if the magician lacks the necessary skill, etc., he should have the talisman manufactured by someone else, but only in its basic, its raw shape. After the talisman has been brought into its intended shape, the magician starts with the actual talismanic magic by making a genuine talisman, a genuine medium, out of it. The seal of the intelligence whom the magician wants to get into contact with is engraved upon the metal. If the magician cannot do this himself, he can have it done by a conscientious engraver or goldsmith. The object to be used as talisman or amulet is now ready to be magically impregnated. The magician may also, if he wants, take into consideration the astrological signature when preparing, respectively impregnating, the talisman. The wealth of existing astrological literature will make it easy for him to work out favorable stars' influences. When choosing the metal for the talisman, the astrological analogy of the relevant zodiacal sign has to be considered. Since the zodiacal signs were also mentioned in the chapter dealing with the hierarchy of the spheres, it will be easy to choose the kind of metal that is appropriate to the zodiacal sign of the genius that has been selected by the magician. But it is also possible to choose metals in analogy to the planetary spheres. The best metal one can use for the beings, genii and intelligences of all the spheres is the so-called electro-magicum, an alloy of the metals that are appropriate to all the planets as described in the author's first book Initiation Into Hermetics, in the chapters dealing with fluid condensers. Such an alloy is best suited for the beings of the zone girdling the earth and for the beings of the elements in the kingdom of elements. But also wood, hard wood, or lead may be used for the zone girdling the earth. Regarding the moon sphere and its 28 intelligences, silver should be used for producing the talisman. This is done in accordance with the planetary laws of analogy. For the Mercury zone, use brass. For the Venus sphere, copper. For the Sun sphere, gold. For the Mars sphere, iron. For the Jupiter sphere, tin. For the Saturn sphere, lead. For the other spheres, tin or silver may be used. The analogies given above in respect of the metals to be chosen for the production of talismans are of a general nature. They are only to be taken into consideration by the magician who wants to work with astrological analogies. The well-trained and experienced magician will, in general, find two types of metal sufficient, that is, he will use gold for beings of prevailing electric character and silver for beings of magnetic character. He uses both metals for neutral beings, for beings that are neither active nor passive, that neither have an electric nor a magnetic fluid. In this case, two small plates, equal in size, one made of gold the other made of silver, have to be soldered together, so that one side of the talisman is of gold, the other of silver, if the talisman has, for example, the shape of a pendant. However, for a good initiate and an experienced sphere magician, the question of choosing the right type of metal is of minor importance. He is able to impregnate magically and successfully any object with an intelligence of any sphere, since the magical contact and the impregnation of the objects the magician chooses depend on his magical development and maturity. Adepts usually have only one favorite metal which they prefer for the charging with intelligences. They use pure gold. But, of course, this is not really necessary. Any common kind of talisman, with a perfect magical impregnation, does the same duty as the one produced of pure gold or jewels. The next thing the magician has to do is to carry out the magical impregnation of the talisman. This is the most important work when charging a talisman, for it is by this act that the talisman becomes the appropriate implement for getting into contact with the being or intelligence the magician has in mind. Below, the magician will find a specimen of the procedure for carrying out a magical impregnation. After having chosen the being, genius or intelligence that seems to suit his purposes due to its magical or other qualities, it is best to start with a being of the zone girdling the earth, and after having engraved its seal upon the metal chosen for this purpose, the magician has to free the talisman by the four elements from all unfavorable influences which have mentally clung to it when it was materially formed into shape. This is done by swinging the talisman a few times over a burning candle with the imagination that the flame burns away, that is, destroys, all negative influences. Moreover, the talisman has to be dipped into a glass filled with pure water where it has to remain for a whole day, the magician having concentrated on the wish that the water may draw out of it any bad influences. After a day, the magician takes the talisman out of the water again, throwing the latter away with the imaginative wish that all the unfavorable influences will flow away with it. Now he swings the talisman through the air in rotary motions, concentrating on the imagination that also the element of the air will take away all negative influences from the talisman. Then the magician puts a handful of earth into a piece of filter paper and, after having added the talisman to it, he rolls it together, so that he can hold it in his hand. Now he must concentrate on the idea that also the element of the earth, which now surrounds the talisman, will tear away from it all negative influences that might still cling to it. After the magician has concentrated deeply enough and come to the conviction that the last unfavorable influences have been pulled out of the talisman by the element of the earth, he takes the talisman out of the earth, cleans it with a piece of cloth that has never been used before and wraps it into a piece of dark violet silk. The filter paper and the earth that was used for this operation must then be buried away in a place that is not easily accessible. During this procedure the talisman has been cleaned, from the hermetic point of view, by help of the elements. This means that no element clings to it any longer, and that therefore no element will influence its charge. If the magician wants to include astrological aspects, he will keep the talisman in the dark violet silk till the astrological hour approaches. When that hour has come, he will carry out the charge of the talisman. He will redraw the engraved seal with a new needle, concentrating on the wish that by this redrawing he bands the being's interests or attention into the object before him. During this procedure the magician can, again and again, repeat in his mind the name of the intelligence in question and imagine that the intelligence is transferring, at that moment, its influence to the talisman. The physical preparations, the getting into contact, as it is called from the Hermetic point of view, have now come to an end. The first step of magic impregnation has been done. Now there exist many possibilities of charge. The most effective way of charge is carried out by evocation, that is, by summoning the intelligence before the magic circle by appropriate rituals and by asking it to approve of the talisman lying in or before the magic circle, that is, to promise the bearer of the talisman to assist him at any time. If the intelligence gives the promise of doing the bearer of the talisman this favor, the magician has achieved what he wanted and the talisman has thus been charged. However, the magician must make sure that before using the talisman he takes all the measures that the intelligence might have recommended him. For the intelligence may, for example, take precautions by asking the bearer of the talisman to do some kind of ritual with it every day, to speak certain formulae over the talisman, or to draw certain signs with it, or to name certain names necessary for the maintenance of the talisman, or to keep certain things a secret, and so forth. If everything necessary was taken into consideration when the talisman was charged, its bearer can achieve the same effects with it as I could do by personal contacts which he might have started by mental traveling or evocation. The above way of charging a talisman is one of the most effective methods in talismanic impregnation for getting into contact with a certain intelligence. But it usually happens that the intelligence in question, when this method is used for getting into contact with it, only sends its subordinated servants to have them bound to the talisman and their names revealed to the bearer. The desired effects are afterwards brought about by them whenever their names are pronounced or a certain concerted signal is given. Another way for impregnating a talisman is as follows: the contact with the intelligence is taken up by repeated imagination of its qualities. The magician has to concentrate these qualities into the metal. He has to keep in mind that in this case time, space, and effects are terminated. This method of impregnation makes it necessary for the magician to have imperturbable confidence, and he must, furthermore, have sufficient magic power to force the intelligence to do his will, that is, to bring about the desired effects. Another possibility is to carry out the impregnation by the help of a ritual. This is done by drawing the intelligence's seal in the air with the talisman in hand and by concentrating on the realization of the effects that are to be brought about. The quabbalist, however, is aware of the fact that such a ritual would have to be repeated at least 462 times before the desired contact is effected and the talisman really becomes magically efficacious. The next method for impregnation is the so-called charge with magic volts, using, for this purpose, the electromagnetic fluid. The volt is charged, after its creation, with an electromagnetic fluid. The qualities of the intelligence in question are concentrated into the center of the volt by help of imagination, imperturbable confidence, and sure power, and are so condensed by repeated action that the metal of the talisman absorbs the volt. When the process of charging by volts is repeated, the magician has to concentrate on the wish that the intelligence in question is connected to that particular volt and that it will bring about by it the desired causes in the occult world, and with them the desired effects. There is another way of charging a talisman, the one by sexual magic. But to avoid any misuse, this method is not dealt with in detail here. The magician who has been initiated into the high mysteries and to whom, therefore, everything is clean and sacred, will, no doubt, know how the plus and minus in man and woman can be used for the magical impregnation of a talisman by the help of volts. The quabbalistic method is the last possible way for impregnating a talisman. The magician who has been initiated into quabbala may avail himself of this method. He pronounces the name of the intelligence in question quabbalistically over the talisman that has been prepared to be charged. By this action the intelligence's qualities are transferred into the talisman. The details of such a magic quabbalistic charge of a talisman will be known to every initiate who has followed all the instructions up to this point and who has learned to get into contact with any intelligence, no matter to whatever sphere it may belong, providing that he was taught by some intelligences about the quabbala. My third book, entitled The Key to the True Quabbala, will, however, give the reader the details in this respect. So much about the impregnation and charge of talismans, and the basis of magical talismanology. The mature reader will find this information sufficient, to the immature ones this science will have remained a secret. Epilogue by the author. I herewith deliver my second work to the reader, the expert and the sphere magician in the making. This work describes distinctly the practice of the second tarot card. I have already pointed out that I could describe much more amply the contents of all the chapters, if this could be possible from purely technical reasons. Whoever, guided by my first work, Initiation into Hermetics, has acquired the required stage of maturity by conscientious study and by spiritual training, will find the contents of this work fully sufficient for his further practice. By intercourse with single intelligences of the spheres, be it by mental traveling or by evocation, the mature magician will be given the chance to reach the highest peak of magic and of quabala, if he chooses for his initiator a congenial intelligence, being, genius, working according to his direction and to old established practices. Of course, the magician will not keep to one intelligence only, but he will travel mentally through all spheres as well as come to know them evocatively. I can heartily congratulate those sphere magicians who, on the strength of this work, have gone through practically all spheres, dominating their forces and establishing contacts, for they have advanced a fair part on the road to perfection. It will be already a satisfaction for me to help those who are for the present only theoretically interested, for they will have much enlarged their theoretical knowledge after perusing my work. Thus every reader, every theorist, and foremost, everyone interested in the secret knowledge, will come to the conviction that magic, and especially sphere magic, is no witchcraft or sorcery but the peak of attainable knowledge, surmounting all other intellectual sciences and being the very crown of wisdom. Those who are not mature and thus cannot conceive even theoretically, let alone practically, this high knowledge, will become conscious of their lack of maturity and will abstain from any criticism. Even if only a few human beings are able to go through this course, my second work will have fulfilled its intended purpose. For my books do not belong to the literature which is only read and which afterwards is left to get covered with dust in libraries and corners of bookcases. Quite the contrary, my works are destined to serve as a guide and aid to those who have grown up to hermetics and high adeptship through the coming centuries. In the course of time, millions of human beings will keep to the indicated methods of teaching, putting them into practice to promote their own development and strive steadily after perfection. Part 3: Illustrations. Illustrations and symbolism of the second tarot card. Illustrations. 1. Beings of the four elements. 2. Some original intelligences of the zone girdling the earth. 3. The 360 heads of the zone girdling the earth. 4. Intelligences of the moon sphere. 5. The 72 intelligences of the Mercury zone. 6. Intelligences of the Venus sphere. 7. Genii of the Sun sphere. 8. Genii of the Jupiter sphere. The symbolism of the second tarot card. The second tarot card represents the temple of initiation, which is identical to the microcosm, the small world. Often this card is regarded as the Temple of Solomon. The temple is supported by 4 columns symbolizing the 4 elements and denoting knowledge, courage, will and silence, that is, the quabalistic Yod-He-Vav-He. Each column rests on a circular pedestal of hewn stone symbolizing the fact that the magician, after having been initiated in this temple, has become absolute master of each element. The black and white marble floor consists of proportionate squares displaying the positive and the negative effects of the elements in the physical world. In its higher sense, this is the lawfulness, the Jupiter sphere, on the physical plane, with which the magician must be fully conversant before being initiated. Before the altar, the floor is covered with a carpet which, divided into 2 equal halves, displays the positive and the negative effects of all the powers of the planetary system on our physical world. The magician must also be absolute ruler of these, that is, of the electric and the magnetic fluids. On the carpet one can see the magic circle representing infinity, that is, the alpha and the omega, as per the description of the magic circle in the relevant chapter of this book. The pentagram to be seen within the circle is the symbol of the microcosm, the small world, which must be fully developed in the magician, that is, he is in perfect harmony with the macrocosm. The pentagram is the symbol of the microcosm, while the macrocosm usually being symbolized by a hexagram. The magician, dressed in a violet magical garment, is holding in his left hand the magic sword as the symbol of victory and of his ties to the Almighty, of his intuition, attained by the occult principle. His lifted right hand is conjuringly holding up the magic wand, the symbol of his absolute will, his absolute power. On a golden throne to the right of the magician sits a high priestess as the representative of Isis, holding the Book of Wisdom in her left hand and the two keys of initiation in her right hand as the symbols of the positive and the negative mastery. The magician who has prepared himself for an evocation is being initiated by her into the deep secrets of sphere magic. In some tarot cards, this priestess is called a female pope or an empress. However, since this is the card representing power and wisdom, it need not indicate the female principle. In front of the circle there are 3 steps leading to the altar. They symbolize the mastery of the 3 planes, the physical, the astral, and the mental plane. The altar itself is the symbol of devotion. The triangle placed in its center demonstrates the 3-dimensional effect of the divine emanation on everything, in the positive and the negative principle. The 2 censers symbolize the fact that the magician carrying out an evocation has all the positive, the good, and all the negative, the bad, beings under his power, and that he is able to materialize them. The spheric mirror on the altar with its 7 spheric colors indicates symbolically that the magician is not only in contact with all the beings of the 7 planets by mental wandering and divination, but that he is also capable of calling them into our physical world by evocation. On the wall in the background, following the old Egyptian symbolism of the second tarot card, are the pictures of the goddesses Isis and Nephthys.